Old Chi. Duanling Tian paid no attention to the eyes trained on him. He hastily sent a message to Qi Tianming, an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion, as soon as he returned to Profound Nether Mansion's estate. He quickly told Qi Tianming about the message he had received from Huang Jialong, his good friend. The first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect wants to lure you to the sect to kill you? Impossible. Give me a moment. I'll ask that brat Bihai Mingfeng about this. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's message, Qi Tianming was perplexed. Bihai Mingfeng was similarly perplexed when he received Qi Tianming's message. Gongsun Wenqing, the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, wanted to kill Duanling Tian? Feeling anxious, he quickly sent a message back to the coupling celestial sect to inquire about what was happening. Duanling Tian left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Gongsun Wenqing knew he had gone overboard when he heard that Duanling Tian had left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm after receiving Huang Jialong's message. He immediately explained to Bihai Mingfeng that he was only testing Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong is now my direct disciple. Tell Duanling Tian not to worry and to return to the middle realm. I have to say that boy really treats Duanling Tian like a brother. Bihai Mingfeng heaved a sigh of relief after discovering the truth behind the matter. He did not waste time and explained the matter to Qi Tianming. It's just a false alarm. That bastard Gongsun Wenqing. Qi Tianming instantly sent a message to reassure Duanling Tian and explained the matter to him. So it's just a misunderstanding? The first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect tested Jialong before accepting him as his direct disciple. Duanling Tian was, naturally, relieved upon hearing the explanation. At this time, he finally noticed the commotion in his surroundings. Duanling Tian, are you confident you'll be able to maintain your current rank? Duanling Tian, there are many people who haven't made a move yet. Do you think you'll be able to stay in the top 10? Although Duanling Tian managed to accumulate near 300 points and ranked 5th after spending only 2 days in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the elders and the disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion knew it was mostly because he was lucky enough to come across the Fireglaze Mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. They assumed he had only managed to eliminate Tan Yuan because he had caught Tan Yuan off guard. Otherwise, with Tan Yuan's speed, he should be able to escape from Duanling Tian. For this reason, they felt that Duanling Tian might not be able to maintain his current rank or even stay in the top 10 for long. Maintain my current rank or stay in the top 10? The corners of Duanling Tian's lips curled up into a smile when he heard the words of the elders and disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion. He teleported into the transporting formation as he held his accumulative point jade in his hand. Before he was transported to the middle realm, he said, "My goal is to rank first." Duanling Tian's words echoed in the air, causing everyone to fall silent for a moment. His goal is to rank first? Isn't he too ambitious? Is it possible he's still hiding his true strength? Impossible. He's not even 100 years old. If he's really still hiding his strength, he's a monster. However, he sounds really confident. I can't wait to see how he fares this month. Unless he's able to repeat his stunt at the Fireglaze Mansion's base a few times, it's difficult for him to rank first. Only a few people took Duanling Tian's words seriously. Most of them did not think it was possible for him to rank first, and a few thought he would only be able to rank at the top if he managed to replicate his success at the Fireglaze Mansion's base at other Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from that, they believed Duanling Tian only managed to obtain so many points from the Fireglaze Mansion because he had hidden his true strength and managed to catch the Fireglaze Mansion disciples off guard. Now that everyone knew about this strength, they would be more cautious of him. Even if Duanling Tian managed to find another Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base, their disciples would not recklessly leave the base. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, before entering the middle realm, Duanling Tian had already sent a message to Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion. Therefore, when he arrived near the Fireglaze Mansion's base, Wan Qingqing was already waiting for him there. "You've dealt with your affairs?" Wan Qingqing initially thought Duanling Tian would require at least half a day to handle his matter. She was surprised to receive a message from Duan Ling Tian not long after she arrived at the Martial Battle Mansion's estate. Yes, it was just a misunderstanding. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He did not expect such a misunderstanding to occur. He was not surprised Huang Jialong passed Gongsun Wenqing's test. After all, he knew Huang Jialong was trustworthy and loyal. Nevertheless, he was still moved by Huang Jialong's actions. Although they had a close relationship, they did not have much contact over the past few years. Both of them shared the sentiment. They did not want to disturb each other's cultivation. Despite their lack of communication, he was pleased to discover their relationship remained strong. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian was certain there was a reason Gongsun Wenqing, the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, suddenly decided to accept Huang Jialong as his direct disciple. Moreover, he was certain the reason had something to do with him. It could not be a coincidence that Gongsun Wenqing suddenly decided to accept Huang Jialong as his direct disciple on the day he ranked 5th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, Gongsun Wenqing had even used him to test Huang Jialong. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, I should ask old Qi to accompany me to visit the coupling celestial sect after I leave the middle realm. It's been a long time since I last saw Jialong. A visit to the coupling celestial sect will definitely help Jialong's advancement in the sect. At this moment, Wan Qingqing said with a sigh, Duan Ling Tian, I only found out you eliminated the Fire Glaze Mansion's Tanyuan and Mo Pingji after I left the middle realm. Wan Qingqing might not realize her attitude toward Duan Ling Tian had thawed. Moreover, she treated him differently from others as well. Although she might be unaware of the changes, Duan Ling Tian could sense the shift in her attitude. She was no longer as aloof and indifferent as before. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, Although it wasn't difficult for me to eliminate Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji, if I didn't catch Tan Yuan off guard and he wasn't reckless, he would have been able to escape. He knew speed was his biggest shortcoming for now. It was the main reason he had wanted to work with Wan Qingqing. After a moment he said, Let's go. I'll help you obtain points. Although Duan Ling Tian was certain he would be able to run into Tan Yuan and the others even without Wan Qingqing's reminder, he would probably encounter them close to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. At that time, with the joint attack from the Fire Glaze Mansion disciples and the close proximity of their base, it would be easy for Tan Yuan to escape him even though he was confident he would be able to eliminate Mo Pingji and the others. Therefore, he credited Wan Qingqing for his successful elimination of Tan Yuan. It was also for this reason that he was determined to repay her. You don't owe me anything. You could have eliminated them even if I didn't alert you to it. Wan Qingqing knew the meaning behind Duan Ling Tian's words. She had been worried initially. She was not certain Duan Ling Tian would be able to deal with Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji if they joined forces. After discovering what had happened, she knew she had been worried for nothing. In any case, if you didn't tip me off, I wouldn't have been able to eliminate Tan Yuan. There's no need for you to say anything else. I'm determined to repay you. Otherwise, you can forget about working together, Duan Ling Tian said adamantly as he shook his head. Thank you. Wan Qingqing saw how determined Duan Ling Tian was, so she no longer said anything. Inwardly, she felt grateful since she knew there was no need for Duan Ling Tian to repay her at all. Lu Ji, a disciple from the Han Qing mansion who was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian, still held a grudge. His dissatisfaction did not vanish at all. He felt that Duan Ling Tian only managed to eliminate him because of his carelessness. Indeed, he was faster than Duan Ling Tian. He had comprehended 2 movement profundities from the law of wind, after all. Among the second-tier 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he could be considered the fastest. Moreover, at this point, most people considered Duan Ling Tian to be between the 2nd and 3rd tier. After he had entered the middle realm, he accumulated many points this month. He was unaware of the commotions Duan Ling Tian had caused outside of the middle realm. Moreover, despite his strength, many of the disciples and higher-ups disliked him due to his withdrawn and indifferent personality. For this reason, no one informed him about Duan Ling Tian's recent achievement in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As time passed, people from other celestial mansions gradually grew less and less concerned about Duan Ling Tian. After 3 days, Duan Ling Tian had dropped to 7th place. However, there was more than 100 points difference between the 7th and 8th place. Currently, Duanling Tian had gained 322 points. The points he had gained were just a fraction of the points he had gained in the first 2 days he entered the Middle Realm. It seemed like the incident at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base will be the highlight of Duanling Tian's time in the Middle Realm this month. It'd be difficult for him to gain as many points as he did before. In less than half a day, the person that ranked behind him managed to close the gap by more than 30 points. He's catching up to Duanling Tian. I wonder if Duanling Tian will be able to make it into the top 10 in the end. Wan Qingqing just appeared on the scoreboard 2 days ago, but she's already ranked in the top 30. Over these few days, she's progressing much faster than Duanling Tian. It seems like Duanling Tian is not as lucky as Wan Qingqing. Well, I don't know if he's stronger than Wan Qingqing, but I know for sure Wan Qingqing is faster than him. Her speed is among the fastest after all. Duanling Tian's progress was rather slow over the past few days while Wan Qingqing was progressing rapidly. Therefore, she began to draw a lot of attention. Apart from the top 6 participants, she was now the participant with the fastest progress. It seems like those 6 will continue to occupy the top 6 positions this month. The 6 participants occupying the top 6 places had been consistently ranking in the top 6 over the past few years. These people were Wang Tai from the Martial Battle Mansion, Yi Qiufeng from the Dazzling Moon Mansion, Shimen Haoshuan from the Red Leaves Mansion, Zhuge Yunqi from the Vast Sky Mansion, and Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion. They are too strong. It's impossible to displace them from the top 6 places. Initially, I thought Duanling Tian would be able to make it into the top 6. However, based on the current situation, it seemed like I was too naive. Duanling Tian? He's really strong, but he's not strong enough to rank in the top 6. That's right. In my opinion, it's already an amazing feat if he's able to rank in the top 10. In many people's opinion, Duanling Tian's outstanding performance was short-lived. 2 days later, he slowly faded out of the minds of the people from various grade 6 celestial mansions. The people of the profound Nether Mansion were of the opinion that it would be considered good enough if Duanling Tian managed to rank in the top 10, let alone the top 6. After all, it had been almost a year since any disciple from the profound Nether Mansion managed to rank in the top 20. They would be satisfied even if Duanling Tian only ranked in the top 20. It seems like Duanling Tian was just joking when he said that his goal was to rank first, a profound Nether Mansion disciple said with a sigh. Why did you take his words seriously? Do you think those 6 people are pushovers? Let alone those 6 people. Duanling Tian might not even be a match for Wan Qingqing, who's been on the rise recently, another disciple said as he shook his head. Meanwhile, Qi Tianming, an inspector of the Nether Profound Mansion, was not surprised when he discovered Duanling Tian had dropped from 5th to 7th place. I hope that boy will make it into the top 10. He did not expect Duanling Tian to rank in the top 6. He only wished Duanling Tian would rank in the top 10. After all, he did not think Duanling Tian could maintain his position at the 5th place due to the method he used to obtain those points. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Wan Qingqing, a middle-aged man in fiery red long robes, faintly smiled as he stared at the green figure in the distance. I didn't expect us to meet again. The green figure who was now standing across from the middle-aged man was none other than Wan Qingqing, an inner court disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. Yun Yen. Wan Qingqing was no stranger to the middle-aged man. He was Yun Yen, a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion who was regularly ranked in the top 10. Before she entered the Middle Realm, she remembered seeing Yun Yen ranked at the 13th place. Last month, she had fought Yun Yen. She had tried to use her speed to her advantage, but she could not gain an edge over him. She was faster, but he was stronger. In the end, both of them fought to a deadlock. For that reason, they gave up on fighting since they knew it would go nowhere. 2 hours ago, I received a message saying your progress is only second to that group of 6 people. You weren't even ranked on the scoreboard, but you've now entered the top 30, Yun Yen said. I was just lucky, Wan Qingqing replied indifferently. Yun Yen was not offended by her indifference. After all, the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qingqing was famously known as an Ice Queen. Congratulations, Yun Yen said before he made a move to leave. Based on their fight last month, He felt it was unnecessary to fight with her. None of them could gain an advantage over the other, after all. He was certain Wan Qingqing shared the same opinion as well. Therefore, he was surprised when Wan Qingqing flashed and appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Yun Yen frowned slightly as he said, "Wan Qingqing, do you think you're capable of eliminating me? If your strength has improved, I'm willing to fight you. Otherwise, let's not waste our time here." Last month, their battle lasted half a day. It ended up being a waste of time. Therefore, he had no intention of wasting his time this time around. "My strength didn't improve," Wan Qingqing replied honestly. "Then stop wasting my time." Yun Yen grew impatient. He had thought Wan Qingqing had stopped him because she had grown stronger. Swoosh! As soon as Yun Yen finished speaking, a figure appeared out of nowhere like a ghost next to Wan Qingqing. The figure belonged to a handsome purple-clad young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. Wan Qingqing and the young man looked like a match made in heaven when they stood together. Yun Yen narrowed his eyes, and his heart skipped a beat when he saw the purple-clad young man. No wonder she stopped me. She's joined forces with another person. He had heard of Wan Qingqing joining forces with Hung Feng, but he knew Hung Feng had been eliminated by Duanling Tian. He did not expect her to join forces with another person after Hung Feng was eliminated. An ominous feeling rose in Yun Yan's heart. Since Wan Qingqing was willing to join forces with this young man, he was certain the young man was not a pushover. His eyes instinctively shifted to the identity token hanging from the young man's waist. His eyes widened and his expression changed drastically when he discovered the identity of the purple-clad young man. Duanling Tian? Over the past 10 days, most people in Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory had heard about Duanling Tian. As a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion, he had naturally heard about Duanling Tian as well. Yun Yen shifted his gaze back to Wan Qingqing and said in disbelief, "Wan Qingqing, you've joined forces with Duanling Tian." Duanling Tian thought to himself, "It's been 2 days. It's time for me to make a move." Duanling Tian had learned from Wan Qingqing through voice transmission that Yun Yen was a regular in the top 10. He was rather strong and Wan Qingqing had been unable to eliminate him. Realization dawned on Yun Yen. He knew now why Wan Qingqing had blocked his path. She had joined forces with Duanling Tian. "Duanling Tian, I'm one of the core disciples of the Magic Cloud Mansion. I've heard a lot about you recently." Yun Yen cupped his hands together and greeted Duanling Tian. Since Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Mansion, whose strength was on par with him, was eliminated by Duanling Tian, he knew Duanling Tian was not to be taken lightly. Faced with Duanling Tian, the best course of action for him was to escape. His speed was on par with Tan Yuan's speed. He was of the opinion that Tan Yuan could have escaped from Duanling Tian if Tan Yuan was not careless. Therefore, he thought he would be able to escape Duanling Tian as well. However, this was only under the premise that Wan Qingqing was not around. Although he was stronger than Wan Qingqing, his speed was inferior to Wan Qingqing's speed. If she decided to hinder him, it would be almost impossible for him to escape. He thought to himself, Wan Qingqing comprehends the law of wood, and her speed is incredibly fast. Both of their combined strength is enough to fight any of the top 6 directions celestial dukes in the Middle Realm. Duanling Tian nodded slightly in response to Yun Yan's words before he said, "Brace yourself. We're going to make a move now." Following Duanling Tian's words, a burst of green light surged out of Wan Qingqing's body before she was shrouded in green flames that illuminated her curvaceous body and almost perfect features. Under normal circumstances, Yun Yan would have admired the beauty before him, but now was clearly not the right time. He smiled wryly as he said, "There's no need for you to make a move. I surrender." Yun Yan was aware that he was not a match for Duanling Tian and Wan Qingqing if they joined forces. After all, the duo's combined strength was enough to challenge any of the top 6 participants in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, he did not doubt Duanling Tian's identity. An identity token could not be faked after all. Therefore, he chose to surrender. "Duanling Tian, visit me at the Magic Cloud Mansion if you have the time. Let's have a drink together," Yun Yan said with a smile as he brought his accumulative point jade out. It would only benefit him to befriend a monstrous genius like Duanling Tian after all. At the same time, Duanling Tian sent a voice transmission to Wan Qingqing. If you don't collect his points, there's no need for us to work together anymore. Wan Qingqing was briefly stunned when she heard Duanling Tian's words. She had planned to move further away so Yunyan's points would go to Duanling Tian. However, after she heard his words, she dismissed that idea. After all, she knew Duanling Tian was a man of his words. Duanling Tian cast the law of space's teleportation profundity and moved away so Wan Qingqing could collect the points. Before the duo ran into Yunyan, Wan Qingqing could deal with the people they encountered. As per the rules they had agreed on, she had rights to the points. However, she had given some of the points to Duanling Tian as well. For this reason, Duanling Tian was adamant about her collecting Yunyan's points. After Wan Qingqing collected the points, she said solemnly, "The next time we run into an opponent who requires both of us to deal with, the points will go to you. If you refuse, then there's no need for us to work together." Duanling Tian smiled faintly. There was no change in his expression. However, inwardly he was rather moved. Wan Qingqing and him were similar in the sense that they would not take advantage of people. "How many points do you have now?" "I remember Yunyan had more than 200 points and ranked 13th on the scoreboard previously." Duanling Tian was curious. He wondered if Yunyan had collected more points than him. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Wan Qingqing checked her points in the accumulative point jade. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief when she saw her current points. Her current points had surpassed Duanling Tian's points. 364 points. Not bad. Duanling Tian smiled faintly. It seems like Yunyan accumulated many points over the last 2 days. Unfortunately for him, his points became ours. "You would have made it into the top 3 if you had collected his points," Wan Qingqing said as she regarded Duanling Tian with a complicated expression. She knew it would be difficult for them to run into opponents like Yunyan, who had accumulated so many points in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, even if one was incredibly strong, one still had to be lucky enough to run into opponents. Who knows? Maybe the next opponent we run into would have more points than Yunyan, Duanling Tian said lightly. Based on his nonchalant appearance, it was clear he did not care about the points that he had given to Wan Qingqing. Upon hearing these words, Wan Qingqing's eyes seemed to soften when she looked at Duanling Tian. In the sites of the transporting formations in the Martial Battle Mansion's estate, a commotion suddenly broke out when everyone saw the recent change on the scoreboard. "Look at the 7th place on the scoreboard. Heavens! Is this real? How shocking!" The elders and disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion discovered that apart from Wang Tai, a disciple, another one of the mansion's disciples had also entered the top 10. Moreover, the person had taken over Duanling Tian's place on the scoreboard. Duanling Tian had dropped from 7th to 8th place. The person who ranked 7th now was none other than the inner court disciple, Wan Qingqing. "How did senior sister Wan manage to rank 7th? A disciple asked in shock. An observant disciple exclaimed, "Look. Yunyan, the core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion, who was ranked 10th, has disappeared from the scoreboard. Senior sister Wan must have eliminated him." Yunyan, the core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion? If I'm not mistaken, he's the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Magic Cloud Mansion, right? Although senior sister Wan is faster than Yunyan, there's no doubt Yunyan is stronger than her. When they fought last month, neither could gain an advantage over the other, so the fight was a draw. In such a short time, senior sister Wan is already capable of defeating him. Perhaps Yunyan was injured when senior sister Wan ran into him? That would explain how she managed to get the upper hand. Regardless, our Martial Battle Mansion now has 2 disciples who are ranked in the top 10. This seems to be her highest ranking ever. It's likely that she'll be made a core disciple after this. The requirements to become a core disciple varied from Celestial Mansion to Celestial Mansion. For example, the Profound Nether Mansion's Zhou Hongjie was a core disciple, but the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qingqing was only an inner court disciple even though she was stronger than Zhou Hongjie. This was due to the bar that the Martial Battle Mansion's Wang Tai had set. Although her speed was on par with Wang Tai's speed in other regards, she paled in comparison. It was inevitable that the higher-ups would compare her to Wang Tai. However, after her recent performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it seemed likely that she might become the second core disciple in the martial battle mansion who was below the stage of a celestial king. In the sites of the transporting formations on the Magic Cloud Mansion's estate. In contrast to the excitement in the martial battle mansion, the atmosphere in the Magic Cloud Mansion was heavy and solemn. The people present on the scene shifted their attention to Yun Yan as soon as he appeared, so they had not seen the recent change on the scoreboard. It was also for this reason they assumed Yun Yan was eliminated by one of the top 6 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They were understandably shocked when they discovered he was eliminated by the martial battle mansion's Wan Qingqing. Senior Yun Yan, is Wan Qingqing really capable of eliminating you? Yun Yan, Wan Qingqing should be weaker than you, right? How's it possible that she was able to eliminate you? The elders and disciples present were perplexed. They could not help but feel skeptical when they saw Wan Qingqing had eliminated Yun Yan. A wry smile appeared on Yun Yan's face as he replied, "Well, Wan Qingqing wouldn't have been able to eliminate me if she were alone. I was eliminated by her and Duan Ling Tian." Yun Yan's words shocked the members of the Magic Cloud Mansion. Wan Qingqing is working with Duan Ling Tian? The profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian? Yun Yan, is it really Duan Ling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion? A bitter smile appeared on Yun Yan's face when he heard all the questions. Apart from the profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian, who else in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is capable of such a feat? The people on the scene inhaled sharply upon hearing Yun Yan's words. Wan Qingqing is actually working together with Duan Ling Tian? Although Duan Ling Tian's speed is slightly slower than hers, he's strong enough to breach the defenses of the martial battle mansion's Hung Feng. In the past, Hung Feng's defenses were only considered second tier in the middle realm. However, after he comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity, his defenses can be considered top tier. That's right. Even then, Duan Ling Tian managed to breach his defenses. Wan Qingqing makes up for his shortcomings and vice versa. It's indeed smart of them to work together. Their combined strength is enough to threaten those 6 people. For a moment, the elders and disciples of the Magic Cloud Mansion shifted their attention to the top 6 places on the scoreboard. The 6 people who occupied the top 6 spots had consistently maintained their ranks over the past few years. Over the years, there were people who joined forces, thinking they would be able to defeat the top 6 participants. Alas, none of them had succeeded. They wondered if this time Wan Qingqing and Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat any one of the top 6 participants by joining forces and break their winning streaks. They were eager to see the outcome. After all, the top 6 participants were not only strong, but they were mysterious as well. I wonder how they hooked up. After all, Wan Qingqing is from the Martial Battle Mansion while Duan Ling Tian is from the Profound Nether Mansion. What do you mean by hookup? They're working together. I thought I heard Wan Qingqing was working together with Hung Feng before Hung Feng was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. At that time, Wan Qingqing managed to escape. Maybe they decided to work together at that time. I don't think so. When Duan Ling Tian was waiting outside the fire-glazed mansion's base, Wan Qingqing was nowhere to be seen. Maybe they ran into each other later on and decided to join forces. I agree. It did not take long before news of Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qingqing joining forces spread from the Magic Cloud Mansion to the other Grade 6 celestial mansions. It did not take long before the top 6 participants in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm also received word about Wan Qingqing and Duan Ling Tian from the higher-ups from their respective celestial mansions. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a lonely figure stood unmoving at the peak of a dangerous mountain ridge. The figure belonged to a handsome, tall, and well-built young man who was dressed in a long crimson robe. The wind flew against the robe, causing it to flutter in the air like blood rippling in the sky. Duan Ling Tian joined forces with Wan Qingqing? Interesting. The corner of his lips lifted up in a smirk as his eyes glinted. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang in the air. The surface of the calm lake was disturbed as a skinny figure shot out of the lake. The figure belonged to a good-looking young man who looked gentle like a scholar. A faint smile appeared on his face as he murmured, Duan Ling Tian? Wan Qingqing. I hope I run into them. I need some excitement after all. After he finished speaking, he left like a streak of light. In the sky above a forest, a figure descended domineeringly, frightening his opponent. Wang Tai, I surrender. Crack. The frightened participant hastily shattered his accumulative point jade. The figure seemed divine as surging flames shrouded his body. He muttered to himself, Junior sister Qing Qing actually joined forces with the profound nether mansion's Duanling Tian? In a cave on the wall of a canyon, a figure sat cross-legged with his eyes closed as though he was waiting for something or someone. The figure belonged to a young man dressed in a long gray robe. Strangely, despite his youthful experience, he had a head full of long white hair. Moreover, even his eyes were white. Ding! A soft sound rang in the air. At some point, a coin had appeared in his hand, and he was flipping it. After the coin landed accurately in his palm, he murmured, It seems like I'm not fated to meet with Duanling Tian this month. He sighed softly before he closed his eyes again. It was clear he had no intention of leaving the cave. The profound Nether Mansion disciple who killed Gong Sun Jing teamed up with the martial battle mansion's Wan Qing Qing. In the sky above a field of ice, a black-clad young man who was flying suddenly came to a stop when he received a message. His eyes narrowed as he scoffed. Even if you join forces with Wan Qing Qing, it's useless. You'll definitely die if we meet. Since the profound Nether Mansion treats Duanling Tian as their hope, I'll stomp out their hope. His eyes shone with killing intent as he continued on his flight. It would be great if I ran into Duanling Tian and Wan Qing Qing. Otherwise, I'd be bored. A swift figure flew in the sky above a mountain range. His eyes brightened when he received news of Duanling Tian and Wan Qing Qing working together. It would be boring to run into those 5 people. It's not like they can eliminate me, and I can't eliminate them either. They're the only people I can fight without holding back. Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to fight unreservedly with Duanling Tian and Wan Qing Qing as well. How exciting! I really hope I'll run into them. Meanwhile, the profound Nether Mansion was shocked when they received news about Duanling Tian and Wan Qing Qing's collaboration. Duanling Tian teamed up with Wan Qing Qing? They eliminated the Magic Cloud Mansion's Wan Qing Qing. Why did Duanling Tian concede the points to Wan Qing Qing though? As it turns out, this is the reason Duanling Tian's points stagnated over the past 2 days. He must have given the points to Wan Qing Qing. A hero always has a weakness for beauty. Even Duanling Tian isn't an exception. Most of the elders and disciples were of the opinion that Wan Qing Qing was taking advantage of Duanling Tian. Regardless, they did not say much. After all, it was Duanling Tian's choice. Moreover, even if he continued to concede points to Wan Qing Qing, his current achievement was more than enough to make the profound Nether Mansion proud. Meanwhile, Qi Tianming, an inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, felt slightly exasperated when he heard this news. Is that lad infatuated with the martial battle mansion's Wan Qing Qing? He was rather worried, so he quickly sent Duanling Tian a message. Lad, don't forget your test. Wan Qing Qing isn't human. Who knows what intentions she harbors? It's best if you can maintain a distance, lest she betrays you. Please don't foolishly give up your points to her. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Old Qi, Duanling Tian was dumbfounded when he received Qi Tianming's message. He smiled wryly and shook his head helplessly. Qi Tianming was unaware that he had joined forces with Wan Qing Qing quite a while ago, and if it were not for her, he might not have been able to eliminate Tan Yuan. Due to her information, he had successfully eliminated Tan Yuan. Therefore, he owed her a favor. How could it be considered as him foolishly giving up his points to her? Now that he had given her Yunyan's points, he no longer owed her. This also meant the subsequent points they obtained would be distributed per their agreement. At this moment, Wan Qing Qing's voice transmission rang in his ears. Word has gotten out that we're working together. Both of them usually maintained quite a distance when they traveled. However, their divine consciousness was linked. In case of an attack on either one of them, the other would be able to make a move immediately. That's not unexpected, Duanling Tian replied through voice transmission. At this moment, his eyes narrowed as he stared ahead. It was as though he had sensed something. Swoosh! A figure shrouded in green energy was flying in another direction. However, when it discovered Duan Tian's presence, it switched direction and made its way over to Duan Tian immediately. Duan Tian, the figure called out coldly. Based on its voice, the figure clearly belonged to a man. His speed was faster than Duan Tian but slower than Wan Qingqing. His speed was considered second tier in the middle realm with the likes of the fire-glazed mansions Tan Yuan and the magic cloud mansions Yun Yen. The man's eyes shone with killing intent when he appeared, blocking Duan Tian's path. His voice was cold as he said, Duan Tian, you managed to eliminate last month by sneaking an attack. Today, I, Lu Ji, will kill you to clear my reputation. Lu Ji, Duan Tian recognized the man who suddenly appeared before him immediately. When he eliminated Lu Ji last month, he did not even need to borrow the strength of the 5 divine elements. He had swiftly and easily eliminated Lu Ji with his own strength. Naturally, he knew the elimination was so swift partly because Lu Ji had been careless. It was too late for Lu Ji when Lu Ji realized he had underestimated Duan Tian. Lu Ji. Wan Qingqing had come to a halt in the distance when Duan Tian stopped moving as well. Since she was standing far away, and also because Lu Ji did not bother to scan his surroundings, he did not notice her presence. He wants to kill Duan Tian? She could hear the two men's conversation even though she was standing far away. She was rendered speechless by Lu Ji's words. Lu Ji was not even as powerful as she was, but he thought he could kill Duan Tian? If she was capable of killing or defeating Duan Tian, would Hung Feng even be eliminated? It seems like the rumors are true. Lu Ji doesn't have the best character, and he's not very popular in the Hanqing mansion. News has already spread about us working together and eliminating the magic cloud mansion's Yun Yen, but it's clear no one has informed him about it. Moreover, it seems like he's also unaware that you've eliminated the fire-glazed mansion's Tan Yuan. Wan Qingqing sent a voice transmission to Duan Tian. She had come to this conclusion because she knew if Lu Ji were aware of all these things, he would not dare to act so arrogantly in front of Duan Tian. I'd like to see how you're planning to kill me. Duan Tian remained indifferent when faced with Lu Ji's killing intent. Duan Tian's indifference further enraged Lu Ji. You won't be as lucky this time around. As soon as Lu Ji finished speaking, he charged at Duan Tian, shrouded in green energy like a predator lunging at its prey. Swoosh swoosh. Swoosh. Numerous wind blades appeared in the air immediately. Lu Ji moved at top speed as he charged out with the wind blades. He had cast all the profundities from the law of wind he had comprehended in his first attack. The wind blades fell on Duan Tian like the rain. Meanwhile, Duan Tian unhurriedly raised one of his hands. A crisp sound rang in the air as a spatial tear appeared in front of the wind blades. Swoosh! A gray sword ray shot out and circled Duan Tian as it pulsed with energy. Soon enough, a golden flame surged out and shrouded the gray sword ray. At this point, the wind blades were less than 10 meters away from Duan Tian. Although they were in Duan Tian's space territory that contained the law of space's distortion profundity, it could not completely nullify the fierce wind blades. For a moment, it seemed as though the wind blades had the advantage as they continued to advance. Upon seeing this, Lu Ji smirked. It was as though he could already see the scene of Duan Tian dying. Go! Despite the wind blades being in close proximity to him, Duan Tian remained nonchalant. He waved his hand again as the gray sword ray shot out like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! The golden flames surged angrily from the gray sword ray as it sailed in the air, looking immensely powerful. Soon enough, it collided with the numerous wind blades. The two forces seemed to be at a stalemate for a brief moment. Then, the golden flames slowly dimmed and the wind blades were completely destroyed. Lu Ji's eyes widened in shock, disbelief, and horror as he cried out, "Impossible!" The gray saber ray continued on its flight toward Lu Ji as Lu Ji watched on helplessly. No matter how impossible it seemed, he could not deny the truth before his eyes. His energy surged as he mobilized his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the wind elemental profundity, trying to dodge the gray sword ray. Swoosh! 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 Lu Ji moved like the wind and narrowly escaped the gray sword ray. However, before he could catch his breath, his expression changed drastically. At this moment, he saw a figure appeared a few dozen meters away from him like a ghost. It was none other than Duan Tian, who had teleported close to Lu Ji. Restraining profundity. Before Lu Ji reacted, Duan Tian cast the law of space's restraining profundity to confine Lu Ji. You think you're able to restrain me? How funny. Lu Ji quickly regained his composure despite being held captive in Duan Tian's space. He sneered as the green energy around him stirred before forming hundreds and thousands of wind blades. As soon as the wind blades shot out, the outline of the invisible cage that held Lu Ji burned with a golden flame, illuminating its outline. The golden flames were translucent so Duan Tian and Lu Ji could still see each other. It's time to end this. As soon as the golden flames appeared on the edges of the space, Wan Qingqing knew the fight was about to end. Therefore, she appeared next to Duan Tian. Wan Qingqing. Lu Ji was taken aback when he saw Wan Qingqing appearing next to Duan Tian. It seemed like she had no intention of attacking Duan Tian at all. His expression changed drastically. It was not hard to figure out that Wan Qingqing and Duan Tian were working together. The wind blades raged in the space Lu Ji was confined in. They attacked the prison ceaselessly. Alas, even after Lu Ji exerted all his strength, the prison remained firm. Shock, disbelief, and fear flitted across his face. How is this possible? How's Duan Tian so powerful? If he had known Duan Tian was so powerful, he would not have made a fuss when he saw Duan Tian despite how much he hated Duan Tian for eliminating him last month. Duan Tian glanced at Lu Ji and said tonelessly, even the fire-glazed mansion's Tan Yuan couldn't break free. Do you really think you'd be able to break free? Tan Yuan? Lu Ji's body stiffened upon hearing these words. Why you eliminated Tan Yuan. The fire-glazed mansion's Tan Yuan usually ranked in the top 10 on the scoreboard. The few times he had run into Tan Yuan, he was eliminated by Tan Yuan. Although his speed was not inferior to Tan Yuan's speed, Tan Yuan was stronger than him. Why are you so uninformed? Currently, almost everyone outside and possibly inside of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm knows about this. Did no one inform you about it? Do you not know that I currently have more than 300 points? And I rank 8th on the scoreboard? Duan Tian asked as he feigned surprise. With every word Duan Tian said, Lu Ji's face darkened even more. His attacks had unconsciously weakened as well. At this moment, Wan Qingqing chimed in, I rank 7th at this moment. However, it's all due to his help that I'm able to rise so high. We even joined forces to eliminate the Magic Cloud Mansion's Yun Yen. Duan Tian was slightly taken aback that Wan Qingqing had spoken up. After spending time with her, he knew she was a taciturn person. However, despite her cold demeanor, he knew she was a warm person inside. Even then, he did not expect her to speak up. As soon as Wan Qingqing finished speaking, Lu Ji stopped attacking immediately as he hastily brought out his accumulative point Jade. Alas, before Lu Ji could shatter his accumulative point Jade and leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a green figure shot toward him at a frightening speed. Whoosh! At this moment, it felt as though time stood still. Before Lu Ji could shatter his accumulative point Jade, the green figure had snatched it away from him. Swoosh! Wan Qingqing's afterimage had not disappeared when she appeared next to Duan Tian again with Lu Ji's accumulative point Jade in her hands. Before Wan Qingqing revealed herself, Duan Tian had already reminded her to keep a close eye on Lu Ji. He had instructed her to snatch Lu Ji's accumulative point Jade away if Lu Ji tried to shatter it. She was not confident she could stop Lu Ji in time from a distance, so she had moved to stand next to Duan Tian. At this distance, she was confident she would be able to snatch the accumulative point Jade away before Lu Ji could do anything. From the moment she appeared next to Duan Tian, she had been watching Lu Ji closely. As soon as she saw Lu Ji bringing out his accumulative point Jade and was about to shatter it, she easily snatched it away from him. Since Lu Ji no longer had his accumulative point Jade, he could no longer leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Heaven unless he returned to the Hanqing Mansion's base. However, how was he supposed to return to Hanqing Mansion's base when he was being restrained by Duan Tian? Even if he was not restrained by Duan Tian, How could he escape with Wan Qingqing around? Wan Qingqing's speed was superior to his, after all. Lu Ji began to tremble and his eyes widened in fear as he looked at his accumulative point jade in Wan Qingqing's hand. Let me give you one piece of advice, Duanling Tian said evenly. In your next life, before you seek revenge, it's best if you determine your opponent's strength first. Otherwise, you'll only end up dead. A sneer appeared on his face when he finished speaking. Swoosh! The gray sword ray shot out again toward Lu Ji, who was frightened to death. Before he could even contemplate kneeling and begging for mercy, he was already killed. His mouth was slightly open, and his eyes were filled with horror at the moment of his death. Subsequently, Wan Qingqing tossed Lu Ji's accumulative point jade in her hand to Duanling Tian before taking a big step back. The accumulative point jade shattered and the points in there went to Duanling Tian. Lu Ji actually managed to accumulate more than 60 points? When Duanling Tian checked his accumulative point jade, he discovered he now had 387 points. Before obtaining Lu Ji's points, he had 322 points. Therefore, it was clear he had obtained 65 points from Lu Ji. Lu Ji, you were really seeking death, Wan Qingqing thought to herself as she briefly looked at Lu Ji's plummeting body. Throughout Duanling Tian and Wan Qingqing's time in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month, none of the opponents they encountered harbored killing intent. For this reason, they did not kill their opponents when they eliminated them. Even when Duanling Tian was eliminating so many people outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, he did not kill anyone. This was enough to prove he was not someone who killed without rhyme or reason. Wan Qingqing understood Duanling Tian's reason for killing Lu Ji. If Duanling Tian and Lu Ji's roles were reversed, Lu Ji would have definitely killed Duanling Tian. At this moment, Duanling Tian, who had collected Lu Ji's spatial ring, called out, "Let's go." Currently, Duanling Tian had already been in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 5 days, while Wan Qingqing had been in there for 7 days. Duanling Tian thought to himself, "I hope we'll run into one of the top 6 participants before Wan Qingqing has to leave." In 3 days, Wan Qingqing would be forcibly sent out of the Middle Realm. Duanling Tian was not certain he would be able to eliminate any of the top 6 participants without Wan Qingqing's help. As they continued on their journey, Wan Qingqing reminded Duanling Tian, although Lu Ji wasn't popular in the Hanqing Mansion, the Hanqing Mansion won't let the matter slide since you killed one of their inner court disciples. I, Duanling Tian, have always lived by one principle: I will never do anything that I'll regret, Duanling Tian replied, clearly not worried. It was as though he saw the Hanqing Mansion as a toothless tiger. Wan Qingqing could tell Duanling Tian was not feigning indifference, and her impression of him rose even more. Meanwhile, the elders and disciples gathered in the sites of the transporting formations in various grade 6 celestial mansions saw Duanling Tian, who was pushed down the scoreboard by Wan Qingqing, rise from 8th place to 7th place again. Duanling Tian suddenly gained 65 points. Who did he eliminate this time? Look, Hanqing Mansion's Lu Ji has disappeared from the scoreboard. Lu Ji? It is Lu Ji again. That's right. Lu Ji was eliminated by Duanling Tian last month as well, right? Yes. Lu Ji is really unlucky. To think he encountered Duanling Tian again. Moreover, he ran into Duanling Tian, who has teamed up with Wan Qingqing. After Lu Ji was eliminated last month, he made no secret about his desire to seek revenge from Duanling Tian. In fact, even people from other grade 6 celestial mansions knew about his intention to seek revenge. Just as Lu Ji had hoped for, it seemed like he was able to meet Duanling Tian. Alas, the result was the same. He was still eliminated by Duanling Tian like last month. Soon enough, news spread from the Hanqing Mansion. I just received word from Hanqing Mansion. Not only was Lu Ji eliminated, but he's dead as well. Duanling Tian killed him. Although Duanling Tian eliminated many disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion at their base, he didn't kill any of them, right? That's right. Apart from Lu Ji, Duanling Tian had only killed one other person in the Middle Realm. That person's from the Azure Green Mansion. However, that's not much of a surprise since the Profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion are hostile toward each other. The disciples from those 2 mansions who meet each other would usually fight to the death. Lu Ji was cruel by nature. He had been furious that Duan Tian had eliminated him last month. I wouldn't put it past him to try to kill Duan Tian. Duan Tian most likely killed him because he tried to kill Duan Tian. Isn't that obvious? Duan Tian didn't kill him when he eliminated him last month. Why would he kill Lu Ji now for no reason? Although the people from the other Grade 6 celestial mansions were not familiar with Duan Tian, based on his past actions, they knew he was not someone who would kill without reason. In fact, even those from the Han Qing mansion shared similar opinions. Nevertheless, by killing Lu Ji, Duan Tian had firmly pitted himself against the Han Qing mansion. Therefore, if they met him in the future, they would not be friendly to him even if they had no intention to fight to the death with him. Time passed as the rankings on the scoreboard kept changing. Even the names in the top 10 kept changing, especially the 9th and the 10th place. However, the 7th and 8th place remained unchanged. They were firmly occupied by Duan Tian and Wan Qingqing respectively. Nevertheless, their points kept increasing as time passed. At this point, there was a difference of almost 100 points between the 8th and 9th place. Apart from that, the difference between the 6th and 9th place was almost 200 points. Duan Tian, the points of the person who's ranked 6th is far ahead of you and they're increasing faster than yours. I can only stay here for another day. If we still don't run into any top-ranking participants, I'm afraid your ranks won't be able to rise any more this month, Wan Qingqing said. 2 days had passed since Duan Tian killed Lu Ji. This meant that Wan Qingqing had already spent 9 days in the middle realm of the southern heaven, ancient heaven. She would be sent out even if she was not eliminated after 10 days. Although Duan Tian and Wan Qingqing encountered several people in the past 2 days, their opponents were not top scorers. They were not even ranked in the top 50. The point difference between you and the person in 6th place is 196 points. Wan Qingqing was privy to this information because she was constantly informed about the changes of the scoreboard. 196 points? Duan Tian frowned. Over the past 2 days, his points had grown from 380 to 435, and yet there was still such a big gap between him and the person in 6th place? That's the biggest gap for you. In fact, the current person in the 1st place only has 266 points more than you. The top 6 participants usually don't have a big gap between their points. This has been the case over the past few years. Any one of them could take the 1st spot. It depended more on their luck than their strength at this point. My points are 196 points behind the 6th place, but only 266 points behind the 1st? Duan Tian's eyes glinted. Similarly, it seemed like he had to depend on luck to improve his rank as well. If he was unlucky and did not encounter anyone, he would be stuck in 7th place. When they were passing through a mountain range, a voice rang out. Wan Qingqing. The distant voice seemed to draw closer and closer as it continued to say, then that person next to you should be Duan Tian, right? Duan Tian and Wan Qingqing stopped moving immediately and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a handsome young man flying toward them. At this moment, Wan Qingqing said, "It seems like we're rather lucky after all. He's Shimin Haoxian, a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion." A figure stopped Duan Tian and Wan Qingqing above a mountainous terrain before sizing Duan Tian with great interest. At the same time, Duan Tian could feel the person in front of him quickly probing him with his divine consciousness. "You're really less than 100 years old. Duan Tian, are you really from the Southern Heaven territory?" The handsome young man exclaimed as he looked at Duan Tian curiously. "Sort of," Duan Tian replied. "Sort of." Shimin Haoxian, the green-clad young man who was a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion, frowned slightly upon hearing Duan Tian's reply. His curiosity seemed to deepen even more as he said solemnly, "Be clear with your words. I can explain in detail, but first, crush your accumulative point jade and leave. After that, you can come to the profound nether mansion to look for me, and I'll explain it all to you," Duan Tian said with a faint smile on his face. "Ridiculous." Shimin Haoxian shook his head. "Well, we'll just have to see if teaming up with Wan Qingqing makes you strong enough to claim my points." Duan Tian was only casually responding to Shimin Haoxian earlier. He, naturally, knew it was impossible for Shimin Haoxian to give up his points for the sake of curiosity. The atmosphere turned tense as soon as Shimin Haoshuan finished speaking. At the same time, Wan Qingqing's voice transmission rang in Duanling Tian's ears. Duanling Tian? Shimin Haoxian didn't comprehend any of the 5 elemental laws or their derivative laws like the law of ice and thunder. He didn't comprehend any of the 4 supreme laws as well. After listening to Wan Qingqing's words, Duanling Tian speculated inwardly, could he have comprehended the law of destruction? The law of destruction was rather unique. It was not derived from the 5 elemental laws, nor was it one of the 4 supreme laws. Unlike the 5 elements laws, but similar to the 4 divine laws, it could not be comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities. Certainly, it was much easier to comprehend compared to the 4 supreme laws. In fact, the comprehension difficulty was similar to the 5 elemental laws. Strength-wise, it was more powerful than the 5 elemental laws. Only the law of thunder and ice, which were known as the 2 most powerful elemental laws, could compare to it. Duanling Tian recalled the information about the law of destruction that he had come across when he was in the Simplicity Sect's library. The law of destruction is born when one is extremely focused on offensive techniques. For example, sword cultivators, saber cultivators, and rod cultivators who are incredibly focused on offensive techniques have a high chance of comprehending the law of destruction. With these thoughts in mind, Duanling Tian's expression grew solemn as he looked at Shimin Haoxian. After all, based on their incredible focus on offensive techniques, it could be seen that those who were capable of comprehending the law of destruction had an incredibly strong will. How could they be ordinary? Duanling Tian, shall we make a bet? Shimin Haoxian suddenly asked. What bet? Duanling Tian asked as his eyes lit up. He was clearly very interested. If I manage to eliminate you and Wan Qingqing, you have to tell me about your origin. If you manage to eliminate me, I'll give you a floating image pearl that contains the battle of 2 celestial kings who had comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space. What do you think? Shimin Haoxian did not waste time and immediately stated the stakes of the bet. A floating image pearl that contains the recording of the battle between 2 celestial kings who had comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up as soon as he heard Shimin Haoxian's words. A floating image pearl like that was very useful to him. It would be able to help his comprehension of the transportation profundity and the other 2 profundities from the law of space. For this reason, he did not hesitate to reply, Okay. Good. You're very straightforward. Shimin Haoxian laughed heartily upon hearing Duanling Tian's reply. Then, he said with a smile, Duanling Tian, no matter who's eliminated, I'll visit the profound nether mansion in the future to have a drink with you. I hope you won't refuse me. All right? Duanling Tian replied with a smile. He had a rather good impression of Shimin Haoxian based on his character. Based on your team composition, I assume Wan Qingqing is in charge of distracting or restraining me while you attack, right? Just to be safe, I won't wait for you to strike first. Shimin Haoxian said before he quickly made the first move. Whoosh! Shimin Haoxian stirred up a gust of wind as he shot toward Duanling Tian like a fired arrow. When Shimin Haoxian charged toward Duanling Tian could feel a sharp and fierce aura from Shimin Haoxian as though Shimin Haoxian was not human but a sharp weapon instead. Swoosh! Shimin Haoxian's body seemed as flexible as a snake. However, when he drew close to Duanling Tian, he suddenly stiffened. In just a blink of an eye, a black energy surged out and transformed into a huge energy sword that shrouded him. Then he waved his right hand lightly before a black sword ray with a destructive aura and terrifying sword intent shot toward Duanling Tian. With this one strike, heaven and earth seemed to tremble. In the past, Duanling Tian had obtained the legacy of a sword powerhouse, Feng Qingyan, in the mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. For this reason, he was quite an accomplished swordsman. Although he could not compare to Shimin Haoxian, he could sense the strength of Shimin Haoxian's attack. The ferocious black sword ray shot out in the sky as though it could tear the void open. Duanling Tian felt chills running up his spine when he saw the fierce sword ray headed his way. With just a thought, he teleported away with the law of space's teleportation profundity. Swoosh! Duanling Tian reappeared 100 meters away from Shimin Haoxian's back in just an instant. His robes fluttered in the air as he quickly created a space territory with the territory profundity. The air in the territory thrummed and rippled immediately. No wonder the teleportation profundity is known as an unpredictable movement profundity. It's truly impossible to guard against. Shimin Haoxian did not seem surprised that his attack missed. After all, Duanling Tian would be unworthy of his fame if he could not even dodge his first strike. Watch out for my next attack. Shimin Haoxian's body trembled briefly as the black energy around him expanded. At the same time, a terrifying aura rolled out from his body. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless black sword rays rose from the black energy that shrouded Shimin Haoxian and began to revolve around him. The terrifying aura that he emitted grew even more fearsome. At this moment, it felt as though he could destroy everything that stood in his way. At this moment, Wan Qingqing scoffed softly. Shimin Haoxian's attack was so fast that she almost did not have time to react. Her expression turned cold when she realized Shimin Haoxian had completely disregarded her and was only focused on attacking Duanling Tian. Whoosh! 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 Wan Qingqing stood in the center as a gust of cold and biting wind raged around her before it swept toward Shimin Haoxian. At the same time, an emerald energy surfaced on her skin. It was her celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of Woodswood elemental profundity. Swoosh! 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 The wind whistled as the emerald energy transformed into vines as thick as an adult's arm. The vines shot toward Shimin Haoxian, clearly intending to restrain him. Wan Qingqing, you can't restrain me. Shimin Haoxian smiled indifferently as he looked at the countless vines that were shooting toward him from all directions. At the same time, the black sword rays around him shot out as well. Swoosh! 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 Before the green vines could draw closer to the black sword rays, the green vines were destroyed. However, after the green vines were destroyed, more green vines appeared and shot toward Shimin Haoxian from the back. It's useless. Shimin Haoxian did not seem bothered by Wan Qingqing's attacks at all. With a casual wave of his hand, a sword that was formed from his celestial origin energy and the law of destruction's fundamental profundity, the destructive elemental profundity, appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! Shimin Haoxian waved the sword nonchalantly and cut down the green vines. In just a blink of an eye, the vines withered and turned yellow. At this moment, spots of emerald energy rained down dazzlingly. They landed on the chopped, withered vines and seemed to give them life again. In just a second, the vines reconnected. After that, the vines continued shooting toward Shimin Haoxian and circled him before forming a cage of vines that trapped him inside. Neat trick! Although Shimin Haoxian was trapped in the green vines formed by emerald energy, he was clearly not nervous at all. Although Wan Qingqing's restraints were powerful, they were not enough to trap him. He could easily break them within a few breaths with his full strength. He knew this move consumed a lot of Wan Qingqing's strength, and she would not be able to use this move again in a short time. At that time, he could easily eliminate her. At the moment Shimin Haoxian was about to break free of the restraints, a figure appeared in the cage. In fact, the cage formed from the vines had blocked off all light so he could not see anything outside. However, due to his divine consciousness, he was conscious of what was happening in his surroundings. Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaffected by the cage of vines. For this reason, he could easily teleport into the cage with the law of space's teleportation profundity. Swoosh! 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 As soon as Duanling Tian appeared, Shimin Haoxian could feel the space around him, distorting as energy from the space territory swept over him. Nevertheless, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the destruction elemental profundity surged, turning into black sword rays. The black sword rays spun around him at top speed, keeping the space energy at bay. So the rumors are true after all. Speed is your shortcoming, Shimin Haoxian said bluntly, exposing Duanling Tian's plan, as he looked at Duanling Tian. You're planning to use Wan Qingqing to restrain me, so you can attack me. It's still not too late for you to crush your accumulative point Jade. Otherwise, you might suffer external injuries, Duanling Tian said in response. Once he attacked, Shimin Haoxian would not have time to unleash his full strength to fight since Shimin Haoxian would need time to break free of Wan Qingqing's restraints. He was certain the impact of their attacks would not be able to destroy Wan Qingqing's vines in a short time. However, if he can't defeat Shimin Haoxian quick enough, the vines would certainly be destroyed. Wan Qingqing had also told him she would need to recuperate for half a day before she could use this move again. Therefore, he knew he only had one shot at Shimin Haoxian. Divine Chaos Earth. To be safe, please lend me your strength. In order to defeat Shimin Haoxian as soon as possible before Shimin Haoxian had a chance to exert all his strength, Duanling Tian decided to seek help from the Chaos Divine Earth. The Chaos Divine Earth scoffed upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. Boy, you finally remember me. Although I might not be as great a help as the Profound Divine Metal or the Chaos Divine Fire in terms of offensive strength, it's still comparable to offensive profundities at the rudimentary stage. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening booms rang from within the cage of vines at this moment. Wan Qingqing was drenched in sweat as time passed, trying to maintain the cage of vines with all her might. Not only was the sound thunderous, but the strength was incredibly powerful as well. After only 4 breaths, her face had already turned pale from the overwhelming stress. Just a few breaths have passed, but the shockwave of their attacks is already taking a toll on me. Moreover, Shimin Haoxian's attacks aren't even directed at me. If this continues, I can only hold on for another 6 breaths. At this moment, Wan Qingqing grew anxious when she realized she had underestimated the shockwave from Shimin Haoxian and Duanling Tian's attacks. Just the shockwave alone was comparable to Shimin Haoxian actively trying to break her restraints. She gritted her teeth and tried her best to hold on. She was so focused on maintaining the cage that she had no time to communicate with Duanling Tian through voice transmission or even pay attention to her surroundings. She knew the cage would be destroyed if she was even slightly distracted. She thought to herself bitterly, as it turns out, even if we joined forces, it's still not enough to eliminate Shimin Haoxian. Although Wan Qingqing did not doubt Duanling Tian's strength, she did not think he would be able to defeat Shimin Haoxian within 6 breaths. With Duanling Tian's strength, he would need at least 10 breaths to eliminate Shimin Haoxian, even if Shimin Haoxian did not exert all his strength or utilize speed, which was one of his specialties. Naturally, Wan Qingqing's speculation was based on her understanding of Duanling Tian and Shimin Haoxian's strength. She had been eliminated by Shimin Haoxian once, so she was familiar with his strength. After 5 breaths passed, Wan Qingqing was shocked to discover the shockwave assaulting her vines seemed to have disappeared. The crushing pressure that was bearing down on her had disappeared as well. Wan Qingqing was about to extend her divine consciousness to check what was going on in the cage when a voice rang from within the cage. Thank you for showing mercy. The words sounded sincere. This voice, Wan Qingqing's eyes brightened when she realized the voice belonged to Shimin Haoxian. She quickly withdrew the vines and saw 2 figures standing in front of her. Duanling Tian seemed unharmed. Although his robes were slightly torn, there was no wound on him. On the other hand, Shimin Haoxian had more than 10 wounds on his body. The wound on his chest, in particular, looked terrible. If it had gone several inches deeper, he would have lost his life. Don't forget our bet, Duanling Tian said as he looked at Shimin Haoxian. Don't worry, I will personally bring it to you, Shimin Haoxian said after he caught his breath. He did not look like he had a close brush with death as he smiled at Duanling Tian as though nothing had happened. I'll be waiting for you. Duanling Tian nodded. There's no need for you to wait. I'll ask my junior uncle to bring me to the Profound Nether Mansion once I leave the Middle Realm. By the time you leave the Middle Realm, I should be in the Profound Nether Mansion's estate, Shimin Haoxian said. Since he was a core disciple of the Grade 6 Red Leaves Mansion, there were people notifying him of the changes on the scoreboard. Therefore, he knew when Duanling Tian had entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and could roughly estimate when Duanling Tian had to leave. Let's drink when we meet, Shimin Haoxian said with a smile before he crushed his accumulative point jade. After Shimin Haoxian was sent out of the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duanling Tian took out his accumulative point jade. He was incredibly curious about his current points. Shimin Haoxian had consistently ranked in the top 6 over the past few years in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, he was also ranked first a few times. Before Duanling Tian eliminated Shimin Haoxian naturally ranked above him. He knew Shimin Haoxian was ranked in the top 6, but he did not know Shimin Haoxian's exact rank. After all, the point difference between those people who were ranked in the top 6 was very small, so their ranks changed easily. How many points? Wan Qingqing was equally as curious as Duan Ling Tian. 1207. Duan Ling Tian said with a grin. Wan Qingqing fell into a daze when she saw Duan Ling Tian grinning from ear to ear. This was the first time she had seen him smiling so happily. When she regained her senses, she discovered she was blushing. Then, she hurriedly congratulated him. Congratulations! With your current points, you'll surely rank first on the scoreboard. Based on my knowledge, it has been 12 years since anyone has accumulated more than 1,000 points in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. She continued to say with a smile, by now, those people outside the middle realm and those from the Red Leaves Mansion must be shocked. I bet no one expected you to be capable of eliminating Shimin Haoxian. Just as Wan Qingqing had said, when everyone from the Red Leaves Mansion saw Shimin Haoxian, who had been transported out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they were dumbfounded. Shimin Haoxian was a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion. He was the strongest disciple below the stage of a celestial king in the mansion. In fact, those who were below the stage of a celestial king in grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory did not dare to say they were capable of eliminating Shimin Haoxian. For this reason, the elders and disciples of the Red Leaves Mansion were in disbelief when they saw him. Senior Shimin, what happened? Senior, did those in the top 6 join forces to eliminate you? Since Shimin Haoxian and the other 5 celestial dukes began to consistently rank in the top 6, he had never been eliminated. It's true that I was eliminated by 2 people who joined forces, but they're not any of those 5 people, Shimin Haoxian replied calmly when faced with the people who were looking at him in shock and disbelief. Then he turned to look at the scoreboard and thought to himself with a faint smile on his face when he saw the name ranked at the top, it seems like he'll rank first this month. What an interesting character. Shimin Haoxian did not seem dissatisfied with his elimination at all. He was convinced by Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qingqing's combined forces, even though he knew Wan Qingqing would not have been able to restrain him so easily if he was not careless. Nevertheless, with Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qingqing joining forces, he knew it would be a matter of time before Wan Qingqing managed to restrain him anyway. He continued thinking to himself, unless I can improve my speed to another level, I'm no match for them if they work together. Among the other 5 people, perhaps only Zhuge Yunqi is a match for them. Meanwhile, the members of the Red Leaves Mansion followed Shimin Haoxian's gaze and looked at the scoreboard as well. As expected, there was an uproar when they saw the newest change on the scoreboard. Look, the scoreboard has changed. What? The person who was ranked first has been pushed down to the 2nd place by Duan Ling Tian. The elders and disciples from the Red Leaves Mansion were shocked to see the person who ranked first was not among the 6 10 Directions celestial dukes who consistently ranked in the top 6 over the past few years. Instead, Duan Ling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion was currently ranked first. None of them had expected this. A disciple who regained his senses first cried out, I understand Senior Shimin's words now. As it turns out, it's Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qingqing who eliminated him, not the top 5 10 Directions celestial dukes. Although I thought of the possibility of Duan Ling Tian being a match for the 6 strongest 10 Directions celestial dukes in the middle realm after joining forces with Wan Qingqing, I didn't expect him to eliminate Senior Shimin. That's right. Since they're capable of eliminating Senior Shimin, there's no doubt they're capable of eliminating the other 5 10 Directions celestial dukes as well. Isn't that obvious? After all, Senior Shimin's strength is not inferior to the other 5. The group of elders and disciples felt more at ease when they arrived at the conclusion that Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qingqing were capable of eliminating the other 5 strongest 10 Directions celestial dukes in the middle realm as well. They could only lament Shimin Haoxian's bad luck for encountering the duo. Similarly, there was uproar in the other grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. Duan Ling Tian made it to first place? Is this real? Heavens! Is Duan Ling Tian a monster? It's only his 2nd time in the middle realm, but he has already made it to the top. Apart from that, he has accumulated more than 1,000 points. If nothing out of the ordinary happens, He should be able to maintain his rank until the end of the month. Gongsun Wuji, who had dropped to second place, has slightly more than 700 points. To surpass Duan Tian, he'll need to eliminate Wan Qingqing. It won't help him to eliminate those who are ranked below her. Meanwhile, the people from the profound Nether Mansion were, naturally, ecstatic when they saw the new changes on the scoreboard. I didn't expect that I would live to see the day when a celestial duke from our mansion manages to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Most of the elders and disciples were greatly moved. Their eyes were slightly red as they looked at the first name on the scoreboard. This was a glorious moment for the profound Nether Mansion after all. Regardless if Duan Tian was just hired help or not, there was no changing the fact that the profound Nether Mansion was now ranked first on the scoreboard. Unbelievable! Duan Tian actually made it to the top. Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion has slightly more than 700 points now. If he wants to climb back to the top, he'll have to eliminate Wan Qingqing, a disciple said excitedly. After Shimin Hao Xian was eliminated, Wan Qingqing had risen from 8th place to 7th place. All those who ranked behind her had risen 1 place as well. Eliminate Wan Qingqing? Duan Tian and Wan Qingqing definitely worked together to eliminate Shimin Hao Xian. Do you think Gongsun Wuji is capable of eliminating Wan Qingqing with Duan Tian by her side? Another disciple said confidently. Time's running out for Gongsun Wuji. The only way for him to return to the top is to eliminate Wan Qingqing. If I'm not mistaken, he entered the middle realm earlier than Shimin Hao Xian. He seems to be the first among the 6 to enter the middle realm. For this reason, he has a slight advantage over the others. Many of the elders and disciples thought it would be difficult for Gongsun Wuji to encounter people who had accumulated many points. Seems like Duan Tian's rank for this month is secure. Amazing! Duan Tian is our hero. As news of this continued to spread in the profound Nether Mansion, even elders and disciples who did not usually concern themselves with rankings in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were excited. After all, it had been a few thousand years, at least, since the profound Nether Mansion was ranked first. Meanwhile, a heavy and gloomy atmosphere seemed to loom over the Azure Green Mansion's estate. At this moment, Gongsun Wuji, who had just been sent out of the middle realm because his time was up, appeared in the transporting formation. Fortunately, I'm at the top when I left the middle realm. I wonder if any of those 5 would be able to surpass me this month. Since he had just arrived, he was unaware that Duan Tian had already risen to first place after eliminating Shimin Hao Xian. At the same time, the disciples in the surroundings were fervently discussing the new changes among themselves. I didn't expect Senior Gongsun would lose the first spot. Damn it! Duan Tian wouldn't have been able to eliminate the Red Leaves Mansion's Shimin Hao Xian if he didn't join forces with Wan Qingqing. Senior Gongsun wouldn't have dropped a place as well. I wouldn't feel unresigned if any of the 5 strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes took first place. However, I feel very unresigned that Duan Tian took first place. Upon hearing the conversations in his surroundings, Gongsun Wuji's expression turned unsightly. He quickly looked at the scoreboard and discovered he was now ranked second. Duan Tian was now ranked first with more than 1,000 points after eliminating Shimin Hao Xian. With these points, it seemed like Duan Tian's rank would be unshakable this month. Duan Tian. Gongsun Wuji's eyes burned with killing intent as he looked at the first name on the scoreboard. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In just a blink of an eye, a day had passed. In another 15 minutes, I'll be transported out of the middle realm. You should leave as well. It's impossible for anyone to surpass your points now, Wan Qingqing said to Duan Tian. After eliminating Shimin Hao Xian, Duan Tian and Wan Qingqing had encountered a few other people. He had ceded all the points to her. With the points, Wan Qingqing's rank was rather stable. This was the highest rank she had achieved in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm after all these years. After Wan Qingqing left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Tian returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base. Just as she had said, he was confident he would remain in first place for the month with his current points. He could have stayed in the middle realm to accumulate points, but he knew it was unlikely for him to be able to gain a huge number of points at this point in time. Therefore, it was better for him to save time and leave the middle realm as well. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the base, a group of 10 Direction Celestial Dukes greeted him respectfully and even addressed him as their senior. Since they knew Duan Ling Tian had made it to the top, they naturally admired the young man who was not even 100 years old. Their enthusiasm was not dampened by their assumption that he was just hired by the profound nether mansion to help them. Swoosh! When Duan Ling Tian arrived at one of the sites of the transporting formation in the profound nether mansion's estate, many people were already gathered to wait for his arrival. Hundreds and thousands of eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian as soon as he arrived, and everyone began to cheer. Senior Duan Ling Tian, you're really amazing for obtaining more than 1,000 points. Senior Duan Ling Tian, you'll definitely remain at the top this month with the points you've accumulated. Senior Duan Ling Tian, you're my idol. A group of disciples from the profound nether mansion clamored for Duan Ling Tian's attention. Their eyes were shining brightly when they looked at him. Some female disciples even boldly propositioned him. Senior Duan Ling Tian, I like you. Senior Duan Ling Tian, do you have a cultivation partner? Although Duan Ling Tian had expected a certain degree of attention, he did not expect the profound nether mansion disciples to be so enthusiastic, especially the female disciples. He found it slightly difficult to accept. When did women become so bold? At this moment, an elder stepped forward and blocked the group of clamoring disciples. Duan Ling Tian, I can't believe you eliminated the Red Leaves Mansion's Shimin Hao Xian. I was just fortunate. Duan Ling Tian faintly smiled. I couldn't have eliminated Shiman Hao Xian without Wan Qingqing's help. In the past, many people had tried working together to ruin the winning streak of the 6 strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Middle Realm. However, you and Wan Qingqing are the only ones who have succeeded. There's no need for you to be humble, the elder said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly and politely rejected an invitation by a group of elders before he left the transportation site. After he left, he sighed in relief. The elders were enthusiastically recommending their daughters and granddaughters to him, clearly eager for him to become their son-in-law. He made his way to Qi Tianming's residence where he was temporarily staying. Old Qi, you're back early. Qi Tianming was rather surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Don't you have 2 more days before your days in the Middle Realm are up this month? Wan Qingqing has left, so it's meaningless for me to stay. It'd be better for me to leave early, so I can continue comprehending the law of space. Duan Ling Tian replied. That makes sense. After all, with your score, your rank at the top is secure. Qi Tianming had already learned about Duan Ling Tian ranking first the day before, and had sent him a congratulatory message. I can't believe you really managed to rank first. Before Duan Ling Tian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Qi Tianming did not place much hope in Duan Ling Tian ranking first even if he waited outside the fire-glazed mansion's base. Moreover, there were those 6 monsters who stood between him and the first place. Those 6 10 Directions Celestial Dukes were so strong that nobody could move them from their places over the past few years. Although he had learned about Duan Ling Tian joining forces with Wan Qingqing, he still did not think Duan Ling Tian stood a chance. We were just lucky, Duan Ling Tian said. After his encounter with the Red Leaves Mansion's Shimin Hao Xian, he dared not underestimate the 6 strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He knew if he were to go against them on his own, he would not be able to eliminate them. Naturally, they would not be able to eliminate him as well. After all, their speed was much faster than his. Even with the help from the 3 divine elements, it would be difficult for his attacks to land. At most, he would be able to defend against their attacks. In order to eliminate them, he would have to master the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity from the law of space. It doesn't matter if it's due to luck. The important thing is you manage to rank first this month, Qi Tianming said with a smile. Then his smile waned suddenly as he said, alas, there's no guarantee you'll be able to work with Wan Qingqing again next month since you don't know if you'll be able to meet her in the Middle Realm. Moreover, there's no one in our mansion who has speed comparable to hers. Although he did not witness Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qingqing's battles, it was not difficult for him to deduce that Wan Qingqing's speed played a big part in Duan Ling Tian's success. Otherwise, why would Duan Ling Tian join forces with her? If you manage to work with someone as fast as one Qing every month, it won't be difficult for you to pass the test and become the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, Qi Tianming said with a sigh. He still found it difficult to accept the insurmountable task that the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had set for Duanling Tian, who was not even 100 years old. There's always a solution to a problem. We'll deal with it when the time comes. Contrary to Qi Tianming, Duanling Tian was rather optimistic. Old Qi, I want to visit the coupling celestial sect. Are you free to take me there? Are you planning to meet your friend? Qi Tianming knew Duanling Tian had a good friend named Huang Jialong, who joined the coupling celestial sect due to a misunderstanding that happened previously. Duanling Tian nodded. Sure. I'll take you to the coupling celestial sect. Qi Tianming did not waste time and immediately brought Duanling Tian with him, leaving the profound nether mansion for the coupling celestial sect. With Qi Tianming's speed, it only took them 3 days and 2 nights to arrive at the coupling celestial sect. As one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, it was only natural that the first and second sect leader of the coupling celestial sect personally greeted them upon their arrival. Senior Uncle Qi. The first and second sect leader of the coupling celestial sect were lower in rank, therefore, they had to address Qi Tianming as senior uncle. This must be Duanling Tian, right? The first sect leader, Gongsun Wenqing, smiled and looked at Duanling Tian. Yes, he's Duanling Tian. Qi Tianming nodded. Duanling Tian, you've achieved a remarkable feat based on my knowledge. It's been years since someone from the profound nether mansion managed to rank first in the middle realm of the profound nether mansion. You surely made the mansion master of the profound nether mansion proud, Gongsun Wenqing said amicably. Sect leader Gongsun, you flatter me. I'm actually here to look for Jialong, Duanling Tian said. I've already sent him a message to summon him over. Just a few moments after Gongsun Wenqing finished speaking, Huang Jialong arrived. Duanling Tian and Huang Jialong exchanged a hug as soon as they met. Meanwhile, Qi Tianming and the 2 sect leaders tactfully retreated to give the duo some time alone. Brother Duan, my master told me you're ranked first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this month. How amazing! Huang Jialong said excitedly. From what I know, the middle realm is a stage for 10 directions celestial dukes. My master said you must have consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Is it true? That's right. Duanling Tian nodded. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped you comprehend the law of space as well? Huang Jialong asked. Duanling Tian did not notice the slight changes in Huang Jialong's expression when Huang Jialong asked this question. Huang Jialong's eyes shone brightly, as though he had something in mind at this moment. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. Come with me. Huang Jialong beckoned to Duanling Tian and led him deeper into the coupling celestial sect's estate. Since Huang Jialong was the direct disciple of the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, it was only natural that his cultivation place was located deep in the estate where the heaven and earth spirit energy was most abundant. Duanling Tian followed Huang Jialong and entered his room. Swoosh! Huang Jialong extended his divine consciousness to investigate the room before he extended his hand in front of Duanling Tian. Soon enough, a diamond-shaped black stone appeared in his palm. At this moment, the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth cried out in unison, the supreme powerhouse divinity. The supreme powerhouse divinity? Duanling Tian was taken aback by the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth's sudden exclamation. This was the first time he had seen them so excited. What's a supreme powerhouse divinity? Duanling Tian asked the 3 divine elements curiously. However, there was no response from them. Perhaps they were still in shock. In the end, he could only ask Huang Jialong, what's this Jialong? In his opinion, Huang Jialong must have a certain degree of understanding of it. Huang Jialong replied solemnly, I have no idea. I only know it's related to a formidable supreme powerhouse. Apart from that, I know it complements the law of space and benefits the law of space's users. I have it in my possession for many years now, but I'm too dumb to figure out what it is. It complements the law of space and benefits its users? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing Huang Jialong's words. He asked curiously, "Where did you obtain it?" Duanling Tian recalled the three divine elements had referred to it as the supreme powerhouse divinity, but he had no idea what it was. However, he knew about the existence of a supreme powerhouse. Supreme powerhouses were the strongest beings in existence in heaven and earth, and there were very few of them. The realms of gods that were on a higher level than Devata realms were created by supreme powerhouses. This alone showed how formidable and strong a supreme powerhouse was. Huang Jialong explained, 100 years ago when I was just a golden celestial, me and a few friends were exploring the supporting Fall Nation with the powerhouses from our families protecting us. One day we arrived at dark and gloomy marshland. No matter how hard we tried, we couldn't extend our divine consciousness into the marshland. Somehow I was separated from my friends. Alone and afraid, I waited a few days in the marshland before I was found. During those few days when I was alone, the void in my surroundings distorted and rippled. At one point, through a spatial tear, I saw two figures battling. You know how terrifying spatial turbulence is, right? Even heavenly emperors might not survive if they were caught in a spatial turbulence. However, despite the turbulence, the two figures were completely unaffected. Moreover, they moved as though they were taking a stroll in the park. With this, you can just imagine how strong they were. I don't know how long they battled, but I watched them for a day and a night. When I first saw them, one of them was badly injured and the other one was slightly better. The one who was in a disadvantageous position chose to escape. Naturally, the other party gave chase. The one who was escaping chanced upon me when he was escaping. Without a word, he brought this stone out and threw it to me. After that, he clapped his hands once and everything returned to normal. No turbulence, no spatial tear, and no ripples or distortion in the void. It was as though everything was just a dream. A hint of incredulity could be seen in Huang Jialong's eyes as he continued to say, "Naturally, I knew whatever the man had given me was extraordinary, so I kept in my spatial ring. Ever since that encounter, I would occasionally dream about the man demonstrating a variety of techniques. Initially, I couldn't tell what the techniques were. It was only after I learned about the law of space that I realized the technique he had shown me had something to do with the law of space. Naturally, that's about the extent of my knowledge. Until today, I still haven't completely figured them out. Since you've become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke and have comprehended the law of space, I think you're more suited to have the stone. It'll only collect dust in my possession." As he spoke, he passed the stone over to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian did not make a move to take the stone. He was thoroughly stunned and lost in his thoughts. The spatial turbulence didn't affect them, and they moved as though they were just strolling through a park. The spatial turbulence outside of Devata realms is in a different league compared to the turbulence outside mundane realms. It's almost impossible for heavenly emperors to survive spatial turbulence. The divine elements said the. Duanling Tian's breathing quickened when he thought about this. "Boy, hurry up and take it. Boy, this is a great fortuitous encounter. With this thing, your future will be smooth sailing. There's nothing more valuable than this in heaven and earth." The profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth's voices rang in Duanling Tian's mind simultaneously. It was as though they were afraid Huang Jialong would change his mind and refuse to give Duanling Tian the stone. "What is it? Does this supreme powerhouse divinity have something to do with a supreme powerhouse?" The supreme powerhouse divinity is the essence left behind by a supreme powerhouse after spending his life comprehending a certain law. No one is capable of extracting the essence of a supreme powerhouse if the supreme powerhouse is unwilling. The chaos divine fire began to explain. "Your friend said he dreamt of the man demonstrating various techniques after he obtained the stone. Based on his explanation, it seemed like the supreme powerhouse who had given him the stone had fully mastered the law of space. This means the supreme powerhouse has the highest comprehension of the law of space. Only another supreme powerhouse who has also mastered the law of space would be a match for him. With this tone, nobody would be a match for your speed in comprehending the law of space. Needless to say, our speed can't match this stone as well in regard to comprehending the law of space." After a brief pause, it said with a sigh, "Your friend had this in his possession for 100 years. But he didn't even manage to comprehend the law of space's fundamental profundity." The space elemental profundity. It seems like he really has no fate with the law of space. Cultivators had certain laws that they had a high affinity with. Therefore, some cultivators could easily comprehend one law but would have a difficult time comprehending another kind of law. It was clear to see that Huang Jialong had no affinity with the law of space at all. If one had even the slightest affinity with the law of space, after possessing the supreme powerhouse divinity for 100 years, they would be incredibly accomplished in the law of space by now. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words. His eyes lit up in excitement as he looked at the supreme powerhouse divinity in Huang Jialong's palm. With it, comprehending the law of space in the future would be easy for him. Despite his excitement, he asked solemnly, "Jialong, do you have any idea how valuable this thing is?" "It doesn't matter how valuable it is, I've had it for 100 years and I couldn't use it all. Since you've comprehended the law of space, you're destined to have it. Don't be shy and just take it," Huang Jialong said with a smile. "This is a supreme powerhouse divinity." Duan Ling Tian recounted everything he found out about the diamond-shaped black stone, from the 3 divine elements to Huang Jialong, without holding anything back instead of taking it. The Chaos Divine Earth was clearly vexed by Duan Ling Tian's actions. He cried out, "What are you doing? Idiot! There's no way he'll let you have it after you tell him everything." However, Duan Ling Tian did not pay attention to the Chaos Divine Earth. He lived by his own principles. Moreover, Huang Jialong treated him like his brother. How could he deceive Huang Jialong? So the 2 men were supreme powerhouses, beings who are even stronger than heavenly emperors? Huang Jialong was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's explanation. After a brief moment, he said excitedly, "Brother Duan, keep it. I'm sure with this supreme powerhouse divinity, your success will be even greater. All I ask for is that you remember me when you become a supreme powerhouse and to occasionally visit me so that we can drink together." Even after finding out how valuable the diamond-shaped stone was, he was insistent that Duan Ling Tian should have it. "You should keep the supreme powerhouse divinity. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll be able to comprehend the law of space," Duan Ling Tian said sincerely. "Take it. I know my limits." Huang Jialong shook his head. He laughed before he said, "As a matter of fact, thanks to you, the first sect leader accepted me as his direct disciple. I believe the greater your accomplishments, the greater my accomplishments would be as well in the coupling celestial sect as well. Take the supreme powerhouse divinity. Consider it as me investing in you." He treated the supreme powerhouse divinity casually as though it was merely an ordinary stone. Finally, Duan Ling Tian took the stone. Despite the size, it was heavier than he had imagined. "Senior Chaos Divine Flame, can I transfer the world-cleansing divine water to Huang Jialong?" Duan Ling Tian asked. Since Huang Jialong had given him the supreme powerhouse divinity, he wanted to give Huang Jialong something more in return. Although Huang Jialong was accepted as the direct disciple of the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect because of him, it was nothing in comparison to the supreme powerhouse divinity. "Yes, you can. However, it's unlikely the world-cleansing divine water would acknowledge him as its master, so it might leave him," the Chaos Divine Flame said. "Then, I'll just keep Jialong by my side. With our presence, the world-cleansing divine water will believe Jialong is worthy of becoming its master. Right?" Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes glinted. "No," the Chao Divine Flame said with a sigh. "Since we're in your body, we can't interfere at all if another world-cleansing divine water attacks the world-cleansing divine water in Jialong's body. After all, our power will harm Jialong as well. If you transfer the world-cleansing divine water to him, he can only rely on his strength to make it acknowledge him as its master." Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. In the end, he still decided to give the world-cleansing divine water. However, Huang Jialong refused to accept his kind gesture after realizing what it was. "Jialong, if you refuse to take it, then I'll return the supreme powerhouse divinity to you. This supreme powerhouse divinity is far more valuable than a second-form world-cleansing divine water," Duan Ling Tian said resolutely. In the end, Huang Jialong had no choice but to accept it. Duan Ling Tian reminded him it's still in slumber. When it awakens, it's up to you to make it acknowledge you as its master. Huang Jialong nodded. Duan Ling Tian spent the next 2 days staying in one of the rooms in Huang Jialong's residence. He recounted his journey to obtain the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Huang Jialong was drenched in cold sweat after he heard about Duanling Tian's experience. Speaking of walking into the lion's den, the reincarnated celestial emperor was truly extraordinary to be able to come up with such a huge scheme. Fortunately, you and Ling Juyun have trump cards in hand. Otherwise, both of you would have been sacrificed to the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. During the last 2 days, Duanling Tian did not cultivate. However, after half a night of sleeping, he managed to successfully comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. This was, naturally, all thanks to the supreme powerhouse divinity. Since you already have a basic grasp of the transportation profundity, it's only natural that you manage to comprehend it completely with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, the Chaos Divine Flame said. It was clearly not surprised that Duanling Tian managed to fully comprehend the transportation profundity in such a short time. After all, the supreme powerhouse divinity contained the essence of a supreme powerhouse who had completely mastered the law of space. With the supreme powerhouse divinity, there was no doubt Duanling Tian would be able to easily master the law of space in the future. Currently, Duanling Tian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. It was only a matter of time before he comprehended the remaining 2 profundities from the law of space with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity. Before leaving the coupling celestial sect, Duanling Tian asked Huang Jialong, "Jialong, do you want to join me in the profound nether mansion?" As long as Huang Jialong was willing, he would bring Huang Jialong with him to the profound nether mansion. "I would love to join the profound nether mansion, but I want to join with my own strength instead of relying on your connections," Huang Jialong replied with a grin. Upon hearing the conviction in Huang Jialong's words, Duanling Tian no longer persuaded Huang Jialong, "All right. I'll wait for you in the profound nether mansion then." On the second day after Duanling Tian returned to the profound nether mansion, he was summoned out of his room by Qi Tianming. "What's going on?" Duanling Tian was confused. Based on Qi Tianming's expression, it was clear something was going on. "Shimin Haoxian and one of the vice sect leaders of the Red Leaves Mansion are here to see you. Do you want to meet them? Otherwise, I'll reject them on your behalf," Qi Tianming said. The profound nether mansion would definitely be hospitable since a vice mansion master of the Red Leaves Mansion was here. However, if Duanling Tian refused to meet with them, Qi Tianming would still reject them on behalf of Duanling Tian. "There's no need for that. I have an appointment with him." Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Shimin Haoxian to visit so quickly. After learning that Shimin Haoxian was temporarily staying in the profound nether mansion's estate, he quickly went to meet him. "Duanling Tian, we meet again." Shimin Haoxian greeted Duanling Tian as soon as he arrived. He wasted no time in passing the floating image pearl to Duanling Tian. "This is the floating image pearl I promised you." Duanling Tian accepted the floating image pearl even though it was not useful anymore now that he possessed the supreme powerhouse divinity. After all, who knew if he could speed up his comprehension even more after watching the recording? Although the possibility was small, he still wanted to try it. After that, Duanling Tian and Shimin Haoxian continued to chat. Duanling Tian was rather surprised that Shimin Haoxian did not bring up his origin. In fact, he learned many things about the 10 major clans and 5 top sects in the Southern Heaven territory from Shimin Haoxian that were not recorded in the scrolls or memory celestial talismans that he had seen. "Duanling Tian, there's one more thing." Shimin Haoxian paused briefly and scanned his surroundings, as though making sure no one was eavesdropping. Then he sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. "I heard the Blood Skull Gang has opened up your case. The mission to assassinate you is currently active again. Initially, they thought you'd been killed by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. However, you've gotten famous after your performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, so they've heard about it as well." He looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully after he finished speaking. With this, Duanling Tian discovered Shimin Haoxian knew a thing or two about him. Perhaps this was why Shimin Haoxian did not ask about his origin. He raised an eyebrow as he looked at Shimin Haoxian and asked, "How do you know the Blood Skull Gang assassin is after me?" "Don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with the Blood Skull Gang. A friend of mine told me about it. Shimin Hao Xian shook his head and said when he saw the suspicion in Duanling Tian's eyes. His father is an elder in the Bloodskull Gang. In fact, Shimin Hao Xian only found out the day before that the Bloodskull Gang had taken the job to assassinate Duanling Tian. After he was eliminated, his friend had tried to comfort him by saying Duanling Tian would not be alive for long unless Duanling Tian stayed in the profound Nether Mansion's estate forever since the Bloodskull Gang was out for Duanling Tian's blood. Duanling Tian, you must bring Inspector Qi with you if you ever leave the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Since he brought you here from the Simplicity Celestial sect, he'll definitely take good care of you, especially now that you've become so important to the profound Nether Mansion, Shimin Hao Xian solemnly said. If Inspector Qi is unavailable, you should look for the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion. I'm sure he'll protect you since you're indispensable to the mansion now. If you're unhappy staying in the profound Nether Mansion, just send me a message. I'll have our old ancestor bring you to the Red Leaves Mansion. As long as you're a member of the Red Leaves Mansion, we won't let the Bloodskull Gang's assassins kill you. It was clear that his words were sincere. Why did you tell me about this? Duanling Tian looked at Shimin Hao Xian intently. If I'm killed by the Bloodskull Gang, it'll only benefit you and the other 5 people. You're right. However, I, Shimin Hao Xian, am not someone who resorts to such a low tactic to get what I want. If I want to defeat you, I'll defeat you with my own strength and in an upright manner, Shimin Hao Xian said confidently. Shimin Hao Xian's direct attitude definitely left a good impression on Duanling Tian. In return for your kind gesture, I won't team up with another person to fight you the next time we meet in the Middle Realm. Shimin Hao Xian said with a smile. I'm afraid you won't be a match for me if you don't join forces with another person. You should wait a few years before making such a statement. Just because I'm not a match for you alone previously doesn't mean I'm not a match for you now, after fully comprehending the transportation profundity. Duanling Tian's speed was now on par with the 6 strongest 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Territory. Therefore, he was confident he could defeat Shimin Hao Xian without Wan Qing's help if they met again in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Territory. You seem confident. I look forward to the day we meet in the middle realm. Although Shimin Hao Xian was slightly taken aback by Duanling Tian's words, he did not seem to think of them. He did not think Duanling Tian would improve so quickly in such a short time to the point where Duanling Tian was able to defeat him without any help. Speed-wise, Duanling Tian was no match for him. Moreover, he was 70% confident he would be able to defeat Duanling Tian just by relying on speed alone. After Duanling Tian bade farewell to Shimin Hao Xian, he made his way back to his residence. I have to rank first consecutively for 12 months. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to pass the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test easily. Duanling Tian was feeling rather confident about passing the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test. There was half a month left before the rankings of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would reset. At this moment, 5 out of the 6 people who occupied the top 6 places had already left the middle realm. Out of the 5 people, Duanling Tian was the only one who left willingly, while the other 4 were transported out of the middle realm because their time in the middle realm this month was up. Only a few people who were ranked in the top 30 are still in the middle realm. I don't think there'll be any huge change in the ranking until the end of the month. I'm not sure about the other rankings, but I'm certain the first place won't change. That's right. He accumulated more than 1,000 points, and he even surpassed the person in second place with almost half of that person's points. Under these circumstances, his place at the top is secure. Most of the people from other grade 6 celestial mansions were certain Duanling Tian's ranking would not change this month and that he would remain at first place. Soon enough, news of an unknown disciple from the profound Nether Mansion rising to the top of the scoreboard spread further and further. This naturally piqued the interest of many people. It did not take long before even the 10 major clans and top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven Territory learned about Duanling Tian. Investigate the origins of that outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion. He's a 10 directions celestial duke and is said to have comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Most importantly, he's not even 100 years old. Upon receiving this news, the high-ranking officials from the 10 major clans and top 5 sects wasted no time and sent their men to investigate Duanling Tian. Naturally, the Su clan, the clan that the profound Nether Mansion was under, sent someone to the profound nether mansion to meet the mansion master of the profound nether mansion because of Duanling Tian. It did not take long before the 10 major clans and top 5 sects learned that Duanling Tian had come from the Simplicity Celestial sect and had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. With this, they assumed Duanling Tian's innate talent and comprehension skills were not as heaven-defying as they had originally thought. They attributed his current achievements to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. They considered his talent to be similar to those peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials under the age of 100 who had comprehended 2 or 3 profundities of a law. There was no lack of these people in the 10 major clans and top 5 sects. Therefore, most of them no longer paid any more attention to Duanling Tian. In a vast courtyard in the Tao Scholar Profound sect. The Tao Scholar Profound sect was a grade 5 sect and one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory. Duanling Tian didn't die in the Jade Emperor Heaven. He even succeeded in snatching the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from that reincarnated celestial emperor. A young man cocked an eyebrow when he received the news about Duanling Tian. The young man was handsome. He wore a long white robe and held a fan in his hand. Based on his extraordinary bearing and elegant manner, it was apparent he was not an ordinary character. This young man was Yenru YV, one of the 3 true disciples in the Tao Scholar Profound sect. He was the youngest true disciple in the history of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. After receiving this news, Yenru YV sent a message to Chen Li, the son of the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Chen Li, did you hear the news regarding Duanling Tian? You've heard about it as well? Chen Li asked. Clearly, he had also heard the news about Duanling Tian. That's right. How's everything on your side? Are you all right? Please let me know if you need any help, Yenru YV said. Don't worry, I'm fine. My father is taking care of it. The Blood Skull Gang will continue with this mission, Chen Li said. A member from the Simplicity Celestial sect had hired the Blood Skull Gang to assassinate Duanling Tian, and Chen Li was the guarantor of the mission. Initially, everyone thought it was going to be a simple mission. However, when the Blood Skull Gang lost Celestial King assassins one after another to the mission, they began to realize the mission was not as simple as they had thought. Naturally, the higher-ups in the Blood Skull Gang were displeased by the matter. Under these circumstances, it was only natural that Chen Li, the guarantor of the mission, was under immense pressure. However, since his father was a vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, it was not difficult for his father to help him deal with this matter. The realm battlefield was the intersection where 2 realms met. It only appeared once every 10,000 years and would last for 1,000 years. The current realm battlefield was formed by the meeting between the Divine Offering Land and the Sanction Land. At this moment, it had been open for a few decades. Boom, 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 boom. A few towering mountains collapsed, stirring up clouds of dust, as 2 figures could be seen flying high into the sky. One of the figures belonged to a muscular man while the other figure belonged to a beautiful woman dressed in white robes. The muscular man seemed completely unharmed while a trace of blood could be seen on the edge of the white-clad beauty's mouth. The muscular man smirked before he said arrogantly, "You're no match for me." The beautiful woman gritted her teeth with a bitter expression on her face. She seemed to be lost in her thoughts at this moment. A hint of reluctance flashed in the depths of her eyes as she thought to herself, "Am I going to die here today? No. If I die, what will happen to Sister Li Fei, Nian Tian, Si Ling, my parents, and Uncle Feng? If I possess the strength from my past life, I won't need to fear him. Currently, I'm only 1 step away from recovering my previous strength. Alas, at this moment, that 1 step is like a huge chasm." As she fell into despair, her blood chi surged in her body. At this moment, the muscular man exclaimed in surprise, "You're a descendant of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land? Are you related to Xianxia? You're familiar with my 3rd uncle?" A startled expression appeared on the beauty's face. At the same time, her blood chi gradually calmed down. "He's your 3rd uncle?" The muscular man's eyes widened imperceptibly. A hint of nostalgia could be seen on his face as he recalled the past. After a moment, he shook his head and said with a sigh, 10,000 years ago, he saved my life in the Sanction Land. Since you're his niece, I won't kill you." After he finished speaking, he left immediately. When the beauty regained her senses, the muscular man had already disappeared from sight. A faint smile could be seen on her face as she murmured to herself, "I didn't expect I'd be able to escape with my life intact due to third uncle." The beauty was none other than Kur, who was Xianxia from the divine offering land Xia clan in her past life. "With my current strength, I can't go too far into the realm battlefield. If my opponent weren't an old acquaintance of third uncle, I would have died today." Kua sighed as she thought to herself, "I miss Brother Tian so much." After a moment, Kur turned around and left. She was not going to venture deeper. After all, she could not risk her life. There were still many things she had to do. She must not die. The Southern Heaven Territory's profound nether mansion in the spirit overarching heaven. Kur. Duanling Tian abruptly sat up, waking up from a nightmare. He was drenched in cold sweat. Initially, he was dreaming about the supreme powerhouse demonstrating the law of space. However, he suddenly dreamt of Kur in trouble. Unbeknownst to him, it was not just a nightmare. He had dismissed it as a nightmare, unaware of the close brush Kur had with death. He was unaware that due to the supreme powerhouse divinity containing the essence of a supreme powerhouse, the strongest beings to exist in heaven and earth, he could somehow sense Kur when she was in danger. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The rankings were finalized, and those who were still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were transported out. Duanling Tian is first. Although the members of the profound Nether Mansion had expected this, there was still an uproar when Duanling Tian's rank was confirmed at the end of the month. With this, the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion made a public announcement about his decision to make Duanling Tian an inner court disciple. Duanling Tian did not even have to take the test to become an inner court disciple. Naturally, nobody objected to it, nor were they dissatisfied. With the glory Duanling Tian had brought to the profound Nether Mansion, they thought Duanling Tian more than deserved this privilege. On the other hand, the title of an inner court disciple did not matter to Duanling Tian at all. His only goal was to become the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion so he could enjoy the best cultivation resources. He might not need the mansion's help to comprehend the law of space since he possessed the supreme powerhouse divinity, but in regard to cultivation, he would need the mansion's cultivation resources to go beyond the stage of a 10-direction celestial duke. It was a long and tedious process to break through even with the divine crystal and the branch of the divine tree of life to help with his absorption of the heaven and earth spirit energy. There were resources in the profound Nether Mansion such as pills that could raise one's cultivation base. However, they were incredibly rare. Usually, only core disciples of the mansion were given the chance to obtain these precious items. After becoming the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, I should have a chance to obtain these celestial pills and celestial fruits. Well, that's if the position of imperial tutor is as high as old, she said. When the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened in the new month, Duanling Tian only entered through the transporting formation in the profound Nether Mansion's estate after 3 days had passed. Senior Duanling Tian? A group of profound Nether Mansion disciples greeted Duanling Tian reverently as soon as he appeared in the profound Nether Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duanling Tian nodded lightly with a smile on his face in response to the greeting before he prepared to leave the base. It's unfortunate that Duanling Tian can't meet with the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qingqing and join forces with her. Otherwise, both of them can wait outside the Azure Green Mansion's base since Gongsun Wuji isn't a match for both of them if they join forces, a profound Nether Mansion disciple lamented out loud before Duanling Tian left the mansion's base. Over the past few years, Gongsun Wuji had waited 3 times outside our base. Nobody dared to leave the base during those 3 times, another disciple chimed in. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was considered a public provocation to wait outside another Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base. However, it was a normal occurrence between Grade 6 Celestial Mansions that were enemies to begin with. Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple from the Azure Green Mansion, was one of the 6 strongest 10 directions Celestial Dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Whenever he discovered the location of the profound Nether Mansion's base, he would make a point of waiting outside the profound Nether Mansion's base. The profound Nether Mansion disciples were no match for him, so they could only stay in the base in fear whenever he waited outside their base. Duan Ling Tian, who was about to leave the profound Nether Mansion's base, came to halt when he heard the conversation in his surroundings. He turned to look at the disciples who had spoken and asked, "Do you know where the Azure Green Mansion's base is located this month?" "Senior Duan Ling Tian, one of my friends almost died yesterday near the Azure Green Mansion's base. Fortunately, he managed to crush his accumulative point jade in time and escaped. He knows the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base. It's not difficult to find." The disciple who had spoken first quickly replied, "It's unfortunate none of us is as fast as Wan Qing. Otherwise, we would be able to help you." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he said, "Where's the Azure Green Mansion's base? Show me the way." "Senior Duan Ling Tian, we know you're strong, but the Azure Green Mansion has Gongsun Wu Ji." A disciple warned Duan Ling Tian. "Gongsun Wu Ji is as strong as the Red Leaves Mansion's Shimin Hao Xian." "That's right. Senior Duan Ling Tian, the Azure Green Mansion is not like the Fire Glaze Mansion. The Fire Glaze Mansion's strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke is Tan Yuan. Gongsun Wuji is much stronger than Tan Yuan." Another disciple said, "Gongsun Wuji is as strong as Shimin Hao Xian?" A faint smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. "Don't worry. Just tell me where's the Azure Green Mansion's base." Seeing Duan Ling Tian's determination to find out the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base, the disciples could only reveal the location to him. "Thank you." After Duan Ling Tian thanked the disciples, he vanished without a trace. One of the disciples asked worriedly, "Do you think Senior Duan Ling Tian is going to wait outside the Azure Green Mansion's base?" "I don't think so. Although Senior Duan Ling Tian is strong, I don't think he's as strong as Gongsun Wu Ji. It's not wise for him to wait outside the Azure Green Mansion's base unless he finds someone to work with," another disciple replied. The other profound Nether Mansion disciples remained silent but nodded in agreement. Most of them thought Duan Ling Tian would search for someone to join forces with before heading to the Azure Green Mansion's base. As the day passed by, Duan Ling Tian's ranking improved tremendously. At the same time, Gongsun Wu Ji's name appeared on the scoreboard as well. Gongsun Wu Ji from the Azure Green Mansion has entered the Middle Realm. Gongsun Wu Ji's progress was even faster than Duan Ling Tian. After only a day, he had surpassed Duan Ling Tian on the scoreboard. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian, who was wandering around the Middle Realm, was unaware of this. He would nod at the profound Nether Mansion disciples whenever he encountered them and eliminate those from other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. Up until now, he had encountered 2 disciples from the Azure Green Mansion. One of them was only eliminated while the other was killed. This was because the disciple who had died intended to kill Duan Ling Tian when he recognized Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, would not let those who intended to kill him go. Meanwhile, the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qing discovered that Duan Ling Tian had already made it into the top 10 before she entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. "Duan Ling Tian, if we meet, I hope we can join forces again. However, the Middle Realm is so vast that it's unlikely that we'll run into each other." Wan Qing knew the chances were slim for her to encounter Duan Ling Tian again in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As time passed, more and more people from other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. The profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian is really strong. He nearly killed me before I could even react. If he didn't spare me, I would have died. I used to doubt Duan Ling Tian's capabilities, but now I'm truly convinced. Didn't they say his capabilities are on par with the second-tier 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Middle Realm? My speed is definitely among those in the second tier, but he's clearly faster than me. It wasn't easy for me to make it into the top 20, but everything's lost thanks to Duan Ling Tian. At this time, many people were astonished by Duan Ling Tian's strength. They began to think that Duan Ling Tian was as strong as the 6 strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, even without joining forces with Wan Qing. On the 6th day Duan Ling Tian entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he was already ranked 7th with 383 points. Unexpectedly, on this day, he returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base. "Senior Duan Ling Tian, congratulations on ranking 7th on the scoreboard." "Congratulations, Senior Duan Ling Tian. The disciples in the profound Nether Mansion's base congratulated Duanling Tian as soon as they saw him. Soon after, they saw him stepping into the transporting formation and leaving the base. After he left, they continued discussing among themselves. Senior Duanling Tian didn't seem to join forces with anyone, and yet he's capable of ranking 7th. How remarkable! However, he lacks experience in comparison to the 6 strongest 10 directions celestial dukes in the Middle Realm. Otherwise, his rank would be higher. Experience is accumulated over time. Senior Duanling Tian has performed exceptionally well so far. Nobody knew why Duanling Tian suddenly left the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He naturally caught everyone's attention when he appeared in the transporting formation in one of the sites in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Duanling Tian remained indifferent to everyone's curious gaze as he turned to look at the scoreboard. The corners of lips curled up into a smile as he thought to himself, Shimin Hao Xian is ranked 3rd and Gongsun Wuji is ranked 2nd? It's time to act now. Otherwise, he might return to the Azure Green Mansion's base before I have a chance to act. After obtaining the information he wanted, Duanling Tian returned to the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in just a blink of an eye. The disciples at the site of the transporting formation did not even have a chance to greet him before he had left again. A day later, finally, the Azure Green Mansion's base. After following the directions given to him by one of the profound Nether Mansion disciples, he finally arrived at the Azure Green Mansion's base. He did not bother to hide and openly approached the Azure Green Mansion's base. At this moment, 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples coincidentally walked out of their base. Buzz! A gray sword ray shot out from a spatial tier and shot toward the 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples' vital points before they could even react. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples' expressions changed drastically. They could not even see the person who had attacked them. Their hearts raced in their chests when it dawned on them that they would have died if the person who had attacked them chose not to spare them. Swoosh! Duanling Tian teleported and appeared in front of the 2 frightened Azure Green Mansion disciples. Return to your base or die, Duanling Tian said nonchalantly as he stared at the 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples. Duanling Tian? The 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples' expressions changed again when they saw the identity token hanging from Duanling Tian's waist and heard his threatening words. They no longer wasted time and scurried back into their base. Although Duanling Tian did not speak loudly, his words were clearly transmitted to those in the Azure Green Mansion's base. With these, the Azure Green Mansion disciples in the base were all aware of Duanling Tian's presence outside of their base. Duanling Tian hovered in the air and looked down at the Azure Green Mansion's base indifferently. On the contrary, the group of Azure Green Mansion disciples in the base looked grim. Many of them were trapped in the base now since they could not leave their base because of Duanling Tian. One of the Azure Green Mansion disciples cursed, "Damn it! How did Duanling Tian discover the location of our base?" A well-informed disciple replied, "I heard that a profound Nether Mansion disciple was eliminated when he was near our base. That disciple must have exposed our location. Damn it! Is Duanling Tian really going to wait here and stop us from leaving? Is he trying to mimic Senior Gongsun Wuji who waited outside of the profound Nether Mansion's base previously? Mimic Senior Gongsun Wuji? What a joke. Does he think he's comparable to Senior Gongsun Wuji? Ridiculous. Words of Duanling Tian waiting outside our camp have spread. Senior Gongsun should have received news of this. He must be on his way over now. I can't wait for Senior Gongsun to teach him a lesson. Does Duanling Tian think he's strong just because he ranked 1st last month? Would he even be capable of eliminating the Red Leaves Mansion's Shimin Hao Xian if he didn't have the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qingqing's help? He might be able to fight Senior Gongsun if Wan Qingqing were here. Alas, he has no hope of defeating Senior Gongsun alone. The group of Azure Green Mansion disciples was, naturally, furious since they were trapped in the base by Duanling Tian. At this moment, more and more disciples appeared in the transporting formation in the Azure Green Mansion's base. Most of them had come to watch the show. After the number of disciples reached a certain number, the other disciples were finally barred from coming in. It was clear the Azure Green Mansion had stopped their members from entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Heaven. So that's the profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian? Amazing! He's really less than 100 years old. I had assumed it was just a rumor. Regardless, there's no way he's a match for Senior Gongsun. Someone scoffed and said, in my opinion, he's going to turn tail and run immediately as soon as Senior Gongsun arrives. Run? Is he capable of running away from Senior Gongsun? Senior Gongsun is as fast as Wan Qingqing. How's Duan Ling Tian going to run away when he's clearly slower than Wan Qingqing? That's right. If he wants to run away, he can only crush his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm. At the sites of the transporting formations in the Azure Green Mansion's estate, many people were gathered at this moment. Why aren't we allowed to enter? I want to see Senior Gongsun Wu Ji kill Duan Ling Tian. Even if Senior Gongsun Wu Ji doesn't kill Duan Ling Tian, I want to watch Duan Ling Tian crush his accumulative point jade to escape from Senior Gongsun Wu Ji. How bold of him to wait outside our base. Where did he get his courage from? The Azure Green Mansion disciples who arrived late and were denied entry to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could only wait as they stared at the scoreboard intently. Currently, Gongsun Wu Ji was ranked second with 522 points, while Duan Ling Tian was ranked 7th with 383 points. After Senior Gongsun Wu Ji eliminates Duan Ling Tian, he'll definitely secure the top spot this month. That's right. In my opinion, Duan Ling Tian is sent by the heavens to help Senior Gongsun rise to the top of the scoreboard. Similar to the other members of the Azure Green Mansion, the high-ranking officials were keeping an eye on the scoreboard as well. As soon as they received news of Duan Ling Tian waiting outside their base, they had notified Gongsun Wu Ji immediately. As the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Azure Green Mansion, he was the only person capable of defeating Duan Ling Tian. The second strongest person after Gongsun Wu Ji was only ranked in the top 30, therefore, he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, news of Duan Ling Tian waiting outside the Azure Green Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had also spread to the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. Duan Ling Tian's waiting outside the Azure Green Mansion's base? Does he have a habit of waiting outside of Grade 6 Celestial Mansions' bases? It's obvious he deliberately went there because of the grudge between the Profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion. Moreover, Gongsun Wu Ji had done this to Profound Nether Mansion a few times as well. The Azure Green Mansion is different from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Duan Ling Tian had easily dealt with the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples because he had defeated Tan Yuan, the Fire Glaze Mansion's strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke. However, how could Tan Yuan compare to Gongsun Wu Ji? That's right. Gongsun Wu Ji's strength is on par with Shimin Haoxian. Although Duan Ling Tian eliminated Shimin Haoxian previously, he couldn't have done it without Wan Qingqing's help. How does he plan to fight Gongsun Wu Ji without Wan Qingqing's help? Clearly, most people did not think Duan Ling Tian was a match for Gongsun Wu Ji. In the Profound Nether Mansion's estate, Senior Duan Ling Tian has gone to the Azure Green Mansion's base? How reckless! Doesn't he know about the Azure Green Mansion's Gongsun Wu Ji? Gongsun Wu Ji is in a different league from the Fire Glaze Mansion's Tan Yuan. Let's hope he leaves before Gongsun Wu Ji arrives. Otherwise, the only way he can escape at that time is to crush his accumulative point jade. Similar to those from the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions, the people from the Profound Nether Mansion did not feel optimistic about Duan Ling Tian's chance of winning. Meanwhile, as soon as Qi Tianming received news of this, he sent a message that was brimming with urgency to Duan Ling Tian. Boy, what are you doing? Hurry up and leave the Azure Green Mansion's base before it's too late. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Wan Qingqing, who had just entered the middle realm a few days ago, had also received news about this from one of her sisters in the Martial Battle Mansion. Duan Ling Tian has gone to the Azure Green Mansion's base? He's really too reckless. However, at the same time, he's not the kind that would recklessly. Does this mean he's confident that he'd be able to defeat Gongsun Wu Ji? About half an hour later, she received another message from her sisters telling her the route to the Azure Green Mansion's base. She discovered it was not far from her current location. I wonder if Gongsun Wu Ji has arrived at the Azure Green Mansion's base. After receiving the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base, Wan Qingqing made her way there immediately. At the same time, more and more people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm learned about Duanling Tian waiting outside the Azure Green Mansion's base as well. As a result, a crowd began to form outside the Azure Green Mansion's base as well. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who was hovering above the Azure Green Mansion's base, cocked an eyebrow when he saw the crowd that had gathered. So many people turned up? As he swept his eyes across the crowd of people, he saw a familiar face. It was none other than the Martial Battle Mansion's Hung Feng. When Hung Feng saw Duanling Tian looking at him, he nodded and smiled awkwardly. It did not take long before Wan Qingqing appeared with a group of Martial Battle Mansion disciples as well. Her presence caused a small commotion immediately. It's Wan Qingqing. Is she here to join forces with Duanling Tian? That's unlikely. If she joins forces to defeat Gongsun Wuji now, the Azure Green Mansion will definitely hold her accountable. That's right. If she and Duanling Tian eliminate Gongsun Wuji in any other place, apart from the Azure Green Mansion's base, it'd be fine. However, she'll definitely offend the Azure Green Mansion if she joins forces with Duanling Tian in front of their base. Under these circumstances, nobody, except for those from the profound Nether Mansion, would dare to help Duanling Tian. They're only going to make an enemy out of the Azure Green Mansion if they help Duanling Tian now. Meanwhile, Wan Qingqing did not pay attention to the discussion in her surroundings. Instead, she sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. Do you need help? Junior Sister Qing. Hung Feng called out as his expression changed drastically. Although he did not hear Wan Qingqing's voice transmission, he could tell she planned to help Duanling Tian based on the look in her eyes. There's no need for that. Duanling Tian was surprised by Wan Qingqing's voice transmission. When he turned to look at her, he could see the determination in her eyes. He was rather touched by her offer to help him. Although they worked together last month, it was a purely business relationship, driven by mutual benefits. After all, he did not expect her to risk offending the Azure Green Mansion for him. Are you confident? Wan Qingqing asked. Duanling Tian nodded slightly in response. With this, Wan Qingqing stepped backward. Hung Feng heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. About 15 minutes later, a cold voice rang from the distance. Duanling Tian. It was clear the person who had spoken was moving at top speed. As soon as the voice fell, the eyes of the Azure Green Mansion disciples in the base lit up immediately. Senior Gongsun Wuji. Senior Duanling Tian. A group of profound Nether Mansion disciples greeted Duanling Tian reverently as soon as he appeared in the profound Nether Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duanling Tian nodded lightly with a smile on his face in response to the greeting before he prepared to leave the base. It's unfortunate that Duanling Tian can't meet with the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qingqing and join forces with her. Otherwise, both of them can wait outside the Azure Green Mansion's base since Gongsun Wuji isn't a match for both of them if they join forces. A profound Nether Mansion disciple lamented out loud before Duanling Tian left the mansion's base. Over the past few years, Gongsun Wuji had waited 3 times outside our base. Nobody dared to leave the base during those 3 times. Another disciple chimed in. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was considered a public provocation to wait outside another Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base. However, it was a normal occurrence between Grade 6 Celestial Mansions that were enemies to begin with. Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple from the Azure Green Mansion, was one of the 6 strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Whenever he discovered the location of the profound Nether Mansion's base, he would make a point of waiting outside the profound Nether Mansion's base. The profound Nether Mansion disciples were no match for him, so they could only stay in the base in fear whenever he waited outside their base. Duanling Tian, who was about to leave the profound Nether Mansion's base, came to halt when he heard the conversation in his surroundings. He turned to look at the disciples who had spoken and asked, "Do you know where the Azure Green Mansion's base is located this month?" Senior Duanling Tian, one of my friends, almost died yesterday near the Azure Green Mansion's base. Fortunately, he managed to crush his accumulative point Jade in time and escaped. He knows the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base. It's not difficult to find. The disciple who had spoken first quickly replied, "It's unfortunate none of us is as fast as Wan Qingqing. Otherwise, we would be able to help you." Duanling Tian's eyes lit up as he said, "Where's the Azure Green Mansion's base? Show me the way." Senior Duanling Tian, we know you're strong, but the Azure Green Mansion has Gongsun Wu Ji. A disciple warned Duanling Tian. Gongsun Wu Ji is as strong as the Red Leaves Mansion's Shimin Hao Xian. That's right. Senior Duanling Tian, the Azure Green Mansion is not like the Fire Glaze Mansion. The Fire Glaze Mansion's strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke is Tan Yuan. Gongsun Wu Ji is much stronger than Tan Yuan. Another disciple said. Gongsun Wu Ji is as strong as Shimin Hao Xian? A faint smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face. Don't worry. Just tell me where's the Azure Green Mansion's base. Seeing Duanling Tian's determination to find out the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base, the disciples could only reveal the location to him. Thank you. After Duanling Tian thanked the disciples, he vanished without a trace. One of the disciples asked worriedly, "Do you think Senior Duanling Tian is going to wait outside the Azure Green Mansion's base?" I don't think so. Although Senior Duanling Tian is strong, I don't think he's as strong as Gongsun Wu Ji. It's not wise for him to wait outside the Azure Green Mansion's base unless he finds someone to work with. Another disciple replied. The other profound Nether Mansion disciples remained silent but nodded in agreement. Most of them thought Duanling Tian would search for someone to join forces with before heading to the Azure Green Mansion's base. As the day passed by, Duanling Tian's ranking improved tremendously. At the same time, Gongsun Wu Ji's name appeared on the scoreboard as well. Gongsun Wu Ji from the Azure Green Mansion has entered the Middle Realm. Gongsun Wu Ji's progress was even faster than Duanling Tian. After only a day, he had surpassed Duanling Tian on the scoreboard. Naturally, Duanling Tian, who was wandering around the Middle Realm, was unaware of this. He would nod at the profound Nether Mansion disciples whenever he encountered them and eliminate those from other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. Up until now, he had encountered 2 disciples from the Azure Green Mansion. One of them was only eliminated while the other was killed. This was because the disciple who had died intended to kill Duanling Tian when he recognized Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian naturally would not let those who intended to kill him go. Meanwhile, the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qingqing discovered that Duanling Tian had already made it into the top 10 before she entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duanling Tian, if we meet, I hope we can join forces again. However, the Middle Realm is so vast that it's unlikely that we'll run into each other. Wan Qingqing knew the chances were slim for her to encounter Duanling Tian again in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As time passed, more and more people from other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were eliminated by Duanling Tian. The profound Nether Mansion's Duanling Tian is really strong. He nearly killed me before I could even react. If he didn't spare me, I would have died. I used to doubt Duanling Tian's capabilities, but now I'm truly convinced. Didn't they say his capabilities are on par with the second-tier 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Middle Realm? My speed is definitely among those in the second tier, but he's clearly faster than me. It wasn't easy for me to make it into the top 20, but everything's lost thanks to Duanling Tian. At this time, many people were astonished by Duanling Tian's strength. They began to think that Duanling Tian was as strong as the 6 strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, even without joining forces with Wan Qingqing. On the 6th day Duanling Tian entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he was already ranked 7th with 383 points. Unexpectedly, on this day he returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base. Senior Duanling Tian, congratulations on ranking 7th on the scoreboard. Congratulations, Senior Duanling Tian. The disciples in the profound Nether Mansion's base congratulated Duanling Tian as soon as they saw him. Soon after, they saw him stepping into the transporting formation and leaving the base. After he left, they continued discussing among themselves. Senior Duanling Tian didn't seem to join forces with anyone, and yet he's capable of ranking 7th. How remarkable! However, he lacks experience in comparison to the 6 strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Middle Realm. Otherwise, his rank would be higher. Experience is accumulated over time. Senior Duanling Tian has performed exceptionally well so far. Nobody knew why Duanling Tian suddenly left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He naturally caught everyone's attention when he appeared in the transporting formation in one of the sites in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Duanling Tian remained indifferent to everyone's curious gaze as he turned to look at the scoreboard. The corners of lips curled up into a smile as he thought to himself, Shimin Hao Xian is ranked 3rd, and Gongsun Wu Ji is ranked 2nd? It's time to act now. Otherwise, he might return to the Azure Green Mansion's base before I have a chance to act. After obtaining the information he wanted, Duanling Tian returned to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in just a blink of an eye. The disciples at the site of the transporting formation did not even have a chance to greet him before he had left again. A day later, finally, the Azure Green Mansion's base. After following the directions given to him by one of the profound Nether Mansion disciples, he finally arrived at the Azure Green Mansion's base. He did not bother to hide and openly approached the Azure Green Mansion's base. At this moment, 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples coincidentally walked out of their base. Buzz! A gray sword ray shot out from a spatial tier and shot toward the 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples' vital points before they could even react. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples' expressions changed drastically. They could not even see the person who had attacked them. Their hearts raced in their chests when it dawned on them that they would have died if the person who had attacked them chose not to spare them. Swoosh! Duanling Tian teleported and appeared in front of the 2 frightened Azure Green Mansion disciples. Return to your base or die, Duanling Tian said nonchalantly as he stared at the 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples. Duanling Tian? The 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples' expressions changed again when they saw the identity token hanging from Duanling Tian's waist and heard his threatening words. They no longer wasted time and scurried back into their base. Although Duanling Tian did not speak loudly, his words were clearly transmitted to those in the Azure Green Mansion's base. With these, the Azure Green Mansion disciples in the base were all aware of Duanling Tian's presence outside of their base. Shimin Hao Xian's comprehension ability was on par with Gongsun Wu Ji. Although Shimin Hao Xian was slower than Gongsun Wu Ji speed-wise, Gongsun Wu Ji was weaker than Shimin Hao Xian in other aspects. Previously, Shimin Hao Xian had openly said that his offensive power was inferior to Duanling Tian's and that Duanling Tian's offensive power was peerless in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In short, this meant that Gongsun Wu Ji was not a match for Duanling Tian in a direct battle. Gongsun Wu Ji might have had a chance of defeating Duanling Tian with his speed before Duanling Tian comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. Alas, now that Duanling Tian had comprehended the transportation profundity to the rudimentary stage, Gongsun Wu Ji did not stand a chance of defeating Duanling Tian even if he was slightly faster than Duanling Tian. The difference in their speed now was negligible. Damn it! He's comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. Gongsun Wu Ji cursed inwardly as his eyes flashed with resentment. With this revelation, he was aware that he was not a match for Duanling Tian. He had already lost this battle. I have to return to the base. Although Gongsun Wu Ji felt incredibly reluctant to return to the Azure Green Mansion's base, he knew he had no other choice. After all, he knew he would only be giving Duanling Tian a chance to defeat him if he did not return to the mansion's base. Swoosh! Gongsun Wu Ji was about to make his way back to the Azure Green Mansion's base when a purple figure suddenly appeared before him and barred his way. Needless to say, the purple figure was none other than Duanling Tian, who had just cast the teleportation profundity to stop Gongsun Wu Ji from leaving. Duanling Tian looked at Gongsun Wu Ji and said mockingly, "What's the problem? Didn't you say you're going to kill me? Don't tell you're trying to escape now?" As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, peals of laughter rang in the air. A group of profound Nether Mansion disciples had come over to watch the spectacle. Initially, they were not confident that Duanling Tian would be able to defeat Gongsun Wu Ji. However, after watching the recent development that proved Duanling Tian's strength, many of them felt reinvigorated. Some of them even began to taunt Gongsun Wu Ji. "Gongsun Wu Ji, didn't you say that you wanted to kill senior brother Ling Tian? What happened? Why are you trying to escape back to the Azure Green Mansion's base? Gongsun Wu Ji, you're a joke. Our profound nether mansion's senior brother Ling Tian is the strongest. Even Gongsun Wuji needs to turn tail and run when faced with senior brother Ling Tian. On the contrary, a gloomy atmosphere loomed over the Azure Green Mansion disciples. A few of those who were knowledgeable already knew the outcome of the battle as soon as they saw Duan Ling Tian casting the law of space's transportation profundity. On the other hand, the remaining majority of the Azure Green Mansion disciples only felt disappointed that the show was ending when they saw Gongsun Wuji trying to return to the Azure Green Mansion's base. The fact was most of the Azure Green Mansion disciples only came to watch the show. After all, the match between their mansion's core disciple, Gongsun Wuji, and the profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian was bound to be exciting. They were eager to watch Gongsun Wuji defeat Duan Ling Tian. Alas, not only did Gongsun Wuji fail to defeat Duan Ling Tian, but Gongsun Wuji was even forced to escape as well. How could they not feel disappointed? Let's go. Let's go. There's nothing interesting to see here. I really didn't expect the profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian to be so strong that even senior brother Gongsun isn't a match for him. Is there anyone in the Middle Realm who's capable of defeating Duan Ling Tian now? Even senior brother Gongsun Wuji was forced to escape. I think the other 5 strongest 10 directions celestial dukes aren't any faster than Duan Ling Tian, right? Senior brother Gongsun might be able to escape, but the other 5 might not be able to escape from Duan Ling Tian, right? Duan Ling Tian's appearance has completely disrupted the power balance in the Middle Realm. That's right. Unless he's extremely unlucky, the top spot on the scoreboard definitely belongs to him now. The Azure Green Mansion disciples' expressions were rather gloomy as they whispered among themselves. Many of them even left the Middle Realm. Meanwhile, back at the sites of the transporting formations in the Azure Green Mansion's estate, the disciples who chose to return caught everyone's attention. Those who could not enter previously grew excited. Now that there were people leaving, they assumed they would be granted entry to the Middle Realm. Someone's coming. Does this mean I'll be able to enter the Middle Realm? I want to enter. I want to enter. The group of disciples who had returned from the Middle Realm shook their heads when they heard the others clamoring to enter the Middle Realm. Enter the Middle Realm? Do all of you plan to enter the Middle Realm to see how our Azure Green Mansion gets humiliated? It's pointless to enter now. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have bothered entering the Middle Realm. How embarrassing! The Azure Green Mansion disciples who were denied entry to the Middle Realm were naturally confused when they heard these words. Embarrassing? Humiliating? What happened? Hasn't senior brother Gongsun arrived at our base yet? Then, the group of disciples who had just returned from the Middle Realm recounted what had happened, leaving the others in shock. Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion whom they were confident could overpower Duan Ling Tian, was forced to escape. It's truly embarrassing. I'm not going to enter the Middle Realm. It's so disappointing. I am not entering as well. Not only did the expressions of the disciples turn sour, but even the elders' expressions did not look too good. If even Gongsun Wuji could not defeat Duan Ling Tian, was there anyone in the Azure Green Mansion who was capable of defeating Duan Ling Tian? It was destined that the Azure Green Mansion's performance in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Realm would not be good this month. Fortunately, senior brother Gongsun has already risen to 2nd place this month. Even if he's forced to escape, he'll still be able to maintain his rank this month. As soon as someone said these words, some of the disciples instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard with a relieved expression on their faces. However, in just a moment, their expressions stiffened when they saw Gongsun Wuji's name disappearing from the scoreboard while Duan Ling Tian, who was ranked 7th, instantly leaped to the top spot. How's this possible? Senior brother Gongsun is eliminated by Duan Ling Tian? Didn't you say senior brother Gongsun was going to escape? He's faster than Duan Ling Tian, right? How did this happen? What happened? Gongsun Wuji's disappearance from the scoreboard, naturally, caused a huge commotion. After all, even if he was forced to escape by Duan Ling Tian, the Azure Green Mansion disciples and elders did not expect him to be eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. Even if Duan Ling Tian's speed was on par with Gongsun Wuji, if push came to shove, Gongsun Wuji should still be able to escape from Duan Ling Tian, right? Who could tell them what happened? Back in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, The Azure Green Mansion disciples in their mansion's base were even more shocked compared to those in the mansion's estate. After all, not only did they witness Gongsun Wu Ji's elimination, but they witnessed Gongsun Wu Ji's death. Although Duanling Tian's speed was impressive after he had comprehended the two movement profundities from the law of space, the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity, his speed should still be slightly slower than Gongsun Wu Ji. With this, Gongsun Wu Ji should have been able to escape from Duanling Tian. However, all of them saw Duanling Tian appearing in a flash in front of Gongsun Wu Ji as soon as Gongsun Wu Ji tried to escape. They had even seen the expression of disbelief on Gongsun Wu Ji's face before he was killed by Duanling Tian. With this, it was clear to the onlookers that Duanling Tian had been holding back his strength. The disciples from the other Grade 6 celestial mansions were equally stunned when they witnessed this scene. How terrifying! Duanling Tian cast the cross-dimensional profundity thrice around Gongsun Wu Ji and created 3 spatial tiers before sword rays shot out at such a speed that Gongsun Wu Ji didn't even have time to dodge them, casting the cross-dimensional / profundity 3 times in a row. Is that even possible when he has only comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the rudimentary stage? Based on my knowledge, one can only cast the cross-dimensional / profundity thrice and create 3 spatial tiers once one has comprehended it to the initial stage. Duanling Tian has yet to celebrate his 100th birthday, but he's already a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who's comprehended the law of space. As if that's not impressive enough, he even managed to comprehend one of the profundities to the initial stage. At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten about Gongsun Wu Ji's death. All of their attention was focused on Duanling Tian. Usually, only those who had comprehended 9 profundities from a law to the rudimentary stage would have the opportunity to further comprehend the profundities to the initial stage. Apart from that, the majority of those who comprehended profundities to the initial stage were celestial lords. It was already a rare occurrence for a celestial king to comprehend a profundity to the initial stage, let alone a celestial duke. No one had ever heard of a celestial duke who managed to comprehend a profundity to the initial stage. This was unprecedented in the Southern Heaven territory. Duanling Tian must have been hiding his true strength all this time. Hang Feng, a disciple from the martial battle mansion, said solemnly and with great certainty as he looked at Duanling Tian, who was hovering high above the Azure Green Mansion's base like a god. Meanwhile, Wan Qingqing, who was standing nearby, was thoroughly shocked as well. At this moment, her usually expressionless face was filled with disbelief and shock. Similar to Hang Feng, she was sure Duanling Tian had hidden his true strength before this. Even without her help, he could have ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. She could still accept him comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity within 2 weeks. However, she had difficulties believing he had comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. So not only did Duanling Tian comprehend at least 7 profundities from the law of space, but he has also comprehended one of the profundities to the initial stage. Many keen observers arrived at the same conclusion. At this moment, an inner disciple from the Han Qing mansion said, "This is only Duanling Tian's 3rd time in the middle realm, but he has already killed Gongsun Wu Ji. After this battle, I don't think there'll be anyone bold enough to go against him in the middle realm." Wan Qingqing was puzzled. She could not help but ask through voice transmission, "You've comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage? With your strength, why did you need to join forces with me last month?" In her opinion, since Duanling Tian had comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage, he could easily defeat the 6 strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm without her help at all, even if his speed was slower. After all, the speed of the attack from the cross-dimensional / profundity that had been comprehended to the initial stage was not something that could be easily avoided. As seen earlier, the Azure Green Mansion's Gongsun Wu Ji did not even have time to react before he was killed by the cross-dimensional / profundity. "At that time, I haven't comprehended it to the initial stage yet," Duanling Tian answered honestly. There was no need for him to hide this. The only thing he had to keep a secret was the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. In truth, even with the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity, Duanling Tian himself did not expect he would be able to comprehend the law of space's cross-dimensional/profundity to the initial stage at all in such a short time. According to the Chaos Divine Flame, the reason for this was due to the Supreme Powerhouse who had left the Supreme Powerhouse divinity behind, being skilled with the cross-dimensional/profundity. Unlike fundamental profundities, comprehending other profundities to the next stage increased one's strength significantly. Therefore, Duanling Tian, who had comprehended the cross-dimensional/profundity from the rudimentary stage to the initial stage, had seen his strength increased by several folds. Yuve only comprehended the cross-dimensional/profundity to the initial stage recently? Although Wan Qingqing was shocked by this revelation, she did not doubt Duanling Tian's words. Yes, Duanling Tian nodded. What about the other profundities from the law of space? Since you're able to comprehend the cross-dimensional/profundity to the initial stage, you must have already comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of space, right? You're as strong as Shimin Haoxian, Gongsun Wuji, and the others. There's no need for you to join forces with me at all. Wan Qingqing asked through voice transmission again. It was clear that she was insistent on getting answers. Duanling Tian was rather speechless when he saw how persistent she was. In the end, he only said, "Anyway, all you have to know is that I didn't have the strength to defeat them on my own last month. If I could eliminate them on my own, I wouldn't have joined forces with you." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the onlookers in the surroundings with bright eyes. When the disciples from the various grade 6 celestial mansions saw Duanling Tian looking at them with a predatory gaze, their expressions changed immediately. Many of them even tried to flee. Oh no! Swoosh! Duanling Tian vanished into thin air before he reappeared in front of a few disciples from other grade 6 celestial mansions, preventing them from fleeing. He asked with a grin, "Do I need to make a move?" The expressions of the disciples who were blocked by Duanling Tian were unsightly. Nevertheless, none of them had the courage to fight Duanling Tian. "No, I'll do it myself." "Me too." All of them took the initiative to shatter their accumulative point jades. After obtaining the points, Duanling Tian wasted no time in moving on to his next targets. Apart from those from the Profound Nether Mansion and the Martial Battle Mansion, everyone was his target. Since the Azure Green Mansion disciples were in their mansion's base, they were safe from Duanling Tian. None of them dared to leave the base after they witnessed Gongsun Wuji's death. For this reason, Duanling Tian did not manage to eliminate anyone from the Azure Green Mansion. Initially, the Martial Battle Mansion disciples were frightened as well since they thought Duanling Tian would target them. All of them sighed in relief when they saw Duanling Tian had no intentions of attacking them. Hung Feng looked at Wan Qingqing and said with a bitter smile on his face, "Junior sister Qingqing, it's all thanks to you that we're safe." It was not difficult to guess why Duanling Tian did not target the Martial Battle Mansion disciples. It must be a gesture of goodwill toward Wan Qingqing. Apart from that, Hung Feng could not think of any other reason why Duanling Tian would spare them. Meanwhile, the disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm began to leave one after another through the transporting formation in their base. After the Azure Green Mansion disciples returned to their mansion's estate, news of Gongsun Wuji's death, naturally, began to spread in the Azure Green Mansion. The high-ranking officials from the Azure Green Mansion were all summoned to an emergency meeting by the Mansion Master of the Azure Green Mansion not long after news of Gongsun Wuji's death spread out. Bang! The Mansion Master of the Azure Green Mansion was so furious that he broke the table in front of him when he slammed his hands down on the table. The Profound Nether Mansion's Duanling Tian killed Gongsun Wuji. From now on, it'll be difficult for us to perform well in the Middle Realm and obtain rewards from the 10 major clans. Duanling Tian must die. Don't let me run into him. Otherwise, I tear him into 1,000,000 pieces. Similarly, the high-ranking officials of the Azure Green Mansion were furious as well. Gongsun Wuji was the Azure Green Mansion's most outstanding disciple in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now that Duanling Tian had killed him, they had lost their trump card. This was undoubtedly a huge loss to the mansion. Apart from that, this was also the first time the Azure Green Mansion suffered such a huge loss in the hands of the Profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, someone said, "Let's hire an assassin to get rid of Duanling Tian." One of the vice mansion masters of the Azure Green Mansion said in a low voice, "I have a contact in the Blood Skull Gang. Contact the Blood Skull Gang now." With permission from the Mansion Master, the Vice Mansion Master wasted no time in contacting a high-ranking official in the Blood Skull Gang. However, as soon as he received the reply from the Blood Skull Gang, a strange expression appeared on his face. The others, naturally, noticed the Vice Mansion Master's strange expression. "What's the matter? What happened? Don't tell me Duanling Tian has an extraordinary background and the Blood Skull Gang doesn't dare to accept this job?" The Blood Skull Gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. If they don't accept this job, I'm afraid other assassin organizations won't dare to accept this job as well. Finally, the Vice Mansion Master shook his head and said, "No, it's not that. I spoke to my contact in the Blood Skull Gang. He said there's no need for us to hire them for this job because someone has already put out a hit on Duanling Tian." So someone has already put a hit out on Duanling Tian? It seems like Duanling Tian has offended quite a number of people. Someone said with a scoff, "That's great then. We don't have to waste our celestial crystals." In the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. Although the members of the Profound Nether Mansion were shocked as well, the atmosphere in the estate was naturally different from the atmosphere in the Azure Green Mansion's estate. Duanling Tian killed the Azure Green Mansion's Gongsun Wuji? That's great news. I didn't expect I would be able to see this day. Gongsun Wuji killed my cousin in the past. I say good riddance. Good riddance. I wonder where senior brother Duan came from? He's so powerful that he's even able to kill Gongsun Wuji. Rumors have it that not only senior brother Duan has comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of space, but he has also comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. He comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage? Is that real? As far as I know, in the entire history of the Southern Heaven Territory, no one under the stage of a celestial king has ever comprehended a profundity to the initial stage. Senior brother Duanling Tian has made history. The Profound Nether Mansion elders and disciples were delighted by the news of Gongsun Wuji's death, but they were puzzled by Duanling Tian's strength. Meanwhile, those who were at the 3 sites of the transporting formations in the Profound Nether Mansion looked at the scoreboard intently as Duanling Tian rose to the first place with more than 1,000 points. Look! Senior brother Duanling Tian has accumulated more than 1,000 points again. Amazing! Truly amazing! Since senior brother Ling Tian is capable of killing Gongsun Wuji, he should be able to eliminate the other 5 as well. I'm sure those 5 10 Directions Celestial Dukes have already received the news of senior brother Duan killing Gongsun Wuji. With this, they probably won't dare to fight senior brother Duan if they meet him. Not even in my wildest dreams did I imagine our Profound Nether Mansion would one day be invincible in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Heaven. Senior brother Duanling Tian is truly outstanding. I'm afraid he won't stay in the Profound Nether Mansion for long. Senior brother Ling Tian achieved all these feats even before reaching the age of 100. It's obvious he's destined for bigger things. In my opinion, it won't be long before the Su clan sends someone over for him. The Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory were under the control of a clan. Each of the 10 major clans controlled 6 Grade 6 celestial mansions. The Profound Nether Mansion was under the Su clan. Meanwhile, after receiving a message from the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion, Qi Tianming hurriedly sent a message to Duanling Tian, who was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duanling Tian, since you've already accumulated more than 1,000 points, you can leave the middle realm now. That person in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion wants to meet you. Similar to everyone else, Qi Tianming was also shocked when he heard about Duanling Tian comprehending the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. He was rather skeptical and thought perhaps the matter had been exaggerated. Therefore, he planned to ask Duanling Tian about this matter when Duanling Tian returned to the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. With this thought in mind, Qi Tianming sent another message to Duanling Tian again. If you really comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage, There's a high chance the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion will end the test in advance and directly make you the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. After Duanling Tian received the 2 messages from Qi Tianming, he made his way to the Profound Nether Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm so he could return to the Profound Nether Mansion's estate through the transporting formation in the base. Once Duanling Tian returned to the estate, all the elders and disciples who saw him would cheer and greet him enthusiastically. After all, he was now one of the most famous people in the Profound Nether Mansion. Duanling Tian wasted no time and went to look for Qi Tianming immediately as soon as he returned. "I'll bring you there." Qi Tianming led Duanling Tian to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion as soon as he saw Duanling Tian. During their journey, Qi Tianming could no longer hold back his curiosity, so he asked, Did you really comprehend the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage?" "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded in response to Qi Tianming's question. It was not a secret since many people from various Grade 6 celestial mansions had witnessed this when he killed the Azure Green Mansion's Gongsun Wu Ji. Although Qi Tianming had prepared himself for this answer, he still inhaled sharply when Duanling Tian confirmed it. He asked curiously, "When did you comprehend it to the initial stage?" "I recall you still had to team up with Wan Qingqing last month to eliminate the Red Leaves Mansion's Shiman Hao Xian. I comprehended it just a few days ago before I entered the Middle Realm," Duanling Tian replied lightly. The corners of Qi Tianming's mouth began twitching upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. After a beat, he asked, "What about the other profundities from the law of space? Have you already comprehended the remaining profundities to the rudimentary stage?" "No," Duanling Tian shook his head. "I have yet to comprehend the remaining 2 profundities from the law of space." Currently, apart from the space elemental profundity, Duanling Tian had comprehended the territory profundity, the restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, the teleportation profundity, the transportation profundity, and the cross-dimensional / profundity. He had comprehended 7 out of 9 profundities from the law of space and had yet to encounter the other 2 profundities. Apart from the cross-dimensional / profundity that had been comprehended to the initial stage, the remaining 6 profundities were all comprehended to the rudimentary stage. "There are still 2 profundities you've yet to comprehend? Is this true?" Qi Tianming asked in disbelief. He was so surprised that he stopped in his tracks immediately upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded. He knew why Qi Tianming was shocked. Generally, before comprehending a profundity to the initial stage, one would comprehend all 9 profundities from a law to the rudimentary stage first. This was the case for 9,999 out of 10,000 people. Those who could comprehend a profundity to the initial stage before comprehending all 9 profundities to the rudimentary stage were extremely rare. They were considered as peerless geniuses. Initially, I assumed you were only able to comprehend the law of space due to the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. However, it's obvious now that your comprehension ability is truly outstanding," Qi Tianming exclaimed. The law of space was notoriously difficult to comprehend. Only a handful of people had succeeded in comprehending the law of space. Among 10,000 people who had comprehended the law of space, perhaps only one person would be able to comprehend a profundity from the law of space to the initial stage before comprehending all 9 profundities from the law of space to the rudimentary stage first. Duanling Tian was clearly that person. Although the supreme powerhouse divinity played a big part in Duanling Tian's success of comprehending the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage before comprehending all 9 profundities from the law of space to the rudimentary stage, Duanling Tian's high comprehension skill played a role as well. Soon enough, Qi Tianming and Duanling Tian arrived at the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. This time, the illusory formation disappeared as soon as they arrived. Qi Tianming remained silent. He did not dare to speak. As soon as the illusory formation disappeared, Duanling Tian saw a figure standing nearby looking at him. The figure belonged to a tall and muscular middle-aged man who was dressed in a dark green robe. He looked majestic and imposing even without having to try. Is he the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion? Duanling Tian wondered inwardly. At this moment, Qi Tianming, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, bowed and greeted the middle-aged man. Lord Mansion Master. Mansion Master? With this, Duanling Tian knew that he had guessed wrongly. The mansion master nodded in response to Qi Tianming before he turned to look at Duanling Tian and said with a small smile on his face, Duanling Tian, you did well in the middle realm of southern heaven, ancient realm. The profound nether mansion definitely will not mistreat. Now let's meet the Grandmaster. Inspector Qi, you may take your leave, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion added before he turned around to lead Duanling Tian away. Grandmaster. Duanling Tian was stunned. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion is most likely Lord Mansion Master's Grandmaster. Qi Tianming said to Duanling Tian through voice transmission. Then, he cupped his fists together at the Mansion Master before he left. The Pavilion Master is the Mansion Master's Grandmaster? Duanling Tian did not expect the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion to be the Grandmaster of the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Duanling Tian followed the Mansion Master's lead until they finally arrived at the backyard of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The backyard was huge and half of it was occupied by a lake. At this moment, a skinny old man wearing a bamboo hat could be seen fishing by the lake. Grandmaster. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion bowed respectfully. I've brought him here. The old man put down his fishing rod as soon as the Mansion Master finished speaking. He rose to his feet and turned to look at Duanling Tian with a piercing gaze. When the old man looked at him, Duanling Tian felt as though his thoughts were laid bare before the old man. I thought it'd take you longer to pass the test. Who knew you'd grow so strong and overpower everyone in the Middle Realm in just a few short months? Although Duanling Tian did not have a clear look at the Pavilion Master's appearance previously, he could tell the voice belonged to the person who had spoken to him during his first visit here. Since you've already overpowered everyone in the Middle Realm, I'll consider you to have passed the test, the old man said with gleaming eyes. From today onward, Duanling Tian, you're the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. After such a long time, my Profound Nether Mansion has an Imperial Tutor again. The Imperial Tutor Pavilion will open once again. Thank you, Senior. Duanling Tian thanked the old man. Since he had already expected this, he was not surprised. Then, the old man looked at the Mansion Master as he said, You may take your leave. The Mansion Master bowed before he left. Currently, only the old man and Duanling Tian were left in the huge backyard. The first time we met, I've already asked you for your reasons for wanting to become the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion, so I won't ask you that again, the old man said. Duanling Tian remembered his answer. He had said that he wanted to become the Imperial Tutor so he could enjoy the cultivation resources that came with that position. Apart from that, the Profound Nether Mansion was a perfect stepping stone for him to move on from the Southern Heaven territory to a higher stage. With your current strength, it's pointless for you to enter the Middle Realm again. Here, these 2 celestial fruits are for you. The old man casually tossed 2 celestial fruits over to Duanling Tian. One of the celestial fruits was red while the other was green. The red fruit emitted heat while the green fruit emitted a chilly air. These are... Duanling Tian instinctively reached out to catch the celestial fruits. His eyes widened a moment after he had a good look at the fruits. Are these the Ice King celestial fruit and the Fire King celestial fruit? You're quite knowledgeable to be able to recognize the fruits. The old man was slightly surprised that Duanling Tian recognized the fruits. However, from the beginning until the end, his face remained expressionless. Since you know what the fruits are, I'm sure you know about their effects as well. I won't explain so much then. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian had a hard time concentrating on the old man's words. His attention was drawn to the 2 celestial fruits in his hands. Duanling Tian had only read about these 2 celestial fruits in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Library. He had not seen them before. Both the Fire King Celestial Fruit and the Ice King Celestial Fruit were incredibly rare. The price of one of the fruits on the black market would not be any less than the cost of an ordinary royal-grade celestial weapon. The combination of the Fire King Celestial Fruit and the Ice King Celestial Fruit was likely worth the same as a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. It was only natural since their effects were heaven-defying. It was common knowledge that the higher one's cultivation base was, the harder it would be to break through. The gap between the higher stages was like a huge chasm. However, if a 10 directions celestial duke were to consume these 2 celestial fruits, they would instantly break through and become a 1 basic celestial king. It should be noted some people cultivated their entire lives, but they could only stay at the stage of a 10 directions celestial duke. However, with these celestial fruits, they would be able to become a celestial king. When Duanling Tian finally regained his senses, he looked at the old man and asked tentatively, "Senior, are you really giving these to me? Why would I give them to you if they weren't for you?" A rare smile appeared on the old man's face when he spoke. "Thank you, Senior." Although Duanling Tian knew there were many benefits to becoming the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he did not expect to receive a Fire King celestial fruit and an Ice King celestial fruit as a meeting gift. They were truly a lavish meeting gift. "There's one more thing. Someone from the Su clan will be here in a few days. I won't be able to hide you away at that time," the old man said as his expression turned slightly solemn. "I can promise you that you'll definitely gain more by staying in the profound Nether Mansion compared to the Su clan. Certainly, when the time is right, I won't hinder your progress and keep you in the profound Nether Mansion. I'll personally bring you to the Su clan. With your strength at that time, you'll receive the best treatment in the Su clan. With that said, the first thing you'll have to do is trust me." Duanling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly when he heard the old man's words. "Senior, you're saying I shouldn't join the Su clan too soon?" "That's right. If you join them too early, they won't value you," the old man replied. "Naturally, I won't stop you if you insist on joining them now. Apart from that, if you decide to stay in the profound Nether Mansion in the meantime, you'll have to promise me something. If you agree to it, I can tell you it'll be more beneficial than going to the Su clan now. Even if you don't agree to it, I still think it's more beneficial for you to stay in the mansion now." Duanling Tian cocked an eyebrow upon hearing the old man's words. "Promise? What is it? What's the condition?" "It's not exactly a condition. It's an old rule of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Since the former Imperial Tutor perished, and I took it upon myself to guard the pavilion, we've had this rule," the old man explained. "The new Imperial Tutor must avenge the former Imperial Tutor. If you succeed, you'll get the best treatment in the profound Nether Mansion." "The former Imperial Tutor?" Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback. "Senior, are you referring to the Imperial Tutor from 30,000 years ago whose wife was raped?" As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, he felt a terrifying energy roll off the old man's body. As soon as the energy swept over him, he felt his blood chi and energy surged. With this, he could tell the old man was incredibly angry. Why is he so angry? 30,000 years have passed since then. Is it possible that he's also the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion at that time? Perhaps. He was the one who guided and cultivated the former Imperial Tutor. Duanling Tian speculated inwardly. If his speculation was right, he could understand why the old man was so angry. "Yes, I'm referring to that Imperial Tutor." The old man forcibly suppressed his anger and calmed down before he said, "Before you decide, it's my duty to inform you the person you're to seek revenge from is the current clan leader of the He clan, which is one of the 10 major clans. He's a celestial lord. Will you agree to this?" After he finished speaking, he looked at Duanling Tian intently, waiting for Duanling Tian's answer. "I agree," Duanling Tian said. "That man has no conscience. He deserves to be punished." He had never considered himself to be particularly righteous, but he would not stand by and do nothing if people went overboard with their actions. Previously, when Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, told him about what happened to the former Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he had already been disgusted by the behavior of the current clan leader of the He clan. If he had the chance and the strength, he would certainly right the wrong. For this reason, he did not hesitate to promise the old man. "Great!" The old man's eyes brightened upon hearing Duanling Tian's reply. Then, he said solemnly, "Duanling Tian, my seniority is the highest in the profound Nether Mansion. Even the current mansion master is a disciple of my disciple. Today, I promise you that once you become the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor, you'll enjoy the treatment similar, if not better, to the mansion master. You're also now under my protection. In fact, I'll deal with Bloodskull Gang as well. I'll personally ask them to abort their mission and make them promise not to accept any jobs to assassinate you." He sounded confident when he spoke. It was as though the Blood Skull Gang was nothing. "Senior, I have no objections to everything you promised me, but you don't have to deal with the Blood Skull Gang on my behalf. I'll deal with them myself." "You'll deal with them yourself?" The old man looked at Duanling Tian, slightly taken aback. "There are many assassins who are celestial lords in the Blood Skull Gang. Moreover, their leader isn't an ordinary celestial lord. In fact, he isn't any weaker than me." "Senior, where does he stand in comparison to the clan leader of the He clan?" Duanling Tian asked. "Naturally, the clan leader of the He clan is much stronger," the old man said as his eyes flashed with killing intent. "If the clan leader of the He clan was weaker than the leader of the Bloodskull Gang, he would have killed the clan leader of the He clan a long time ago. Since the clan leader of the He clan was more powerful than him, he had created the rule to avenge the former imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. If that's the case, why should I worry about the leader of the Bloodskull Gang? If I can't even deal with the leader of the Bloodskull Gang, how am I supposed to seek revenge from the clan leader of the He clan?" The old man was briefly rendered speechless by Duanling Tian's words. Inwardly, he thought Duanling Tian was rather admirable and righteous despite being ambitious. Naturally, his expressions did not betray his thoughts. In the end, he said, "In that case, I hope you'll show me your strength and deal with the Blood Skull Gang soon." A few days later, just as the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had said, the Su clan sent someone to the Profound Nether Mansion to bring Duanling Tian to the clan. The Profound Nether Mansion's disciple, Duanling Tian, is extraordinarily talented, so the Su clan would like to bring him back to help him with his cultivation. The representative from the Su clan said to the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. The Mansion Master replied with a smile, "The Profound Nether Mansion has no objections. We'll leave the decision to Duanling Tian." Could he possibly reject the Su clan? The representative from the Su clan was clearly confident Duanling Tian would not refuse the Su clan's invitation. The representative from the Su clan was, naturally, stunned when the Mansion Master summoned Duanling Tian over, and Duanling Tian refused the invitation. He asked in disbelief, "You're declining the invitation?" "It's not that. I just think that I'm not powerful enough to join the Su clan yet. When I grow stronger, I'll definitely join the Su clan. I won't consider the other 9 clans and 5 sects," Duanling Tian said. "This is my promise to you and the Su clan. Will you reconsider your decision?" The representative from the Su clan frowned. He had come on the orders of the Grand Elder of the Su clan. If he failed to bring Duanling Tian back to the clan, the Grand Elder would surely question his ability. However, the Grand Elder had also said not to use force if Duanling Tian refused to join the Su clan. "I've made up my mind." Duanling Tian shook his head. "All right, I hope you'll remember your promise." The representative from the Su clan looked at Duanling Tian before he left. He did not think his trip to the Profound Nether Mansion was a waste. At the very least, Duanling Tian had given his word that he would only join the Su clan. "I think the Grand Elder won't punish me since Duanling Tian has promised to join our clan in the future." After the representative from the Su clan left, Duanling Tian asked the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion, "Mansion Master, the Pavilion Master has said that there's no longer any need for me to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and to concentrate on becoming a Celestial King. Are you okay with this?" Duanling Tian knew how important the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was to Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. Otherwise, the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions would not expend so much effort to cultivate so many 10 Directions Celestial Dukes to represent them in the middle realm and fight for high rankings on the scoreboard. "I have no objections regarding Grandmaster's decisions." The Mansion Master made it clear he would agree to whatever the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion said. With this, Duanling Tian could see the weight the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion carried in the Profound Nether Mansion. In fact, before he spoke to the Mansion Master, he had already expected this outcome. He merely wanted further confirmation. He was ready to break through and become a Celestial King with the help of the Ice King Celestial Fruit and the Fire King Celestial Fruit. Previously, Duanling Tian was granted the power of a Celestial King from the consumable Royal Grade Celestial Weapon. However, it was only for a brief period. Once he had broken through and become a celestial king, the power of a celestial king would be truly his. As soon as Duan Tian returned to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, he went into closed-door cultivation. After consuming the Ice King's celestial fruit and the Fire King's celestial fruit, he could feel 2 orbs of medicinal efficacy slowly traveling through his body. At the same time, he circulated his energy according to his cultivation method. He cultivated using the King Grade Tai E Profound method, which was given to him by Huaner's grandaunt. Time continued to pass by silently. Duan Tian was so immersed in cultivation that he lost all track of time. It was only when he had become a celestial king that he opened his eyes. He could clearly sense his celestial origin energy was different from before. It was now richer and purer. The biggest change he discovered was in the little world that he had created. With his recent breakthrough, not only did the little world grow bigger, but it was even more lifelike. Apart from that, the main branch from the divine tree of life that was located in the heart of the little world had grown to twice its original size. It looked like a vibrant tree now. Now that I've become a celestial king, I think it's possible for me to create another little world. With this thought in mind, Duan Tian waved his hand. Subsequently, a spatial tear appeared in the void next to him. Instead of leading to the turbulent space, this spatial tear was an opening to another little world. With another wave of his hand, he pulled the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings into the space inside the spatial tear. A celestial king could create little worlds anywhere, and they could hold living things as well. When Duan Tian had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had entered the little world created by the celestial king from the blissful sect. It was in that little world that he had a fateful encounter with the compassionate celestial traveler Sex Murongbing. Everything has gone quite smoothly so far. In less than 100 years since I ascended here, I've already become a celestial king. I have 900 years left to get stronger. I'm going to set a goal for myself today. I must stand at the pinnacle of this Devata realm within 500 years. I'll have 400 years left after that to get even stronger, so that I can enter the divine offering realm to save Kur, Fayer, and the others. After Duan Tian casually tried to create a little world, he destroyed it once he confirmed he could create another little world. I'm a celestial king now. Duan Tian rose to his feet after he opened his eyes. Although he had a taste of what it was like to possess the strength of a celestial king in the past, it felt different now that the strength was his own and not granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Half an hour later, Duan Tian arrived at the backyard of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's backyard. Senior, you've broken through? The old man was still fishing. He did not turn around to look at Duan Tian, but it was obvious he knew Duan Tian had broken through and become a celestial king. Yes, Duan Tian nodded. Not bad. You managed to break through in less than half a month. Although it's largely due to the celestial fruits, it wouldn't be so quick if you're not talented as well, the old man said. You can continue comprehending the law of space over this period of time. If possible, try not to leave the profound nether mansion before becoming a 10 Directions celestial king. You've made many enemies, after all. Apart from the Bloodskull gang, the Azure Green Mansion has also sent men to spy on our mansion. They're waiting to kill you if you leave the mansion. A 10 Directions celestial king? How long must I stay in the mansion then? Although Duan Tian wanted to break through and become a 10 Directions celestial king as soon as possible, he was only a 1 basic celestial king now. How long would it take before he became a 10 Directions celestial king? With your talent in cultivation, you should be able to break through in 300 years, the old man replied. 300 years? The corner of Duan Tian's mouth twitched. He was only almost 100 years old now. 300 years were too long a time to become a 10 Directions celestial king. Naturally, he was aware that in Devata realms, the higher one's cultivation base was, the more difficult it would be to break through. To become a 10 Directions celestial king from a 1 basic celestial king, most people would need more than 10 times the time it took for them to become a 1 basic celestial king from the moment they cultivated. The old man replied, Well, it's just a conservative guess of mine. The profound nether mansion will do all it can to help you become a 10 Directions celestial king. We'll provide you with celestial fruits, celestial pills, and other resources to ensure you'll be able to become a 10 Directions Celestial King as soon as possible. If you're lucky, you might become a 10 Directions Celestial King in less than 300 years. The old man continued to say, at this point, the profound Nether Mansion still has some resources that can boost your cultivation base. Naturally, these resources aren't limitless. I have sent the disciples of my disciples to look for celestial fruits and celestial pills that can help with your cultivation. In any case, you'll be able to become a 10 Directions Celestial King faster by staying in the profound Nether Mansion than staying in the Su clan. It's a long and slow process to become a 10 Directions Celestial King. There's nothing as heaven-defying as the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that can instantly raise your cultivation base to that of a 10 Directions Celestial King. Duanling Tian fell silent and pondered on the old man's words. Moreover, didn't you say you want to personally deal with the Blood Skull Gang? With your current strength, you'll only die if you go against them. From what I know, the Blood Skull Gang sent a 10 Directions Celestial King and 29 Palaces Celestial Kings this time to assassinate you, the old man said. A 10 Directions Celestial King and 29 Palace Celestial Kings? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow upon hearing these words. However, he was not worried. After all, he still had one use left in the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that would grant him strength comparable to a one basic celestial lord. With his comprehension of the law of space, he was confident he would be able to kill all the assassins. Moreover, although one of the assassins was a 10 Directions Celestial King, Duanling Tian thought it was unlikely that the assassin had comprehended any profundity to the initial stage. In comparison, he had comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. With that and the temporary strength of a one basic celestial lord, he was certain he would be able to kill the 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. Therefore, Duanling Tian did not spare much thought for the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. Instead, he was wondering if he really had to stay in the profound Nether Mansion's estate until he became a 10 Directions Celestial King. Senior. After taking a deep breath, Duanling Tian gave voice to the thoughts in his mind. If I leave the profound Nether Mansion to explore the Southern Heaven territory, what are the chances of me coming across fortuitous encounters that will help me become a 10 Directions Celestial King faster? You're naive. The old man immediately put his fishing rod down as soon as he heard Duanling Tian's words. He rose to his feet and turned around to look at Duanling Tian before he continued to say, the cultivation resources that the profound Nether Mansion will provide you can be considered a fortuitous encounter as well. Even if you manage to safely leave the mansion's estate to gather cultivation resources, they won't be able to compare to the resources the mansion is able to provide you. If you need someone to spar with, I can always suppress my cultivation base to spar with you. You can choose if you want to sustain light scratches, to be severely injured or incapacitated. I can do it all. A chilling smile appeared on the old man's face as soon as he finished speaking. Chills ran up Duanling Tian's spine when he saw the old man smile. After a beat, the old man said, this is the Southern Heaven territory, not the 7 Upper Province. I can't speak with certainty for the 7 Upper Province, but I can tell you for sure that in the Southern Heaven territory, your best option is to stay in the profound Nether Mansion if you want to become a 10 Directions Celestial King in the fastest time possible. The old man's words successfully wiped away Duanling Tian's doubt. After all, he knew his knowledge of the Southern Heaven territory was lacking in comparison to the old man. After a while, he asked, Senior, are you planning to send me to the Su clan after I become a 10 Directions Celestial King? Duanling Tian asked. That's right. Duanling Tian did not expect the old man would reply to him so candidly. The old man explained, once you become a 10 Directions Celestial King, you can join the Su clan and enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the Southern Heaven territory, it's almost impossible to become a celestial lord from a celestial king. You'll need help or some sort of fortuitous encounter. Therefore, you can only hope to come across some fortuitous encounter in the upper realm to help you break through and become a one basic celestial lord. If the middle realm is a stage for celestial dukes, then the upper realm is the stage for celestial kings in the Southern Heaven territory. Regardless if you're from the 10 major clans, the top 5 sects, or if you're a sectless cultivator, as long as your cultivation base meets the requirement, you'll be able to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to look for fortuitous encounters. With the old man's words, Duanling Tian gained knowledge of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The only place in the Southern Heaven territory that can possibly help you to become a 10 directions celestial king faster than the profound nether mansion is the upper realm. However, the risks of entering the upper realm with your current strength are extremely high. It'll be akin to suicide if you enter now. For this reason, I didn't consider letting you enter the upper realm now, not until you're strong enough to protect yourself in there. However, if you manage to comprehend another profundity from the law of space to the initial stage, I will allow you to enter the upper realm even if you're only a 7 stars celestial king or an 8 trigrams celestial king. Then, the old man looked at Duanling Tian intently and said, "For now, it's best you stay put in the profound nether mansion's estate." Duanling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly upon hearing the old man's words. He asked, "Senior, do you mean to say there are many celestial kings in the upper realm who have comprehended one profundity to the initial stage?" Since Duanling Tian had comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage, he could easily hold his ground against a 3 talents celestial king or a 4 phenomena celestial king. Naturally, if his opponents had comprehended a profundity to the initial stage as well, then he would be no match for them. This was the way things worked. When you had something that others did not, it would be your strength. However, if others possessed what you possessed, it would no longer be your strength. The old man nodded. That's right. Many disciples from the 10 major clans and the top 5 sects have comprehended one profundity to the initial stage. Even if you've become a 10 directions celestial king now, your strength would only be considered comparable to second-tier disciples due to your comprehension of the law of space. The old man's words were rather effective. Duanling Tian no longer felt as gung-ho as before. Initially, he had been rather confident of his strength. He was certain those below the stage of a celestial lord would not be able to harm him once he had become a 10 directions celestial king. How could he not feel disheartened after discovering that his strength would only be considered second tier if he had only comprehended one profundity to the initial stage after becoming a 10 directions celestial king? Nevertheless, it did not take long for Duanling Tian to regain his confidence. The Pavilion Master thinks it's acceptable as long as I manage to comprehend 2 profundities to the initial stage when I become a 7 stars or 8 trigrams celestial king. He doesn't know I possess the supreme powerhouse divinity from a supreme powerhouse who had mastered the law of space. With the supreme powerhouse divinity, the speed of my comprehension is beyond anyone's imagination. Duanling Tian, who was persuaded by the old man's words, finally made up his mind. I'll stay in the mansion's estate for now. After comprehending another 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage, I think I'll be able to enter the upper realm even if I haven't become a 7 stars or 8 trigrams celestial king at that time. Most of the people from the profound nether mansion, including Qi Tianming, were unaware that Duanling Tian had already become a celestial king, so they were looking forward to Duanling Tian entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm again and continuing to maintain his spot at the top. They believed that with his strength, it would be easy for him to stay at the first place unless he was extremely unlucky. It was only natural that they were confused when Duanling Tian did not enter the middle realm even though half a month had passed since it opened again. Everyone was fervently discussing his absence from the middle realm this month. What's going on? Where's Senior Duanling Tian? I hope he didn't leave the profound nether mansion. That's possible. Otherwise, he should have entered the middle realm by now. Wasn't Senior Duan hired by the profound nether mansion? It's not surprising that he left, right? Rumor has it that he's not hired by the profound nether mansion. He came from the Simplicity Celestial sect. The Simplicity Celestial sect from the 3 sects and 2 clans? Heavens! I didn't expect Senior Duanling Tian to come from there. I think the Su clan might have brought Senior Duan back to the clan. Otherwise, it's impossible that he still hasn't entered the middle realm. Meanwhile, Qi Tianming could not hold back his curiosity and sent a message to Duanling Tian. You don't plan to enter this month? Enter where? Duanling Tian, who was having a conversation with the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, received Qi Tianming's message at this moment. For a moment, he did not understand what Qi Tianming was talking about. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Qi Tianming replied. Oh, I've already broken through and become a celestial king. Do you think I can still enter the middle realm? Duan Ling Tian replied. He's already become a celestial king? Qi Tianming was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. He did not expect this at all. He knew that Duan Ling Tian was able to become a 10 Directions celestial duke due to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, Duan Ling Tian had only become a 10 Directions celestial duke not too long ago, and yet he had already broken through and become a celestial king. He knew Duan Ling Tian's recent breakthrough could not possibly have anything to do with heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, since the fruit could only help one become a 10 Directions celestial duke, not a celestial king. Senior, I promise to stay in the profound Nether Mansion's estate for now. I'll only consider leaving once I'm strong enough to enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Ling Tian said to the old man. The old man nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, as though he had just recalled something, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Recently, we discovered there's a woman hanging around the estate. She might be a spy. Strangely, there seemed to be 2 people tailing her. She appeared soon after the 3 assassins from the Bloodskull Gang and the people from the Azure Green Mansion appeared. Could she be someone you know? Since he could not figure out the woman's identity, he could only ask Duan Ling Tian about it. A woman. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. What does she look like? She was wearing a veil and a hat, so I couldn't see her face at all, the old man replied. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. He was reminded of someone as soon as he heard the old man's words. Could it be Huaner? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. He looked at the old man and asked anxiously, Senior, where's she now? She might be a friend whom I've been searching for a long time now. Perhaps she had come to the mansion because she heard about me being here. His instincts told him there was a high chance that the woman was Huaner. She's a friend of yours? The old man cocked an eyebrow. Then he raised his hand, and an energy swept out and shrouded Duan Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian discovered they had left the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. They were moving so fast that his surroundings were just a blur. After a moment, they began to slow down and came to a halt before the old man said, There she is. Duan Ling Tian hastily turned to look in the direction where the old man was looking. He saw a white-clad woman with a curvaceous body standing in the distance. Although she was wearing a hat and veil, one could easily tell she had an extraordinary bearing. He was familiar with the veil and the hat, after all, he had bought them for her. Huaner! Duan Ling Tian called out excitedly. He did not expect Huaner to appear at the profound Nether Mansion. When he finally saw that she was safe and sound, the burden in his heart lifted immediately. Don't reveal yourself first, the old man warned just as Duan Ling Tian was about to step forward. There are 2 people hiding behind her. They seem to be celestial beasts. I've probed them with my divine consciousness, and it seems like they're from the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed again upon hearing the old man's words. The Phantom Fox clan? He recalled what Huaner's grandaunt had told him. Before Huaner became a celestial emperor, she should avoid meeting any members of the Phantom Fox clan apart from her mother. Apart from that, her grandaunt had also said that if any of the members from the Phantom Fox clan who did not bear the surname Du approached Huaner, Duan Ling Tian should kill them. Otherwise, Huaner would be in grave danger. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he asked the old man, Senior, are you sure they're from the Phantom Fox clan? I'm almost 100% certain, the old man replied. Senior, please take me to them so I can ask for their names. If their surname isn't Du, please kill them before they use a communication celestial talisman. Duan Ling Tian said in a solemn tone tinged with urgency. The old man nodded, clearly willing to help Duan Ling Tian without asking any questions. After all, Duan Ling Tian was his last chance to avenge his father. Without Duan Ling Tian, the chances of him avenging his father were slim to none. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that the former imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion from 30,000 years ago was the old man's father. The old man's mother had been on the run that year and gave birth to him before she died. He knew about his origin because his mother had left him a memory celestial talisman before she died. Driven by revenge and hatred, He successfully entered the profound nether mansion and rose until his current rank. And yet, he was still incapable of killing the clan leader of the He clan to avenge his parents. Duan Ling Tian's appearance had renewed his hope, therefore, as soon as Duan Ling Tian agreed to avenge his parents, he cherished Duan Ling Tian's life more than his own. Even if Duan Ling Tian wanted his life, he would gladly kill himself as long as Duan Ling Tian promised to avenge his parents. Swoosh! 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 The old man brought Duan Ling Tian with him and appeared in front of the two men who were tailing Huaner. The two men, a young man and a middle-aged man, were taken aback when they saw Duan Ling Tian, and the old man suddenly appeared in front of them. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted coldly as he asked in a low voice, "What are both of you doing sneaking around the profound Nether Mansion's estate? Tell me your names and your background. If either one of you lies, I won't hesitate to kill you." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the two men's expressions turned grim. They could not see how Duan Ling Tian and the old man appeared. This indicated that Duan Ling Tian or the old man was much stronger than them. The young man hastily said, "Sir, we're from the Phantom Fox clan. My name is Zhang Qiyu and he's Zhang Lijong. We come in peace." Their surnames were not due. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed immediately. At the same time, the old man casually raised his hand. Whoosh! 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 Before Duan Ling Tian could react, a vine had already pierced the bodies of the two men. Naturally, the two men had no time to react as well. Their smiles were still plastered on their faces after the vine pierced them. How powerful! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could sense the old man's profound power. Up until now, the old man was the strongest person he had encountered. "Thank you, senior." Duan Ling Tian quickly thanked the old man as soon as he regained his senses. "Senior, the members of the Phantom Fox clan might not know who killed them, but since they died near the profound Nether Mansion's estate, will this bring trouble to the mansion? The Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven territory isn't a match for the profound Nether Mansion. There's no need to be afraid even if they come looking for trouble." The old man replied indifferently. Duan Ling Tian felt relieved upon hearing the old man's words. After that, the old man brought Duan Ling Tian with him and appeared near Huaner, who was currently looking at the profound Nether Mansion's estate. "Huaner!" Duan Ling Tian called out softly as his eyes gleamed with unconcealable excitement. "Huaner!" Although the white-clad woman's back was facing Duan Ling Tian, one could see her body trembling slightly as soon as she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. She slowly turned around and saw a purple-clad young man standing near her. Although it had been years since she last saw him, he still remained the same. "Brother Ling Tian? Am I dreaming?" Huaner removed her hat and veil, revealing her beautiful face. As soon as she revealed her face, the surroundings seemed to dim in comparison. Even the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion was slightly taken aback by Huaner's beauty. He had lived for almost 30,000 years, but this was the first time he had seen such a peerless beauty. Such a beauty actually exists in this world? Huaner! Duan Ling Tian could no longer hold back. He quickly made his way to Huaner. At the same time, Huaner moved like a gust of wind toward Duan Ling Tian as well. She ran into his arms and hugged him tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks as she said, "Brother Ling Tian, Huaner misses you very much." "I've missed you too." Duan Ling Tian held Huaner tightly and expressed the thought that he had hidden in his heart all this time. He had been worried out of his mind when Huaner first left without a word. He felt incredibly relieved now that he saw Huaner was unharmed. About 15 minutes later, Duan Ling Tian pulled away slightly before he said, "Huaner, promise me that you'll never leave again without saying goodbye." "Brother Ling Tian, did you miss me while I was away?" Huaner asked. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel distressed when he saw tear marks on her face. "Of course I've missed you. I was afraid you'd get into trouble. I searched for you for a long time, but I couldn't find you. Where did you go?" "If that's the case, I didn't leave in vain," Huaner said. "How can you say that?" Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by Huaner's words. He recalled the words Huaner left behind in a celestial talisman back then. The message read, "Brother Ling Tian, I'm leaving. Although I'm reluctant, I think it's best that I leave. Perhaps while I'm away, you'll miss me more." just like how you miss Sister Kuer, Sister Li Fei, Sister Morong, and Sister Feng Tianwu. This was the reason that Juana had left. Up until now, he still thought Juana had behaved too immaturely. However, it was only natural since he knew she had a childlike behavior. She had never been exposed to the world until she met him. All he could do was blame himself for ignoring Juana's feelings. Juana, promise me you'll never leave again. When you left, I finally realized how important you are to me. Duanling Tian coaxed gently. It was true that he only realized Juana's importance after she had left. Really? A hint of excitement could be seen on Juana's face when she heard Duanling Tian's words. She looked at him intently, clearly wanting confirmation. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. Brother Ling Tian, Juana will never leave you again. Juana threw herself into Duanling Tian's arms again. For the longest time, she was unwilling to let go. Only when Duanling Tian told her they had company that she left his embrace with an embarrassed expression on her face. Duanling Tian held Juana's hand and brought her to the old man. Senior, this is Juana, she's my sister. Sister? The old man smiled knowingly. Isn't she your lover? Duanling Tian was embarrassed when he heard the old man's words. On the contrary, Juana was delighted. She said with a smile, Old man, you speak really well. Are you from the profound nether mansion as well? Juana, where are your manners? Duanling Tian gently admonished her. It's all right, the old man waved his hand and said, it seems like this girl's not familiar with worldly affairs, it's only natural that she doesn't know much about etiquettes. However, why is she targeted by the members of the Phantom Fox clan? He had probed her with his divine consciousness but did not find anything out of the ordinary. Juana was the only 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that appeared in the Phantom Fox clan in the last million years. Since her cultivation base had improved, she could hide her aura. Only those stronger than celestial emperors would be able to discern her identity. However, members of the Phantom Fox clan would be able to tell she was a fox. The more knowledgeable ones might even be able to tell she was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Senior, it's a long story. I'll tell you all about it when we have the time. Duanling Tian did not intend to lie to the old man. After a beat, he asked, Senior, there shouldn't be a problem for Juana to join the profound nether mansion, right? It's not a problem at all. A 10 Directions celestial duke who's under the age of 100. It seems like she's monstrously talented just like you. Heavens! The old man sighed emotionally. With this, Duanling Tian finally learned Juana had already become a 10 Directions celestial duke. He had only successfully become a 10 Directions celestial dukes thanks to the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, but that was clearly not the case for Juana. It's obvious the powers of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is remarkable if Juana didn't run into any fortuitous encounter and raised her cultivation base by herself. Duanling Tian concluded that Juana's cultivation base had risen so quickly due to her being 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. At this moment, the old man brought an exquisite box out. Duanling Tian was dumbfounded when he saw the contents of the box. He saw an Ice King celestial fruit and a Fire King celestial fruit, similar to the ones he had consumed previously. By consuming the two fruits, a 10 Directions celestial duke could instantly break through and become a 1 basic celestial king in a short time. Since Duanling Tian had consumed them before, he was aware of their efficacy. Duanling Tian did not expect the old man to possess another pair of the celestial fruits. Were these celestial fruits so common now? Girl, since this is our first meeting, here's a meeting gift for you. After the old man closed the box, he presented them to Juana. Juana did not immediately reach out to take the box. Instead, she looked at Duanling Tian for cues. Senior, these fruits are too valuable, Duanling Tian said solemnly. Although he wanted Juana to consume the celestial fruits, so she could become a celestial king as soon as possible, he was too embarrassed to accept such a valuable gift. After a moment before the old man could reply, he added, otherwise, we'll accept these fruits, but I'll owe you a favor. Boy, it's clear you want these fruits, but you're still acting polite. This isn't like you. Anyway, this is a gift for the girl. Her name's Juana, right? The old man said with a hint of impatience. He could clearly see Juana's importance to Duanling Tian and her feelings for Duanling Tian. By giving her these celestial fruits, He knew Duanling Tian would feel even more grateful to him. Moreover, he genuinely liked Huaner. Huaner, since Senior insists on giving the fruits to you, just accept it, Duanling Tian said to Huaner. At the same time, he made up his mind to repay the old man in the future. Thank you. Huana thanked the old man and took the box. After that, she passed it to Duanling Tian, clearly intending to give it to him. Huaner, keep it for yourself. The celestial fruits inside this box will help you to break through and become a celestial king in a short time after you consume it. Duanling Tian said, a month ago, I've already consumed these celestial fruits and successfully became a celestial king. After he finished speaking, he could not help but glance at the old man, wondering how many of these celestial fruits the old man had in his possession. Boy, I can read the thoughts in your mind. I only have 2 Ice King celestial fruits and 2 Fire King celestial fruits. I've given all of them to you, the old man said. Meanwhile, Huana's eyes lit up when she heard Duanling Tian's words. She did not expect these celestial fruits to be so powerful. After the old man brought Duanling Tian and Huaner back to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion's estate, he left Duanling Tian and Huaner alone, returning to the backyard. After the duo entered the room, Duanling Tian asked, Huaner, what happened over the past few years? He was curious about how Huaner had become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke so quickly. After listening to Huaner's words, he learned that she had spent most of the time they were apart in closed-door cultivation. With that, she naturally broke through and became a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. Duanling Tian was slightly shocked. No wonder 1,000 Phantom's ice foxes are so rare that they only appear once in a million years. Her powers are heaven-defying. Based on how quickly Huaner became a 10 Directions Celestial Duke without any external help, Duanling Tian was rather certain no one in the spirit overarching heaven could compare to Huaner's cultivation speed. After a moment, Duanling Tian recalled another important matter. He asked, Huaner, did you comprehend any law yet? Huaner nodded. What law did you comprehend? Duanling Tian asked curiously as his eyes brightened. The law of space, Huaner replied. The law of space? Duanling Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. He did not expect her to comprehend the same law as him. However, after a while, he thought it was not that surprising. The Phantom Fox clan was known for being skilled in illusions. Moreover, as a rare 1,000 Phantom's ice fox that only appeared once in a million years, it was only natural that she would comprehend the law of space from the 4 supreme laws. How many profundities have you comprehended? Duanling Tian asked. 5 profundities, Huaner replied. 5 profundities? Duanling Tian was no longer as shocked as he was earlier. After all, he had already comprehended 7 profundities of the law of space and had even comprehended one of the profundities to the initial stage. He asked again, which profundities did you comprehend? The teleportation profundity, the distortion profundity, the restraining profundity, the magnetic storm profundity, and the creation profundity, Huaner replied honestly. The magnetic storm profundity and the creation profundity? Duanling Tian's eyes widened slightly. These were the 2 profundities from the law of space that he had yet to comprehend. There were 9 profundities from the law of space. The space elemental profundity, the teleportation profundity, the transportation profundity, the distortion profundity, the restraining profundity, the territory profundity, the cross-dimensional / profundity, the magnetic storm profundity, and the creation profundity. Huaner, you've actually comprehended 6 profundities. You forgot about the fundamental profundity, the space elemental profundity. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. He did not expect her to have comprehended 6 profundities, only a profundity short of the profundities he had comprehended. Then he asked again, Huaner, did you comprehend any of the profundities to the initial stage? Yes. Huaner nodded. Despite being mentally prepared, Duanling Tian was still dumbfounded. Which profundity did you comprehend to the initial stage? The creation profundity, Huaner replied. The creation profundity was an assistive profundity of the law of space. One could create countless spaces to confuse one's enemies. It was rather similar to the effects of illusory formations. Being 1,000 Phantom's ice fox, Huaner has a slight advantage in regard to the creation profundity. That said, I didn't expect her to improve so much in such a short time. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Huaner's progress. At the same time, he felt relieved again when he thought about the two men who had been tailing Huaner. Fortunately, they did not know she was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Otherwise, they definitely would have attacked her instead of just tailing her. During their journey back to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian had asked the old man about the two men's cultivation bases. He learned that one of them was a 7-star Celestial King and the other one was an 8-trigram Celestial King. If they were to attack Huaner, she would not stand a chance against them at all. Since they were tailing her, it's clear they were suspicious of her even if they weren't sure she's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. I wonder if they'd inform any of their members about this. It'd be troublesome if they did, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself worriedly. Little did he know he had guessed right. In the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory, it did not take long for the Phantom Fox clan to learn about the deaths of 2 of their members after the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion killed them. The deceased members were Celestial Kings. It was only natural that their soul pearls were kept in the clan. When their soul pearls shattered, the entire clan was shocked. Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong are dead. Before they died, they sent a message saying they met a woman whom they suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? Is it the same 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that the clan leader in the 7 Upper Province had ordered our branch in the Southern Heaven Territory to keep a lookout for? Is it true? They weren't sure. It was only a suspicion. However, considering their deaths, this matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. I remember they said the woman's a 10 Directions Celestial Duke even though she's not even 100 years old, right? A 10 Directions Celestial Duke who isn't 100 years old? If that's true, she's probably 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. A person with such talents isn't all that rare anymore. Haven't you heard about the 10 Directions Celestial Duke who's under the age of 100 from the profound Nether Mansion? Moreover, it's said that he has comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of space. What's even more shocking is that he has comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. Whatever it is, we should investigate that woman. Did Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong mention their whereabouts? Yes. They seem to be near the profound Nether Mansion's estate. That's where the genius from the profound Nether Mansion currently lives. At this moment, 3 members from the Phantom Fox clan were flying in the air. A white-clad young man seemed to be the leader of the group. Although his hair and eyebrows were white, his appearance was that of someone in his early 20s. He was the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory and also a celestial lord. Therefore, despite his young appearance, he was highly respected. This could be seen from the attitude of the 2 old men who flew behind him. Since the matter was related to the possible appearance of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox and the deaths of 2 of their members, the branch leader had decided to personally investigate the matter. The main branch of the Phantom Fox clan was located in the 7 Upper Province of the Spirit Overarching Heaven, and the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory was only a branch clan. 10 years ago, all branch clans of the Phantom Fox clan had received orders from the clan leader of the main branch to search for 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Branch leader, why do you think the clan leader from the main branch is desperately searching for the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? Based on my knowledge, in the past, whenever 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox appears in the clan, they will let it out to explore the world. Only when it has become a celestial emperor would it be allowed to return to the clan. One of the old men asked. From what I heard, it seems like this 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is from the Du clan. Do you understand now? The young clan leader said lightly. The Phantom Fox clan was further divided into 3 clans, the Zhang clan, the Du clan, and the Yuan clan. Our Zhang clan has always maintained a neutral stance, but the disputes between the Yuan clan and the Du clan have been going on for years. I wonder which clan will emerge victorious, the other old man wondered out loud. It's not our place to speculate about such matters. What's important is for us to find out if the woman Zhang Lizhong and Zhang Qiyu met is 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. If she is, our branch clan will be handsomely rewarded once we report the matter to the clan leader of the main clan. The young man said as his eyes gleamed brightly at the thought of the rewards. Similarly, The two old men's eyes brightened as well when they thought about the rewards they would receive if they found the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Duanling Tian was naturally unaware that the members from the Phantom Fox clan were on their way to the profound Nether Mansion, let alone the fact that the branch leader who was a celestial lord had personally come as well. At this moment, Duanling Tian was lost in his thoughts. Since Juana comprehended the law of space, she should be able to use the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity as well. He intended to share the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity with her. After all, as long as one kept the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity close, one would be able to see the law of space's demonstration in one's dreams. After he tested to see if the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity would work on Juana since she was not human, he discovered that it worked for Juana. Therefore, he said, Juana, since the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity can help you, you'll sleep while I cultivate and vice versa. All right, I'll listen to you, Brother Lingtian. Juana nodded obediently. Juana is 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Her innate talent and comprehension skills are incredibly high. With the celestial fruits given by the old man and the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity, her progress should be much faster than mine. Duanling Tian was certain of this. He was neither jealous nor disappointed. Instead, he was genuinely happy for Juana. Since they were together, it would only benefit him if Juana became stronger. While Duanling Tian and Juana took turns to cultivate and sleep, the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion received news that the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan was coming for a visit. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had already told him he had killed 2 members from the Phantom Fox clan, so he was immediately alerted about the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan's visit. Upon receiving this news, the old man, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, was slightly surprised. His eyes flashed as he muttered to himself, it seems like that girl isn't ordinary. After a moment, the old man said to the mansion master, meet him and find out what brings him here. All right. When the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion finally met the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan, he did not beat around the bush and asked with a smile, Branch leader Zhang, may I know what brings you to the profound Nether Mansion? If I'm not mistaken, this is your first visit to the profound Nether Mansion. Similarly, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan did not beat around the bush and replied, Mansion Master Zhong, I came here because of our suspicion that 2 of our clan members were killed outside the profound Nether Mansion's estate. I wonder if you know anything about this matter. Is this true? The mansion master feigned an astonished expression on his face. Then he asked with a frown on his face, but what were the members of the Phantom Fox clan doing outside the profound Nether Mansion's estate? Were they helping the Blood Skull Gang? The Blood Skull Gang? The branch leader's brows rose. There are 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang lingering outside our mansion's estate. Is it possible that your men had a conflict with the assassins? The mansion master speculated out loud. 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang? The branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan raised an eyebrow upon hearing the words of the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Mansion Master Zhong, why do you allow the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang to linger outside of your mansion's estate? There's nothing we can do since they haven't done anything wrong. Moreover, the Blood Skull Gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. There's no need to offend them for no good reason, the mansion master replied. Are they here because of Duanling Tian? The branch leader asked. Your profound Nether Mansion's Duanling Tian is so remarkable that even I, who seldom leave the Phantom Fox clan, has heard he's a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of space even though he's not even 100 years old. Moreover, he has even comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. Branch leader Zhang, it seems like you're rather knowledgeable about Duanling Tian. However, your information is slightly outdated. Duanling Tian is no longer a 10-direction celestial duke. He has had a breakthrough and is now a celestial king, the mansion master said with a smile. He's broken through and become a celestial king? The branch leader was taken aback. After a while, realization dawned on him. No wonder there's no news about him entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Territory. I thought he just didn't enter the middle realm because no one there is a match for him. I didn't expect him to have become a celestial king. Mansion Master Zhong, I wonder if I can meet him? The branch leader asked with a glint in his eyes. The two members from the Phantom Fox clan who died outside of the profound Nether Mansion's estate had said they suspected a woman who was a 10 Directions celestial duke even though she was not even 100 years old to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Although the two deceased members said that it was a woman, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory could not help but suspect the monstrously talented Duanling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion might be the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. After all, the previous 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that appeared more than 1,000,000 years ago was a man. It was obvious that he did not hear about Duanling Tian becoming a 10 Directions celestial due to him consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Otherwise, he would not have suspected Duanling Tian. He's currently cultivating in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. I'll need to ask the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion if it's convenient for him to come over, the Mansion Master replied. The Imperial Tutor Pavilion? The branch leader was shocked. Has Duanling Tian become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? Well, I guess I shouldn't be so surprised. After all, with his innate talent and comprehension skills, he's more than qualified to become the mansion's Imperial Tutor. Yes, he's our mansion's Imperial Tutor. The Mansion Master nodded before he sent a message to the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Mansion to check if Duanling Tian was willing to meet with the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan. I'll meet him. Duanling Tian had just awoken from cultivation. He did not expect the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory would arrive at the profound Nether Mansion so quickly. Moreover, the branch leader even wanted to meet him. There must be a reason why he wants to meet me. Duanling Tian decided to meet with the branch leader, since the branch leader was a potential threat to Huaner. Who knew if he had to fight the branch leader in the future? This was a good opportunity for him to learn about his opponent. Soon enough, an elder sent by the Mansion Master brought Duanling Tian to where the Mansion Master was entertaining the branch leader. Mansion Master. Duanling Tian greeted the Mansion Master as he snuck a look at the three men standing at the sides from the corners of his eyes. A young man with white hair and eyebrows was sitting while two old men flanked him like bodyguards. Duanling Tian, this is branch leader Zhang from the Phantom Fox clan. He has heard many things about you, so he's curious about you and wants to meet you, the Mansion Master said with a smile. Branch leader Zhang. Duanling Tian greeted after he shifted his eyes to the white-haired young man. At the same time, the Mansion Master's voice transmission rang in Duanling Tian's mind. Duanling Tian, the fox is a cunning creature. You must be careful when you interact with Zhang Dong Nan, the branch leader. Duanling Tian, I've heard a lot about you. After meeting you, I have to say you really do live up to your reputation as a peerless genius. Zhang Dong Nan exclaimed enthusiastically as he looked at Duanling Tian. As soon as Duanling Tian arrived, he had already ascertained Duanling Tian was not 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. In fact, there was no trace of the aura of a Phantom Fox on him at all. If 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox had reached the stage of a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, it would be difficult for one to tell if one's cultivation base was too low. However, this was not the case for him. The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion had sent a voice transmission to warn Duanling Tian because he was afraid Duanling Tian might unintentionally say something he should not in front of Zhang Dong Nan. He did not expect Zhang Dong Nan to converse casually with Duanling Tian. In fact, Zhang Dong Nan did not even bother to probe Duanling Tian at all. He found this rather baffling. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian found the situation rather strange as well. Zhang Dong Nan seemed genuine in his intention to know more about him. About half an hour into their conversation, Zhang Dong Nan appeared to have recalled something before he said, "Ah, that's right. Mansion Master Zhong. Did the profound Nether Mansion accept any new disciples recently? To be precise, did a white-clad lady who's younger than 100 years old join the mansion recently?" The Mansion Master replied, "There's only one person who joined the profound Nether Mansion recently, and that's Duanling Tian. Branch leader Zhang, you should be aware that the profound Nether Mansion doesn't accept disciples, except when it's recruitment time. Of course, this rule doesn't apply to monstrously talented cultivators like Duanling Tian. Otherwise, there won't be an exception." Zhang Dongnan nodded slightly. Then he rose to his feet and bade farewell to the Mansion Master and Duanling Tian. Before he left, he looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully as he said, Duanling Tian, do visit us if you have the time. There are many beautiful girls in the Phantom Fox clan. Who knows, you might meet your other half there. The corners of the mansion master's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Naturally, he could tell that Zhang Dongnan was trying to lure Duanling Tian into joining the Phantom Fox clan with beauties. He was not worried about Duanling Tian being tempted since his grandmaster had already told him about the peerless beauty whom the two deceased members from the Phantom Fox clan were tailing. Over the past 30,000 years, his grandmaster had seen countless women. For his grandmaster to call a woman a peerless beauty, he had no doubt the woman was beautiful beyond words. Branch leader Zhang, I'm a married man with a son and a daughter. I don't seek affairs between men and women, Duanling Tian replied with a smile. Zhang Dongnan continued to look at Duanling Tian meaningfully and said, it's only natural for capable men to have many wives and concubines. Take me for example. I've just recently married my 16th concubine. Zhang Dongnan was clearly not discouraged by Duanling Tian's refusal. He sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian before he left. Duanling Tian, remember my words. Visit the Phantom Fox clan when you have the time. Duanling Tian only smiled wryly upon hearing the voice transmission. Why did the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan suddenly turn into a matchmaker? After Zhang Dongnan left, the mansion master looked at Duanling Tian and asked curiously, Duanling Tian, Zhang Dongnan is here because of the death of his two men. I'm really curious. Who's the woman next to you? Mansion master. Duanling Tian shook his head and said, it's inconvenient for me to say anything because her identity is complicated. Please forgive me. He knew with more people being privy to Huaner's identity, the more danger she would be in. Therefore, it was better if fewer people knew about her identity. Outside of the profound Nether Mansion's estate, Zhang Dongnan and the two old men did not return to the Phantom Fox clan immediately after they left the profound Nether Mansion. Mansion Master Zhong said there are 3 assassins from the Blood Skull gang lingering outside the estate. There's a possibility they might have seen Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong. Zhang Dongnan said to the two old men as his eyes glinted, let's split up and look for the assassins. Understood. The two old men took off upon hearing Zhang Dongnan's words. Zhang Dongnan was a celestial lord, and the two old men he brought with him were rather capable as well. The two old men were 10 Directions celestial kings who had mastered a profundity to the initial stage. The duo was rather well known in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as well. About 15 minutes later, Zhang Dongnan received a message from one of the old men informing him that he had discovered the 3 assassins. North of the profound Nether Mansion's estate, a man was facing off against 3 men on the side of a towering mountain. The 3 men were clad head to toe in black. A middle-aged man with a cold expression seemed to be the leader of the group. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with fear as he looked at the old man in front of him. Sit to you, I didn't expect you to be the one who accepted the mission. Your target isn't a simple person. The old man was clearly surprised when he saw the middle-aged man. Based on his words, it was clear he was familiar with the middle-aged man. Zhang Zhenhai, what are you doing here? Sit to you, the middle-aged man asked solemnly. Zhang Zhenhai. Upon hearing Siyu use words, the eyes of the 2 black-clad men standing behind him widened immediately. If Duanling Tian were here, he would be able to recognize the 2 men standing behind Situ. The 2 men were the assassins who were sent to the Jade Emperor to kill him previously. Among the 2 Blood Skull gang assassins who were sent to the Jade Emperor Heaven to kill Duanling Tian, one of them was Leng Yi, the assassin who had been lying in wait for Duanling Tian outside of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. At that time, Duanling Tian had successfully escaped using a Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. He had always considered his failure to kill Duanling Tian outside of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate a huge disgrace. He felt humiliated. The humiliation he felt was further amplified when he had gone to kill Duanling Tian in the Jade Emperor but failed his mission again. Duanling Tian had escaped right under his nose twice. This time, in order to ensure the success of the mission, apart from sending Lang Yi and the 9 Palaces Celestial King, who had also gone to the Jade Emperor Heaven with him, the Blood Skull Gang also sent one of their elite assassins. This elite was none other than Situ, the strongest assassins below those at the stage of a celestial lord in the Bloodskull Gang. Situyu, the assassin from the Bloodskull Gang, was moderately well known in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm since he had comprehended all 9 profundities from the Law of Wind. He had even comprehended 1 profundity to the initial stage. Zhang Zhenhai? He's the one who has comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Metal and has also comprehended the light and shadow profundity to the initial stage, right? Leng Yi and the 9 Palaces Celestial King next to him exchanged a quick look and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Zhang Zhenhai was famous. Although the number of profundities he had comprehended and the number of profundities he had comprehended to the initial stage were similar to Situyu, he was undoubtedly stronger than Situyu. After all, Situyu was only human while Zhang Zhenhai had many mysterious and amazing techniques available to him because of his identity as a phantom fox. Most importantly, he had defeated Situyu before in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Zhang Zhenhai replied to Situyu, "I'm here with our branch leader." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved a few steps back and bowed as though he had sensed something. In the next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Zhang Zhenhai like a ghost. It was none other than Zhang Dongnan, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Whoosh! As soon as Zhang Dongnan appeared, another figure appeared behind him, next to Zhang Zhenhai. "Zhang Yunting!" Situyu exclaimed in shock, and his eyes widened when he saw the old man who had just arrived. Zhang Yunting. Similarly, the eyes of the 2 men standing behind Situyu widened as well when they saw the old men standing next to Zhang Zhenhai. Zhang Yunting's strength was on par with Zhang Zhenhai, and he was equally as famous in the upper realm. Moreover, he was also a phantom fox like Zhang Zhenhai. Didn't Zhang Zhenhai say he came with his branch leader? The other old man is Zhang Yunting. Then, this young man standing in front of them must be. Leng Yi and the 9 Palaces Celestial King exchanged a look as they communicated through voice transmission. Meanwhile, Situyu, who was standing in front of the 2 assassins, respectfully greeted the white-haired young man. Bloodskull Gang's Situyu greets Lord Dongnan. As soon as he saw the young man, he knew the young man was the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Upon seeing this, Leng Yi and the other assassin followed suit and respectfully greeted Zhang Dongnan. "Greetings, Lord Dongnan." Faced with the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan, Leng Yi and the other assassin did not even have the qualifications to state their names. "Situyu." Zhang Dongnan raised an eyebrow as he looked at Situyu curiously. "For the Bloodskull Gang to send you out. I wonder who's your target." Zhang Dongnan was aware that Situyu was considered one of the top assassins in the Bloodskull Gang. He also knew Situyu was called the Celestial King Killer in the Southern Heaven Territory. Although there were quite a few Celestial Kings who could fight with Situyu on equal footing, there were extremely few people who could escape his assassination. Up until now, Situyu had never failed to kill all his targets who were below the stage of a Celestial Lord. "Lord Dongnan, my target isn't a secret," Situyu replied. "It's the profound Nether Mansion's Duanling Tian." "Duanling Tian?" Zhang Dongnan was slightly taken aback. "I know him. However, don't you think it's an overkill for the Bloodskull Gang to send you out on this mission?" The Bloodskull Gang had sent Situyu out to kill a young man who had not even reached 100 years and had just become a Celestial King. Zhang Dongnan could not help but feel the Bloodskull Gang was taking the matter too seriously. "Lord Dongnan, you might be unaware, but previously Leng Yi, the 9 Palaces Celestial King behind me, failed in his attempt to assassinate Duanling Tian. Later, the Bloodskull Gang sent the 2 assassins behind me to the Jade Emperor Heaven, but they failed to find him." Based on Situyu's words, it was clear he was unaware that Leng Yi and the 9 Palaces Celestial King had, in fact, encountered Duanling Tian in the Jade Emperor Heaven and unintentionally let him escape. Previously, Leng Yi and his companion had concealed their encounter with Duanling Tian in the Jade Emperor Heaven from the Bloodskull Gang to avoid punishment. After all, it was due to their carelessness that Duanling Tian was able to escape. A small hint of surprise could be seen on Zhang Dongnan's face. They went to the Jade Emperor Heaven to assassinate Duanling Tian? Is Duanling Tian from the Jade Emperor Heaven? Situyu shook his head as he said no. He was only visiting the Jade Emperor Heaven. "Lord Dongnan, You must have heard about the reincarnated celestial emperor who was plotting to get his hands on the heaven sacrificial divine fruits in the Jade Emperor Heaven, right? You mean to say Duan Ling Tian is the reincarnated celestial emperor? Zhang Dongnan cocked an eyebrow. Indeed, he had heard this news back then, but he did not confirm its authenticity. No, Situ Yu shook his head. Duan Ling Tian went to the Jade Emperor Heaven to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruits from the reincarnated celestial emperor. That's how became a 10 directions celestial duke in such a short time and managed to comprehend the law of space. So he consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Zhang Dongnan said in surprise, no wonder. I was wondering how a human boy managed to accomplish so much before the age of 100. As it turns out, he had consumed the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. After a moment, Zhang Dongnan seemed to recall something, so he asked, I heard the heaven sacrificial divine fruit only allows one to comprehend 7 profundities of a law at most, right? How did he manage to comprehend all 9 profundities from the law of space? Moreover, he has also comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. I'm not sure. Perhaps his innate talent and comprehension are high to begin with, Sitayu replied. From the beginning until now, he had been respectful and careful when he spoke to Zhang Dongnan. Zhang Dongnan nodded slightly. Then he looked at Sitayu and finally asked, have you seen these 2 people near the profound Nether Mansion's estate recently? As he spoke, he waved his hand and pointed at the space next to him. 2 lifelike figures appeared immediately. If Duan Ling Tian were present, he would have recognized the 2 men. The 2 men were none other than the 2 phantom foxes he had caught tailing Huaner. He had asked the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to kill the 2 men. I've seen them. Sitayu nodded when he saw the images of the 2 men. A while back, we saw them following a white-clad woman. However, since we have no conflict of interest, we didn't pay attention to them. They're from my Phantom Fox clan. They're dead and last seen near the profound Nether Mansion's estate. I suspect someone killed them outside of the profound Nether Mansion's estate. As Zhang Dongnan spoke, his expression was so cold that it felt as though the temperature in the surroundings had plummeted. Upon hearing Zhang Dongnan's words, the expressions of the 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang changed drastically. Lord Dongnan, although we saw them, we didn't make a move against them. Lord Dongnan, we can swear we have nothing to do with their deaths. At this time, Lung Yi and the other assassin cried out anxiously one after another. The duo could tell Zhang Dongnan had come looking for them because Zhang Dongnan suspected they had something to do with the deaths of his men. Unlike the duo who had lost their composure, Sitayu quickly regained his senses and said honestly, Lord Dongnan, the Blood Skull Gang only kills when we receive a job or if someone provokes us. We don't kill for no reason. Moreover, our Blood Skull Gang doesn't accept jobs targeting the Phantom Fox clan's members. That's what I think as well. Zhang Dongnan nodded lightly. The cold expression on his face disappeared as he said, You said they were following the white-clad woman. Do you know why they were outside of the profound Nether Mansion's estate? His instincts told him the 2 men's deaths had something to do with the white-clad woman who was possibly 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox. We really don't know. Sitayu shook his head and said, That woman only stayed outside the estate and looked at it as though she was waiting for someone. It seemed like she was waiting for someone? Zhang Dongnan narrowed his eyes. Does this mean she has an acquaintance in the profound Nether Mansion? Well, if she's not waiting for someone, then I can't think of any reason for her to be there, Sitayu said. Do you know what she looks like? Did you have a good look? Zhang Dongnan asked again. I didn't pay much attention. Moreover, her face was concealed by a bamboo hat and a veil, so I didn't see her face. All I know is she wore a white robe and she had an elegant bearing. Sitayu shook his head. Lord Dongnan. Lung Yi suddenly cried out at this moment as though he had just recalled something. Zhang Dongnan looked at Lang Yi skeptically. Lord Dongnan, I've read all the information regarding Duan Ling Tian that the Blood Skull Gang had collected. I remember reading that Duan Ling Tian came from the borderland of the Southern Heaven Territory. At the borderland, it said that he was accompanied by a white-clad woman wearing a bamboo hat and a veil. Are you sure? Zhang Dongnan, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan, narrowed his eyes as soon as Lang Yi finished speaking. Yes, Lord Dongnan. Lang Yi nodded confidently. Lord Dongnan, if you don't believe me, you can investigate this matter. In the Borderlands 6 southeast regions, Duanling Tian has quite a bit of fame. There are many people who knew he was accompanied by a peerless beauty. Whenever they went out, she would always wear a veil and a bamboo hat. It's not difficult to guess that she wore the veil and the hat to hide her beauty to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Good. I'll investigate this matter. Follow me back to the Phantom Fox clan. If the matter is as you've described, I won't treat you unfairly. After a brief pause, Zhang Dongnan's gaze on Lang Yi turned frosty as he continued to say, however, if I discover that you lied to me, don't even think about leaving the Phantom Fox clan alive. Upon hearing these words, Lang Yi did not seem nervous. He said calmly, Lord Dongnan, I have no objections about following you to the Phantom Fox clan. However, you'll have to inform our organization first. I have a way to contact your vice leader. I'll inform him of this matter so you don't have to worry about it, Zhang Dongnan said indifferently. Then he nodded at Sidiyu before he and the two old men brought Lang Yi back with them to the Phantom Fox clan. Sidiyu remained silent when Zhang Dongnan brought Lang Yi away. He knew it was pointless to say anything. After all, he did not have the capability to stop Zhang Dongnan. Let alone Zhang Dongnan, he was not even capable of stopping the two old men from the Phantom Fox clan in a direct fight. The techniques from the Phantom Fox clan were too mysterious. He had exchanged blows with Zhang Jinhai before. Although their cultivation base, celestial weapons, and the number of profundities they had comprehended were almost the same, Zhang Jinhai had the upper hand due to the Phantom Fox clan's innate divine ability. After a while, Sidiyu finally said to the remaining assassin standing behind him, send a message to Vice Leader Qin and inform him of this incident. The assassin nodded and promptly did as he was told. The Blood Skull Gang had more than one vice leader. Sidiyu was not sure which vice leader Zhang Dongnan was acquainted with. In the end, he decided to report the matter to Chen Yuanshan, one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang. This was because Chen Yuanshan was currently in charge of overseeing the mission regarding Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinhai, who was behind Zhang Dongnan, could not help but say, Lord Dongnan, if Lang Yi is telling the truth, then that woman should be with Duanling Tian in the profound Nether Mansion's estate at this moment. Zhang Yunting chimed in, moreover, it's likely the profound Nether Mansion is responsible for the deaths of our two men. Regardless, all these are just speculations without evidence. Don't tell me you think we can just charge into the profound Nether Mansion without any evidence. Zhang Dongnan said indifferently. Upon hearing these words, the two old men fell silent. Zhang Dongnan continued to say, there are many 6th-grade celestial mansions under the 10 major clans and top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory, but the only grade 6 celestial mansion that makes me wary is the profound Nether Mansion. He paused for a moment before he said, my father once told me there's a powerful hidden celestial lord in the profound Nether Mansion whose strength is almost comparable to a titled celestial lord. In fact, his strength is comparable to some of the leaders of the 10 major clans. Upon hearing Zhang Dongnan's words, Zhang Jinhai, Zhang Yunting, and even Lang Yi widened their eyes in shock and fear. It should be known that the leaders of the 10 major clans were all powerful celestial lords. Ordinary celestial lords could not hope to compare to them. How could they not be shocked and frightened when they heard that the profound Nether Mansion might have a powerhouse with such strength? Zhang Dongnan said, it's said that the hidden powerhouse is the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion. In terms of seniority, he should be the Grand Master of the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion? Zhang Zhenhai's eyes widened as he said, Branch Leader, if I'm not mistaken, didn't the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion say earlier that Duanling Tian is now the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? Doesn't this mean Duanling Tian is under the protection of that hidden powerhouse? His eyes were filled with apprehension and wariness when he spoke. You've only thought about it now? Zhang Dongnan shook his head. Not to mention we don't have evidence. Even if we have evidence, it won't make a difference. To put it bluntly, the profound Nether Mansion has no need to fear our Phantom Fox clan at all. Even the combined forces of 3 branches of the Phantom Fox clan might not be enough to threaten the profound Nether Mansion. As the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory, Zhang Dongnan was well aware of the profound Nether Mansion's strength. He knew the profound Nether Mansion was one of the strongest forces in the Southern Heaven Territory under the 5th grade. Naturally, there were not many people who were aware of this fact. The profound Nether Mansion is so strong, and yet the Azure Green Mansion dares to oppose them? Zhang Yunting asked. He had heard about the conflict between the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion after all. Indeed, there's enmity between the 2 Grade 6 celestial mansions, and their members would fight upon meeting each other. However, have you heard of any strong elites from either mansion dying? The conflict is merely a trivial matter. Do you think the hidden powerhouse from the profound Nether Mansion would stoop so low and get involved in such petty matters? Zhang Yunting nodded. Indeed, how could a powerful elite comparable to titled celestial lords deign to intervene in such small matters? Upon hearing the conversations between the members of the Phantom Fox clan, Leng Yi felt chills running up his spine. He did not know the profound Nether was so frightening. The profound Nether Mansion is so strong? Their pavilion master's strength is even comparable to some of the leaders of the 10 major clans? Moreover, Duanling Tian is now the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. He did not expect Duanling Tian to have such an identity. Lang Yi continued thinking to himself as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. If we had killed Duanling Tian outside of the profound Nether Mansion's estate, wouldn't the pavilion master retaliate once he finds out about it? I have to inform the vice leader about this. We have to thoroughly investigate this matter before we make a move. I'm sure Vice Leader knows about the hidden powerhouse of the profound Nether Mansion. When Chen Yuanshan, one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang, received Lang Ye's message, his expression changed drastically. What? Duanling Tian is now the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? Based on what the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan said, it seems like that old man is still in the profound Nether Mansion. It seems like we have to put the matter of assassinating Duanling Tian on hold. I'll have to inform the leader about this and let him decide how we should proceed. Before Chen Yuanshan left to look for the leader of the Blood Skull Gang, he hurriedly sent a message to the remaining 2 assassins hiding outside of the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Sitayu and the other assassin were shocked when they received the message asking them to not make a move even if Duanling Tian left the profound Nether Mansion alone. They could not help but wonder about what happened. In the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion, after Duanling Tian returned from the residence of the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion, he continued cultivating. With the help from the celestial fruits and celestial pills given to him by the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, his cultivation speed was incredibly fast. When Huana woke up, she returned the supreme powerhouse divinity to Duanling Tian so he could comprehend the law of space while sleeping. The duo repeated this cycle as time continued to pass. After half a month, Huaner completely absorbed the efficacy of the Ice King Celestial Fruit and the Fire King Celestial Fruit and smoothly became a 1 basic Celestial King. As expected of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, not only is her cultivation speed fast, but she absorbed the efficacy of the celestial fruits just as quickly. Duanling Tian sighed emotionally upon discovering Huaner's breakthrough after he had woken up. Duanling Tian was about to resume his cultivation when he suddenly received a message from the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion. Duanling Tian, I just received news regarding the Phantom Fox clan. Upon his return to the clan, Zhang Dongnan sent some of his men to the borderland of the Southern Heaven Territory. Does this have anything to do with the woman next to you? The borderland? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed into slits when he heard the message. Seems like the branch leader knows something. I'm sure this has something to do with the Blood Skull Gang. It was not difficult for him to guess how the Phantom Fox clan found out about his connection to the borderland. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he muttered to himself, if I knew this would happen, I should have let the Pavilion Master kill those 3 assassins. After a moment, he finally replied to the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion, Mansion Master, my companion and I came from the borderland. Do you want to send someone to kill the members of the Phantom Fox clan who are heading to the borderland? Since the branch leader sent them there, he must be privy to some information and sent his men there to verify the information, the mansion master asked. It was clear that Duan Ling Tian only needed to say the word and he would send people to deal with the members of the Phantom Fox clan. There's no need for that, Duan Ling Tian replied to the mansion master's message. Let them investigate. Even if we kill their men, they'd only send more men to investigate the matter. Although Duan Ling Tian appeared outwardly calm, inwardly he was feeling a sense of crisis. The Blood Skull Gang really investigated my background thoroughly. Since they even investigated the borderland, they must know about Huaner. The 3 assassins lingering outside the estate must have seen her when she was outside the estate as well. As long as the Phantom Fox clan questions those 3 assassins, they would surely find out that Huaner's with me now. I'm afraid at this moment Zhang Dong Nan already knows that Huana is in the profound nether mansion. After Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, he left his room in search of the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion to confirm that the profound nether mansion was capable of stopping the Phantom Fox clan. Although the pavilion master had said the profound nether mansion had no need to fear the Phantom Fox clan, he was not sure if the pavilion master had said that only to uphold the mansion's prestige. He was not certain about the profound nether mansion status in the Southern Heaven territory, so he thought it was better to confirm the matter again with the pavilion master. As soon as Duan Ling Tian saw the pavilion master, he bluntly asked, "Senior, I'm afraid the Phantom Fox clan might come to the profound nether mansion for Huaner soon. Is the mansion capable of protecting her?" The old man, who was unaware of the current situation, asked, "What's going on?" The branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan must have obtained some information from the assassins of the Blood Skull Gang lurking outside the estate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent his men to the borderland, Duan Ling Tian said after he had recounted what happened to the old man. The old man asked, "Why are the members of the Phantom Fox clan so persistent about finding Huaner? What's the branch leader after?" Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. "Senior, I'm afraid it's inconvenient for me to say much. I only want to know if the Phantom Fox clan comes knocking on the profound nether mansion's door, is the mansion capable of protecting Huaner? So this is what you're worried about?" The old man shook his head. "Didn't I say the Phantom Fox clan won't dare to act boldly in front of the profound nether mansion? Do you doubt my words?" "It's not that I doubt your words. I just want to be certain." Duan Ling Tian was slightly embarrassed. After all, he did come looking for the old man out of doubt. Nevertheless, he felt relieved after hearing the old man's words. He did not think the old man was lying. "Don't worry. Even with the combined forces of 2 branches from the Phantom Fox clan, they're no match for the profound nether mansion." A hint of contempt flashed in the old man's eyes when he spoke. It was clear he did not think much of the Phantom Fox clan. He continued to say, "Rest assured. All you need to do is to focus on improving your cultivation base as fast as you can. As long as I'm in the profound nether mansion, there's no need for you to worry." "Thank you, Senior." Duan Ling Tian sincerely thanked the old man before he returned to his room to cultivate. After Duan Ling Tian left, the old man's eyes glinted as he murmured to himself, "It seems like that woman is the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province is looking for. I remember the clan leader even spread the word in the black market and offered to reward anyone who could provide clues about the woman's whereabouts. The rewards offered are tempting even to someone like me. Alas, since I've decided to bet on that kid, I'll have to see through that decision." After a moment, the old man returned to sitting by the lake and continued to fish as though nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's family and friends who had left the divine offering land were all separated and sent to different mundane realms. All of them had different encounters, but only a few of them came across fortuitous encounters. Nevertheless, most of their cultivation bases had improved. This was because they had been absorbing the heaven and spirit energy in the divine offering land. In the mundane realms, there was no one whose cultivation speed was as fast as theirs. In the purple spike realm, one of the many mundane realms in the colossal world, "Aunt Xuan, hurry up and leave. I'll distract these people," a teenager said anxiously to the woman next to him. He was handsome with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. At this moment, they were hovering among the stars in the surroundings of a planet. "Nian Tian, you have to leave. If something happens to you, How am I going to face Brother Ling Tian and Sister Feier in the future? The woman who had spoken was so beautiful that the stars seemed to dim in her presence. The teenager and the woman were none other than Duan Nian Tian and Han Xuanai. They were among the people whom Xianxia rescued and sent out from the divine offering land. Both of them were sent to the same mundane realm, but Han Xuanai only met Duan Nian Tian later. A few years had passed, and Duan Nian Tian had grown from a naive child to a teenager. Aunt Xuanai. Before Duan Nian Tian could finish his sentence, a gust of wind swept toward them from afar. There's no need for both of you to continue talking because none of you will be able to escape. A group of 30 people surrounded the duo in just an instant. The leader of the group was an old lady. She was holding a crooked crutch and riding a strange beast that seemed to be a mix between a tiger and a lion. Grandma, why are you wasting your breath talking to them? Since they killed Chia, they should pay with their lives, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes standing next to the old man said. He glared at Duan Nian Tian and Han Xuanai fiercely. The duo had killed his only son after all. Duan Nian Tian looked at the middle-aged man and scoffed before he said, "We wouldn't have attacked your son if he didn't pester my aunt. He deserves to die." A hint of anger could be seen on his childlike face when he spoke. Nian Tian, let's not waste energy talking to them. Since they came looking for a fight, let's give them a fight. Han Xuanai said coldly before energy surged out of her body. As soon as she raised her hand, a brilliant ice blade shot out and instantly killed 3 men who were standing nearby. Her expression remained unchanged as she killed the 3 men. She did not feel guilty at all for taking their lives due to their despicable behavior. "Kill her," the old lady said angrily as she pointed at Han Xuanai. The middle-aged man, whose son was killed, and the remaining people charged toward Duan Nian Tian, while the old woman charged toward Han Xuanai. The old woman was the strongest among everyone present, followed by Han Xuanai and the middle-aged man. Han Xuanai was suppressed by the old woman. Although Duan Nian Tian was no weaker than the group of people, he was not a match for the middle-aged man. With that, Han Xuanai and Duan Ling Tian quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. "Die!" the middle-aged man said icily as energy shot out from his fingers like silk threads toward Duan Nian Tian. "Nian Tian!" Han Xuanai cried out anxiously. She suffered a blow from the old woman as she deflected the middle-aged man's attack on Duan Nian Tian. Although she managed to save him in the nick of time, she was heavily injured. At this moment, it seemed as though her life was about to come to an end. "Nian Tian, are you all right?" Han Xuanai asked worriedly despite her heavy injuries. Her face was pale and her eyes were brimming with anxiety. Since Duan Nian Tian and Han Xuanai's backs were facing each other, Duan Nian Tian was not aware of her serious injuries, nor did he see her pale face. The old woman said with a sneer, "You can't even protect yourself, but you want to protect that brat? Today's the day you die, brat," the middle-aged man said coldly as he looked at Duan Nian Tian as though Duan Nian Tian was a dead man walking. However, Duan Nian Tian did not seem to hear his words. At this moment, his eyes were focused on something in the distance as though something had caught his attention. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man followed the direction of Duan Nian Tian's gaze and saw a purple-clad woman approaching them from a distance. The purple-clad woman was a peerless beauty with a curvaceous figure. Her long and silky hair fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. Purple lightning bolts could be seen flashing in the purple energy that shrouded her body at this moment. Meanwhile, Han Xuanai, who had seen the purple-clad woman, as well exclaimed in shock, "Sister Feier? Mother!" Tears brimmed in Duan Nian Tian's eyes when he saw the familiar figure. The purple-clad woman was none other than Li Fei. For years, she had been searching the entire Purple Spike realm for Duan Nian Tian. It was only recently that she had found clues that finally led her to her son who was facing a life-or-death situation. "Mother, leave at once." Duan Nian Tian's expression changed drastically as he urgently sent a voice transmission to his mother. He knew his mother's strength was on par with his at most. If Han Xuanai, who was stronger than him, was not a match for the old lady, how could his mother be a match for the old lady? Similarly, Han Xuanai sent a voice transmission to Li Fei, urging her to leave. "Sister Feier, hurry up and leave." At the same time, she no longer looked at Li Fei, pretending she was not familiar with Li Fei. Li Fei, who was hovering in the air, finally shifted her eyes away from her son and Han Xuanai to the group of people. Her gaze turned frosty immediately. At the same time, everyone felt the surroundings' temperature drop. Felt as though winter had arrived. Li Fei said, "All of you, go to hell." The expressions of the old lady and middle-aged man changed drastically. Although the purple-clad woman had yet to attack, they could tell she was far stronger than them based on the sudden drop in temperature. "Your Excellency," the old woman began to say. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Before the old woman could finish speaking, purple streaks of lights shot across the night sky like meteors toward the old woman. She quickly moved to dodge the attacks. If she was slightly distracted, there was no doubt she would die. "Arg! Spare me! No!" At the same time, miserable cries rang one after another. The cries only subsided when the purple streaks of lights disappeared. The old woman looked at the group of people she had brought here only to discover everyone, including the middle-aged man, had died. "I'm sorry I'm late," Li Fei said before she vanished into thin air and reappeared next to Duan Nian. Then, she looked at Han Xuanai, who was standing behind Duan Nian, and said, "Xuanai, thank you for taking care of Nian over these years." After she finished speaking, she brought out a bottle of pills and passed it to Han Xuanai before she continued to say, "These medicinal pills will cure your injuries, take it." Sister Fair, Han Xuanai was slightly stunned as she accepted the bottle of pills from Li Fei. She could not figure out how Li Fei, who used to be weaker than her, had become so formidable within a few years. Her powers seemed to have exceeded the peak of what one could achieve in the mundane realms. "Mother." Duan Nian was similarly shocked by his mother's strength. Now that a few years had passed, he thought his cultivation base had caught up to his mother. He did not expect his mother would suddenly become so strong. "Mother." The old lady was shocked when she heard Duan Nian address Li Fei as mother. "I have to run." Without any hesitation, the old woman turned around to escape. Her beast had been killed by the streaks of purple lights, so she could only depend on herself to escape. However, how could she successfully escape? Li Fei scoffed softly as she looked at the old woman's back icily. Then she extended her hand in the old woman's direction. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a gigantic translucent arm appeared and caught the old woman before bringing the old woman to Li Fei. Then, it turned into a purple rope and tied the old woman up. "You hurt my sister and tried to kill my son. Do you really think you'll be able to get away with it?" Li Fei asked as her voice grew colder by the second. "Your Excellency, if you spare me, I'll give you everything that my clan and I own." The old lady trembled as she pleaded for her life. Her face was as pale as paper. "I have no interest in your possessions," Li Fei said tonelessly as a streak of purple light shot out from the tip of her finger. Just as easy as it was to snap one's finger, she destroyed the old woman's cultivation base. "Arg!" The old woman screamed. She tried to mobilize her energy to staunch the bleeding but found that she could not muster up any energy. She glared at Li Fei resentfully as she shouted, "You! How dare you destroy my cultivation base? I won't let you get away with this even if I become a ghost. You'll pay for this." "I'm not even afraid of you. Why would I be afraid of your ghost?" Li Fei sneered. "Come find me once you become a ghost. I'll make sure to destroy you again." As soon as she finished speaking, another purple streak of light shot out and severed the old woman's leg. The old woman screeched in pain as Li Fei continued to sever her limbs. Chills ran up Duan Nian's spine as he watched this. However, he was moved because he knew his mother was venting on his behalf. On the other hand, Han Xuanai remained calm. After all, if she had Li Fei's strength, she would have done the same to the old woman as well. At this moment, the old woman's anger seemed to have vanished without a trace. She lay in a pool of her own blood as she cried out miserably, "Please, I beg you, please grant me a quick death." Li Fei looked at the old lady indifferently and said, "Don't beg me, beg my son." The old lady looked at Duan Nian and hastily pleaded, "I beg you. Please." Duan Nian, who was only a teenager, could not bear to see the old lady suffer, so he persuaded his mother to quickly end the old woman's life. Once the dust had settled, Duan Nian threw himself into his mother's arms. His eyes reddened as he called out, "Mother." Look at you, you're all grown up now. Your Aunt Xuanai is going to tease you if you start crying now. Li Fei patted Duan Niantian's back as she hugged him. She caressed his head and continued to say, in just a blink of an eye, you're already taller than me. After the mother and son reunited, Han Xuanai could not help but ask, Sister Fair, how did you become so powerful? I've inherited the legacy from the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, Li Fei said. The legacy of the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Han Xuanai and Duan Niantian's eyes widened in shock. Since they were also accidentally sent to the Purple Spike realm, a mundane realm, they had naturally heard about the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Even the Purple Spike realm was named after the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. With this, one could see what kind of existence the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was in this mundane realm. According to rumors, in the past, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was one of the strongest celestials in the Devata realms before she returned to her hometown in the Purple Spike realm and left her legacy there. Mother, a few years ago, I heard that someone had inherited the legacy of the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. As it turns out, it was you. Duan Niantian looked at his mother in amazement. He did not expect the person who inherited the legacy to be his mother. Congratulations, Sister Fair. Han Xuanai congratulated Li Fei as soon as she regained her senses. To be honest, I was only chosen because I was near the site of the legacy when I came to the Purple Spike realm. If it were you who appeared near the legacy, you would have been chosen too. Li Fei was modest. She knew she was only chosen because she had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. Initially, Duan Niantian and Han Xuanai did not understand Li Fei's words. Realization only dawned on them after Li Fei explained everything to them. Mother, even so, the fact that you appeared near the legacy shows that you're fated with the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, Duan Niantian said with a grin. He was delighted his mother chanced upon such a fortuitous encounter. After all, he knew his mother was under a lot of pressure all these years because the other women his father was with were stronger than his mother. Whether it was his Aunt Kuer or Aunt Tianwu, their cultivation bases were extraordinary compared to his mother's cultivation bases. Now, his mother would no longer feel pressured. Niantian is right. Han Xuanai agreed with Duan Niantian. At this moment, Li Fei suddenly looked in the distance and said, all of you can come out now. In the next moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. The 4 figures belonged to 4 extraordinarily beautiful women. The most eye-catching thing about them was they looked identical. However, despite their similar appearances, their aura, bearing, and the embroideries on their robes were different. From the left, the woman wore a robe that was embroidered with plum blossoms. The woman next to her had orchids embroidered on her robes. Meanwhile, the 3rd and 4th women had bamboo leaves and chrysanthemum embroidered on their robes respectively. Young Master. The 4 women greeted and bowed in unison as soon as they appeared. Based on their tone, it was obvious they were filled with reverence and respect for Li Fei. Since I've found them, I can return to the Devata realm with all of you now. However, I want to bring my son and my sister along, Li Fei said to the 4 women. Then, she introduced Duan Niantian and Han Xuanai to the 4 women. The 4 women were sent by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestials to the mundane realm to wait for the person who would inherit the legacy. They were responsible for bringing the successor of the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial back to the Devata realm. Duan Niantian said with a sigh, unfortunately, we don't know where Si Ling and the others went. Otherwise, we can bring them with us. If I'm not mistaken, only 3 of us were sent to the Purple Spike realm. The others should be in other mundane realms, Han Xuanai said. That's right. That's why I plan to leave after finding both of you, Li Fei said. She sighed before she continued to say, I didn't expect to find both of you together. This saves us a lot of time and energy. Sister Fair, is it convenient for you to bring us to meet the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? Han Xuanai asked hesitantly. My master will be delighted to meet both of you. Moreover, since your innate talent and potential are comparable to mine, I'm sure she'll be willing to accept both of you as disciples, Li Fei said. It was clear she was confident about her son and Han Xuanai's ability. At this moment, Duan Niantian said in a soft voice, Father, Father must be in one of the Devata realms as well, right? Upon hearing Duan Yen Tian's words, Li Fei and Han Shui fell silent immediately. A familiar purple figure appeared in their minds immediately as they recalled memories of the past. 30 years later. 30 years were not considered long in Devata realms. In fact, some powerful celestials would enter closed-door cultivation for a couple of decades and centuries or even more, in the imperial Tudor pavilion of the profound Nether Mansion. Now that 30 years had passed, Duanling Tian was already more than 100 years old. His aura from when he was younger seemed to have disappeared. Senior. For the pavilion master of the imperial Tudor pavilion who had lived for more than 30,000 years, 30 years passed in just a blink of an eye. He had lost sense of time a long time ago. Is it possible for me to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm without joining the Su clan? I remember you said everyone's free to enter the upper realm as long as they meet the realm's requirement of being below the stage of a celestial lord. Duanling Tian bluntly asked. The old man nodded. That's right. How do I enter the upper realm? Duanling asked again. As long as you have a formation compass, you'll be able to find and enter the upper realm, the old man replied. Senior, do you have the formation compass? Duanling Tian asked hopefully as his eyes lit up upon hearing the old man's words. Why do you ask? The old man asked with a frown on his face. Are you thinking of entering the upper realm now? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. I want to see if I'll be able to chance upon any fortuitous encounter in the upper realm. The chances should be quite high since the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord expended so much effort to maintain the realm. What's your current cultivation base? The old man's frown deepened. He did not expect Duanling Tian to say he wanted to enter the upper realm now. Only 30 years had passed since Duanling Tian had entered closed-door cultivation. At that time, Duanling Tian was only a one basic celestial king. In his opinion, even with the resources provided by the profound Nether Mansion, Duanling Tian should now be a two-form celestial king at most. It was possible that Duanling Tian had not even broken through and become a two-basic celestial king. I'm now a three-talent celestial king, Duanling Tian replied. The old man was shocked. Why you've broken through and become a three-talent celestial king? Duanling Tian knew the old man was skeptical, so he released his aura into the surroundings. Normally, his aura would be concealed by the profound divine metal if he did not deliberately release his aura. Therefore, he knew the old man could not sense his aura. After a moment, the old man said with a sigh, even if you've broken through and become a three-talent celestial king, your current strength isn't enough for you to survive in the upper realm, unless you've comprehended. Before the old man finished speaking, Duanling Tian cast a series of profundities from the law of space. The old man exclaimed, Boy, your talent is insane. When he finally regained his composure, he raised his hand and brought out a formation compass. This is the formation compass to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. You can use it to enter the upper realm. Remember, in order to return, you must use the same transporting formation that you were sent to when you enter the upper realm. The formation compass looked no different from an ordinary compass except that it was slightly larger and had holes on it that were meant for celestial crystals. The old man waved his hand, and the holes were soon filled by celestial crystals that shone dazzlingly under the sun. Based on the old man's actions, it was clear he no longer objected to Duanling Tian entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Are you planning to enter the upper realm alone, or are you planning to bring Huano along? The old man asked. Over the past 30 years, Huano would occasionally join Duanling Tian to accompany the old man while he fished in the backyard whenever they emerged from closed-door cultivation. He had taken a liking to her pure and innocent nature and treated her like his granddaughter. The old man favored Huaner so much that sometimes Duanling Tian felt the Huaner was even more important to the old man compared to him. I'm planning to enter the upper realm with Huaner, Duanling Tian replied. That girl. What's her cultivation base now? The old man asked. She's a 6-combo celestial king now. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. Even he was shocked by Huana's cultivation speed. Both of them had consumed the same number of celestial fruits, and over the last 30 years, the number of celestial pills and cultivation resources that profound Nether Mansion provided him were shared equally as well. And yet, after 30 years, his cultivation base was 3 stages lower than Huaner's cultivation base. However, in terms of comprehending the law of space, his progress surpassed hers. Although she had also used the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space, she was unable to comprehend the law of space as quickly as him. He wondered if it had something to do with Huaner not being human. 6 combos Celestial King? The old man was dumbfounded. He had lived for more than 30,000 years, and yet, he had never heard of anyone in the Southern Heaven territory who managed to become a 6-combo Celestial King from a 1 basic Celestial King within 30 years. Even in the 7 Upper Province, someone like Huana who managed to break through and become a 6-combo Celestial King from a 1 basic Celestial King was as rare as a phoenix and a unicorn. How heaven-defying! The old man thought to himself. It seems like there's no doubt that girl is 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that the Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province is looking for. He was sure of this now that he found out Huaner had become a 6-combo Celestial King from a 1 basic Celestial King within 30 years. That was the only reason she had such heaven-defying cultivation speed. Moreover, he figured out the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory was after Huaner because they would be handsomely rewarded by the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, which was also the main clan that was located in the 7 Upper Province, if they found her. The rewards were even greater than the rewards that were posted on the black market. One could just imagine how great the rewards the Phantom Fox clan would receive were when even the old man himself was tempted by the inferior rewards posted on the black market. How's her comprehension of the law of space? The old man asked again after a while. The level of shock when he saw the profundities from the law of space that Duanling Tian had cast earlier was equal to the shock he felt when he learned of Huaner's cultivation base. After Duanling Tian told the old man about Huaner's comprehension of the law of space, the old man sighed. Although her cultivation speed is heaven-defying, she can't compare to you in terms of comprehension skills. After taking everything into account, I'd say Huaner's abilities are almost on par with yours. He would have been impressed by Huaner's comprehension of the law of space if he did not see Duanling Tian's demonstration earlier. After a brief moment, Duanling Tian looked at the old man and asked, "Senior, can you tell me more about the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm?" The upper realm is... The old man began to patiently explain what he knew about the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to Duanling Tian. The upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was different from the lower and middle realm since it was open to everyone in the Southern Heaven territory. As long as one was in the Southern Heaven territory and one possessed the formation compass, one would be able to enter the upper realm. There were scoreboards in the upper realm, and unlike the middle realm that was refreshed once a month, the scoreboards in the upper realm would be refreshed once a year. When you enter the upper realm, you'll first be transported into a safe zone. Similar to Grade 6 Celestial Mansion spaces in the middle realm, participants are not allowed to fight in the safe zone. Anyone who fights in the safe zone will be killed by the killing formation in the safe zone. Not even the most powerful 10 Directions Celestial King would be able to survive the killing formation in the safe zone since it was set up by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, the old man explained. Duanling Tian shuddered upon hearing these words. He could imagine how powerful the killing formation that was cast by a titled Celestial Lord was. The old man continued to explain, in the safe zone you can collect your Identity Jade token. After engraving your name and dripping your blood on the Identity Jade token, it will be yours until the year has ended and it's time for the scoreboard to be refreshed. Those who rank in the top 10 will be led to a secret realm where the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord left his treasures. There are royal-grade celestial weapons, purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons, and rare and valuable celestial fruits and celestial pills that the profound Nether Mansion can't provide you within there. This is the reward for those who rank in the top 10. For those who rank 11th to the 30th place, they would be led to a Grade 2 realm. Finally, the remaining people who rank in the top 100 would be led to a Grade 3 realm as a reward. The treasures hidden in the Grade 2 and Grade 3 secret realm aren't necessarily inferior to the treasures in the Grade 1 secret realm. However, the 2 lower realms are much more dangerous than the Grade 1 realm. Based on this, you can probably guess that the Grade 3 secret realm is the most dangerous one out of 3 secret realms. The Grade 3 realm has many tests one would have to pass in order to obtain the treasures. Moreover, in order to pass the test, it would require at least 30 people to work together. In comparison, as long as you're strong enough, one person is enough to pass the tests in the Grade 1 secret realm. Apart from the secret realms, you can naturally find treasures and fortuitous encounters in the upper realm as well. Otherwise, those who aren't strong enough to rank in the top 100 wouldn't continuously try their luck and enter the upper realm. The treasures will appear according to the illusory formations. You can take the treasure if you're the only person who chances upon it. However, if more than one person finds the treasure at the same time, needless to say, you'll have to fight for it. The old man paused for a moment to let Duanling Tian digest the information before he began to explain again. Apart from that, just like the middle realm, you can crush your identity jade token to escape from your opponents and to avoid being killed. You'll be transported out to the same place you entered. If you want to leave without crushing your identity jade token, you'll have to return to the safe zone you were transported to when you first entered and leave through the transporting formation there. With this, the old man concluded everything he knew about the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. From the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's point of view, becoming a 3-talent Celestial King within 30 years was an amazing feat, but Duanling Tian felt that his progress was too slow. Even with the resources provided by the profound Nether Mansion, it still took me 30 years to break through and become a 3-talent Celestial King. If things continue this way, don't tell me it's going to take me at least 200 years before I become a 9 palaces Celestial King. What about when I want to break through and become a Celestial Lord? It would get increasingly difficult to break through once I become a Celestial Lord, let alone a Celestial Emperor. Moreover, although a 10-direction Celestial Emperor is powerful and comparable to the Heavenly Emperors, it might not be enough to rescue Kuer and the others from the Divine Offering Land. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. If Duanling Tian was given 10,000 years to raise his cultivation base, he would not be worried at all. However, as it was, he only had 900 years left. The time he had was too short. For this reason, he was determined to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm because it provided him with the chance to improve his strength tremendously. The upper realm holds rare fortuitous encounters that can't be found in the 10 major clans and top 5 sects. These were the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's words to Duanling Tian a few years ago. Hence, he was more eager to enter the upper realm than to join the 10 major clans and the top 5 sects. Although he was only a 3-talent Celestial King now, his comprehension of the law of space was remarkable. Therefore, he was confident he would be able to protect himself in the upper realm. Moreover, he would not be alone in the upper realm. Before entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Heaven, the Pavilion Master solemnly reminded Duanling Tian and Huana. Remember to always be on your guard. Crush your identity jade token if your life is at risk. Duanling Tian nodded slightly as he took Huana with him to enter the upper realm with the formation compass. Since the formation compass was tethered to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, they would enter the upper realm from the pavilion and would be sent out from the upper realm to the pavilion as well. Even if they crushed their identity jade tokens, they would be sent out of the upper realm to the pavilion. As Duanling Tian and Huaner were transported to the upper realm, everything went dark in their surroundings before light flooded their vision again. Duanling Tian discovered he and Huaner were now standing on a stone platform. When he looked up, he discovered the stone platform was rather vast. As soon as the duo appeared, Huana began to attract the attention of a few celestial kings who had just arrived in the upper realm as well. They stared at her blatantly as though they were in a trance. After all, it was almost impossible to find another woman who was as beautiful as Huaner. How could ordinary men not be entranced by her beauty? Look at that beauty. At this moment, an ordinary-looking young man stepped forward and said, "Beauty, I'm Hong Manchio, a direct disciple of the Hong clan, one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven territory. Why don't you leave this pretty boy behind and come with me instead?" Alas, Huana did not even spare Hong Manchio a glance. Her gaze remained fixated on Duanling Tian from the beginning until the end. The smile on her face blossomed like flowers in spring as she looked at him. Upon seeing Huana's smile, the men in the surroundings fell deeper into their trance. In just a few moments, a few more people tried to strike up a conversation with her. Similar to earlier, she ignored them completely. With this, most people began to shift their attention away from the cold and aloof Huaner to Duanling Tian. "Boy, who are you? What makes you think you're deserving of this peerless beauty? Boy, I'm a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory. What's your background? Which force are you from? The group of people glared at Duanling Tian resentfully as though they had great enmity with him, even though this was their first meeting. Naturally, the source of their hostility was Huaner. Idiots! The corners of Duanling Tian's lips curved into a sneer as he swept his eyes across the group of people. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the group of men was, naturally, infuriated. Since they were in the safe zone, no one dared to act recklessly in fear of triggering the killing formation in the safe zone. After all, they would surely die a horrible death if they were killed by the killing formation. For this reason, despite their boiling anger, none of them dared to attack Duanling Tian. A court disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect said indignantly, "Boy, if you have the guts, don't trigger the invisibility formation in your identity jade token before you leave the safe zone." After entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven territory, everyone would be given an identity jade token. Apart from the transporting formation that would be triggered once one shattered the identity jade token, it also contained an invisibility formation that could only be triggered in the safe zone. This was to prevent one from being targeted as soon as one arrived in the upper realm when leaving the safe zone. After the core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect threatened Duanling Tian, a few people chimed in one after another. Duanling Tian did not pay any attention to these people and brought Huaner to collect their identity jade tokens. One could choose to engrave one's real name or fake name on the token. Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, naturally, had no plans of using a pseudonym, so he engraved his real name on the token. Similarly, Huaner engraved her real name on the token as well. Although she was not formally educated, she knew how to write her name because of the memory she had inherited as a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. After the duo dripped their blood on the identity jade tokens, they felt a connection to their respective tokens immediately. "Huaner, let's go." Duanling Tian beckoned to Huaner before they flew out of the safe zone. No one knew how many safe zones there were in the upper realm. The location of the safe zones would change from time to time. As the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had said before, they would have to return to this particular safe zone if they wanted to leave the upper realm without crushing their identity jade tokens. Naturally, unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not crush their identity jade tokens, since doing so would cause them to lose their points and all their efforts would go to waste. Upon seeing Duanling Tian and Huaner leaving the safe zone without triggering the invisibility formation in their identity jade tokens, the group of people watching them were stunned. Where did they get their courage from? Even those powerful 10 Directions celestial kings wouldn't be so bold, right? Is it possible that they're really powerful? I don't think I've seen them or heard of them before this. That woman is such a peerless beauty. If she has entered the upper realm before, there's no way Ouyang Yue, the true disciple from the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect, would be hailed as the most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's right. I've met Ouyang Yue once and was stunned by her beauty. However, her beauty is slightly lacking compared to this woman. Those 2 unknown people left the safe zone just like that? Aren't they worried about being eliminated as soon as they leave the safe zone? Perhaps they're just really confident of their strength. They concealed their auras with some techniques, so I can't find out their cultivation bases. The safe zone that Duanling Tian and Huaner were transported to was a vast stone platform suspended in the air. It was located in a place where the air was heavy and the ground was red, looking as though it had been stained by blood. The middle realm isn't a match for the upper realm at all. It's obvious the former Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the realm expended a lot of effort when creating the upper realm, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Although the middle realm was rather lifelike, it was a far cry from the upper realm. In the upper realm, he could even feel the atmospheric pressure from the heavens and earth when he flew. As Duanling Tian traveled and surveyed his surroundings, a sense of desolation swept over him. He felt as though he was in an ancient war ground. At this point, Duanling Tian and Huaner had traveled rather far away from the safe zone. It would take them quite a while if they wanted to return to the safe zone. "Huaner, there are people following us," Duanling Tian said at this moment. After they had left the safe zone, Duanling Tian had sensed some people trying to probe him with their divine consciousness. Some of them were people who had just left the safe zone, and some were from people who were lurking outside the safe zone. These people were like predators hunting for prey. Although some of them had stealthily followed the duo, none of them dared to recklessly make a move since they could not detect the duo's cultivation bases. At this moment, a group of 3 men lurked in a corner as they watched the duo. Hey! That woman isn't even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? It's true. The 3 men were shocked when they discovered Huaner's age. They regained their senses when they heard a loud scoff ring in the air. Soon after, a figure appeared out of thin air and blocked Duanling Tian and Huaner's path. Upon seeing the newcomer, the trio cried out in unison, "It's Jun Wangchang, the core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect." The Wind Thunder Dao sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven Territory, was a grade 5 sect. All of the core disciples in the Southern Heaven Territory's 10 major clans and top 5 clans were prodigies. Most of them were celestial kings below the age of 200. Jun Wangchen, a Wind Thunder Dao sect core disciple, was a little more than 100 years old, but he was already a 10 Directions celestial king who had comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of metal. Although he had not comprehended any of the profundities to the initial stage, his strength was not to be underestimated. At the very least, the group of 3 men who were lurking in a corner would not dare to attack Jun Wanchen even if Jun Wanchen was unaware. "Boy, I didn't think you'd be so bold as to forego triggering the invisibility formation when leaving the safe zone." Jun Wanchen sneered as he looked at Duanling Tian. He was also confident about leaving the safe zone without having to trigger the invisibility formation, but he was afraid Duanling Tian and Huaner would discover his presence when he was tailing them, so he had triggered the invisibility formation in his identity jade token. Once the invisibility formation had been triggered, due to the restrictions of the formation, one would not be able to attack. This prevented people from using it to launch sneak attacks. After removing the invisibility formation, the restrictions would only disappear after 3 breaths. During these 3 breaths, one would not be able to attack, but others would not be able to attack as well. The invisibility formation also served as an incredibly powerful defensive formation. Normally, it would not be possible for ordinary identity jade tokens to carry such powerful formations. It was only possible because the tokens had a connection to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. "Why should I be afraid?" Duanling Tian looked at the young man who blocked their path calmly. He had a slight impression of the young man. The young man was one of the people who were clamoring earlier in the safe zone. He vaguely remembered the young man say he was from the Wind Thunder Dao sect. "Remember that the person who kills you today is Jun Wangchan, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. I'll show this beauty that a weakling like you doesn't deserve to stay by her side." As soon as Jun Wangchen finished speaking, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of metal's metal elemental profundity surged out of his body. At the same time, he looked at Huaner, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, meaningfully. Alas, he discovered that she did not even spare him a glance from the beginning until the end. He could not help but feel defeated. With this, his anger rose. He glared at Duanling Tian as killing intent shone in his eyes, deciding to vent his anger on Duanling Tian. "I'm going to finish you off now." Jun Wangchen moved as soon as he finished speaking. A sword appeared in his hand at the same time. Based on its aura, it was clear the sword was rather extraordinary. A royal-grade celestial sword? Duanling Tian cocked an eyebrow when he sensed the sword's aura. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the surroundings discussed among themselves as they watched Jun Wangchen charge toward Duanling Tian. Since they had never heard of Duanling Tian, they thought he was nobody. With this, they all thought Duanling Tian would definitely die. The purple-clad young man is doomed. Although Jun Wangchan is the weakest among the core disciples of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, he's still a force to be reckoned with. That's right. In the upper realm, ordinary people can't hope to defeat Jun Wangchen. Jun Wangchen usually ranks in the top 100, so everyone knows he's strong. At this moment, a cold but melodious voice rang in the air. "Anyone who wants to kill Brother Ling Tian has to die." The person who had spoken was none other than Huana, who was standing next to Duanling Tian. Her gentle gaze when she was looking at Duanling Tian turned frosty when she looked at Jun Wangchen. The look in her eyes was so cold that it seemed like it could turn water into ice. Swoosh! Without any warning, Huaner disappeared before she reappeared in front of Duanling Tian. Her celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of space's space elemental profundity surged out. The onlookers did not think Huana would be able to defeat Jun Wangcheng when they discovered her cultivation base, but they were still shocked by her cultivation base after they found out she was not even 100 years old. This beautiful woman is a 6 combos celestial king? Wait a minute. She's not even 100 years old. She's a 6 combos celestial king who's not even 100 years old. Where did such a monstrous talent come from? It's true. She's not even 100 years old. It did not take long before people began to sense the law that Huaner had comprehended when she released her celestial origin energy. She comprehended the law of space. At the same time, Jun Wangchun frowned when he saw Huaner shielding Duanling Tian. However, he laughed when he sensed her cultivation base. A 6 combos celestial king? Jun Wancheng was certain a 6 combos celestial king was no threat to him at all, therefore he did not take Huaner seriously. It would be easy for him to toy with her. All of a sudden he was pulled back to his senses. He discovered the space around him seemed to have frozen and he seemed to be restrained. The law of space's restraining profundity? What's the big deal? I can easily break free of the restraining profundity cast by a 6 combos celestial king. Jun Wangcheng waved his sword. A golden energy burst forth as he tried to break free. Whoosh! At the same time Jun Wangcheng tried to break free, the air around him began to distort and thrum in order to stop him. Alas, it only stalled him for a moment before his energy surged out. Boom! When Jun Wangcheng's golden energy landed, the space distorted and thrummed. But the restraint did not break. His eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. How's this possible? It's impossible for the restraining profundity cast by a 6 combo celestial king to withstand this attack, unless she has comprehended the restraining profundity to the initial stage. It was not difficult for the onlookers to arrive at the same conclusion that Jun Wangcheng did. They were naturally shocked by this discovery. When they looked at Huaner again, a hint of wariness and solemnity could be seen in their eyes. A 6 combo celestial king who was not even 100 years old was already a monstrous talent, but she had also comprehended the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage. Swoosh! Now that Jun Wangcheng discovered Huaner had comprehended the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage, he grew serious. He struck again. This time he struck with all his might. With this, he successfully broke free of the restraining profundity. No matter what, he was still a 10 directions celestial king. In terms of cultivation base, Huaner was far inferior to him. As soon as Jun Wangcheng broke free of the restraint, he saw a figure appear before him. Huaner, who was standing in front of Jun Wangcheng, did not waste time and immediately created a space territory. At the same time, 3 spatial tiers appeared around Jun Wangcheng, surrounding him in the shape of a triangle. Before he could catch his breath after attacking with all his might to break free, a gray sword ray appeared in each of the spatial tiers. The 3 gray sword rays shot toward him as though they could cut down everything that stood in their way. Jun Wangcheng would have no problem repelling the 3 sword rays with his full strength. However, he had just used all his strength to break free of the restraint, so it was impossible for him to exert all his strength again so soon. For this reason, he decisively put up his defenses. Soon enough, a golden light burst forth. His skin seemed to be plated with gold, making him look like a golden statue. At the same time, numerous golden energy barriers were erected around him, protecting him in all directions. Despite putting up his defenses, Jun Wangcheng was slightly nervous. His expression kept changing as he looked at the gray sword rays. He thought to himself, she's also comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage? If her sword rays breached my first line of defense, I'll crush my identity jade token. Jun Wangcheng's expression was solemn as he looked at the attacks from the cross-dimensional / profundity. He was no longer as flippant as before. Meanwhile, the onlookers were once again shocked. How could this beauty, who was not even 100 years old, be so heaven-defying? At this moment, Duanling Tian sent a reminder to Huaner through voice transmission. Huaner, use the transportation profundity. Duanling Tian could figure out Jun Wangcheng's intention just by looking at Jun Wangcheng's eyes. Jun Wanqin was clearly unafraid. It was not difficult to figure out that he planned to escape by crushing his identity jade token. How could he allow someone like Jun Wanqin to escape? As soon as Huaner received Duanling Tian's voice transmission, she cast the transportation profundity and changed the positions of the gray sword rays. She transported the gray sword rays behind Jun Wangchen's outer layer of defenses. No! Jun Wangchen cried out. He did not have time to retrieve his identity jade token and crush it. He could only watch as the 3 gray sword rays breached his defenses. A translucent armor appeared on Jun Wangcheng before the gray sword rays landed on him. This was clearly the work of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Unfortunately, 3 gray sword rays easily destroyed its defenses as well. With this, the gray sword rays pierced Jun Wangchen's body and disappeared into thin air. The onlookers inhaled sharply as they watched Huaner kill Jun Wangchen. How terrifying! Is she really just a 6 combos celestial king? Jun Wangchen was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. His cultivation base had reached the level of a 10 directions celestial king, and he also possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. However, he was killed by a woman who was not even 100 years old in just a few breaths. Using the law of space's transportation profundity, she bypassed Jun Wangchen's outer defenses by transporting the gray sword rays behind the barriers. I bet Jun Wangchen didn't expect that at all. He didn't even have time to crush his identity jade token to leave the upper realm. Jun Wangchen definitely took a risk by waiting to crush his identity jade token. He could have crushed his token as soon as the woman cast the cross-dimensional profundity. Well, he took that risk and paid with his life. Most of the onlookers felt that Jun Wangchen died because he was reckless. At this moment, the onlookers were looking at the white figure solemnly. Although the other person was just a 6 combo celestial king, she had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. They had witnessed her casting the restraining profundity and the cross-dimensional profundity that had been comprehended to the initial stage. Meanwhile, after killing Jun Wangchen, Huaner quickly collected his spatial ring. Then she returned to Duanling Tian's side and presented the ring to Duanling Tian. Apart from that, she also presented Jun Wangchen's royal-grade celestial sword and purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to Duanling Tian. Brother Ling Tian. After Duanling Tian put the 2 celestial weapons away, he claimed ownership of the spatial ring by dripping his blood on it. He took a look and discovered mountains of celestial crystals, medicinal herbs, and some strange pieces of metal in the ring. Is this the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman? Soon after, Duanling Tian discovered 2 celestial talismans in the ring. The talismans were similar to the one Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had given him in the past. He discovered the strength of the 2 talismans he just found were as powerful as the one he used in the past. If Jun Wancheng had used the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman to escape, Huaner wouldn't have been able to kill him. Well, he probably thought it would be a waste to use the talisman in the upper realm when he could just crush his identity jade token to escape. Moreover, if he did not wait and had crushed his token earlier, he wouldn't have died. If Duanling Tian did not remind Huaner to use the transportation profundity, Jun Wangchen would have definitely escaped. Using the transportation profundity was the only way to kill Jun Wangchen before he could crush his identity jade token. Duanling Tian continued thinking to himself, since 6 months ago Jun Wangchen was ranked in the top 100. If I'm not mistaken, he was ranked 92nd with 59 points before he died. Now that Huana killed him, she'll directly enter the top 100 and take over his place. Then he confirmed Huana's ranking by checking her identity jade token. With the default 1 point in the token, she now had 60 points after killing Jun Wangchen. Someone checked their identity jade token at this moment and cried out, "Look! There's a new name in the 92nd place. It's that woman, Huaner." Not only is she a 6 combo celestial king and comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage before the age of 100, but she's also a peerless beauty with a perfect figure. Even the geniuses from the 7 upper province aren't as heaven-defying as her, right? So terrifying. I don't think I have ever met a 6 combo celestial king as terrifying as her. At this time, Duanling Tian said to Huaner, "Huaner, take a look at your ranking through your identity jade token." Since there were no scoreboards for the upper realm outside of the southern heaven ancient realm, there was no way for the people outside to know the rankings in the upper realm. The only way they could find out about the rankings was if the people inside sent them a message to tell them about it through celestial talismans. Unlike the middle realm, celestial talismans along with celestial weapons were permitted in the upper realm. Apart from that, once a participant left the upper realm, they would not be able to see the rankings through their identity jade tokens as well. Jun Wangqin was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory after all. Naturally, it did not take long before news of his death in the upper realm spread. Although there were no other disciples from the Wind Thunder Dao sect present when Huana killed Jun Wangqin, there were many who had acquaintances in the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Brother, I need to tell you something. Your Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple, Jun Wangqin, is dead. Brother Tian, your Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple, Jun Wangqin, was killed by a woman called Huaner. She's not even 100 years old. Senior sister Qin, senior brother Jun Wangqin is dead. Messages were sent one after another to the disciples from the Wind Thunder sect. Duanling Tian was unaware that news of Jun Wangqin's death had spread. Even if he was aware, he would not care. To enter the upper realm was to risk one's life, after all. Jun Wangqin died because he was not strong enough. Everyone understood this. Could the Wind Thunder Dao sect demand the profound nether mansion to hand him over to them? Of course not. As one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory, how could they do something so embarrassing? They could not openly seek revenge. At most, they could only send more of their disciples into the upper realm to avenge Jun Wangqin. After Huana saw her points and ranking, she said, Brother Lingtian, this is really easy. I've already entered the top 100 after killing one person. Based on her tone, it was clear she thought it was easy to make it onto the scoreboard. Duanling Tian knew Huaner was unaware of how things worked in the Southern Heaven ancient realm, so he explained to her patiently. Huaner, it's only easy because the unlucky guy you killed earlier already possessed 59 points. Since half a year had passed since the upper realm opened, this means you obtained all the points he had accumulated for 6 months. Realization finally dawned on Huaner. I see. Does this mean I'll gain more points if I can kill a few more unlucky guys like him? Well, yes. However, there are less than 100 people in the upper realm who have more points than him at this moment, Duanling Tian said. After a moment, he called to Huaner, Let's go, Huaner. We'll make our way to the edge of the realm and see if we can find anything there. As Duanling Tian and Huaner made their way to the opposite direction of the safe zone, everyone in the surroundings fell silent as the duo walked past them. Some people even forgot that they had triggered the invisibility formation in their identity tokens, so they held their breaths when the duo walked past them. They only heaved a sigh of relief when the duo disappeared from their sight. Then, they began to discuss among themselves again. Most of them were curious about Huaner. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm, there were many ordinary celestial kings who chose to join forces with others to gain more points. Naturally, they would only team up with close friends or those they trusted. Otherwise, there was no guarantee they would not be betrayed. At this moment, all these people who gathered together fervently speculated among themselves. Have you ever heard of this woman? I've never heard of her. In fact, I'm very sure this is the first time her name has appeared on the scoreboard in the upper realm. I've never heard of her as well. If this isn't her first time here, it's impossible that no one knows her. Put aside her strength, just her beauty alone is enough to make her famous in the Southern Heaven territory, let alone the upper realm. That's right. This should be her first time here. Huaner had left a deep impression on those who were present on the scene. Many men were jealous of Duanling Tian for having a peerless beauty by his side. They were all men, but why was Duanling Tian so lucky? What was so special about him? Meanwhile, an inconspicuous young man dressed in gray robes stood among the onlookers as he muttered to himself. Her beauty and her talent. Apart from that, she's also less than 100 years old and is dressed in a white robe. And that handsome purple-clad young man with her, could the young man be Duanling Tian? If so, she must be the 1,000 Phantoms ice fox that the branch leader mentioned, right? After a beat, the gray-clad young man sent a message. It did not take long before he received a reply asking about Duanling Tian's appearance. After he described Duanling Tian's appearance, Another reply arrived. Based on your description, he should be Duanling Tian. I met him once when I visited the profound nether mansion with our branch leader. As for the woman, she should be the veiled lady wearing a bamboo hat whom our men were following. Moreover, according to the men we sent to the borderland to investigate the matter, it said that the woman who accompanied Duanling Tian when he was in the borderland is also called Huaner. The person whom the gray-clad young man was communicating with was also in the upper realm at this moment. It was an old man. If Duanling Tian saw the old man, he would have recognized the old man immediately. The old man was none other than one of the two old men who accompanied the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven territory to visit the profound nether mansion 30 years ago. The old man, Zhang Yunting, was a 10 Directions celestial king. The gray-clad young man was his son. His son was also a 10 Directions celestial king. Despite having similar cultivation bases, his son was weaker than him because his son had only comprehended 8 profundities from the law of space. After receiving his son's message, Zhang Yunting wasted no time in relaying the message to Zhang Dongnan, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven territory. Duanling Tian is in the upper realm with the lady whom we suspect to be the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox? Zhang Dongnan's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the message. After Zhang Dongnan had confirmed that Duanling Tian was familiar with the woman his men were tailing before they died, he was eager to confirm the woman was truly a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. If she was the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, he would notify the main clan in the 7 Upper Province so they could send elites to bring her away if he was not strong enough to bring her away from the profound nether mansion. There were titled celestial lords in the main clan who were more than capable of taking that woman away from the profound nether mansion. The titled celestial lords were as powerful as the Southern Heaven celestial lords after all. The only reason he had yet to inform the main clan about this was due to his uncertainty. He was not sure if the woman was really a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. If he was mistaken, those from the main clan might feel displeased. If he angered the titled celestial lords in the main clan, he would not be able to bear the consequences. She's no longer a 10 Directions celestial duke and has become a 6 combos celestial king. Moreover, she has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space, the restraining profundity and the cross-dimensional profundity. To the initial stage, Zhang Dongnan was rather shocked by this information even though he had experienced and seen a lot as the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan. He had never heard of anyone with such heaven-defying talents. Even the last Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox who appeared in the clan did not have such heaven-defying talents. In just 30 years, her cultivation base rose from that of a 10 Directions celestial duke to that of a 6 combos celestial king. Moreover, she comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws. Zhang Dongnan's expression was grim as he muttered to himself. Now that she's a celestial king, I won't be able to tell if she's the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox if she deliberately masks her aura. His eyes glinted at this moment. Should I inform the main clan about this even though I'm not sure? No, I'll wait a little longer. Perhaps the situation might change. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Dongnan sent a message to Zhang Yunting. Elder Yunting, probe the lady for more information if you can. Understood. After Zhang Yunting received the order from Zhang Dongnan, he asked his son for the direction where Duanling Tian and Huana had left. Unlike the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions bases in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the locations of the safe zones in the Upper Realm would not change. Only the locations of the treasures and secret realms would change. For this reason, Zhang Yunting had no problem finding his way after receiving directions from his son. Duanling Tian and Huaner had encountered quite a number of people as they traveled. Unfortunately, none of them were ranked in the top 100 on the scoreboard. Duanling Tian naturally eliminated these people in just a blink of an eye. He did not kill them since there was no enmity between them. Due to the number of people Duanling Tian had eliminated, after these people were sent out of the upper realm, it did not take long for words to spread about the existence of a purple-clad young man who possessed the strength of a 10 Directions celestial king despite being a 3 talent celestial king in the upper realm. The people arrived at the conclusion that Duanling Tian possessed strength comparable to a 10-directions celestial king because there were a few 9 palaces celestial kings and a 7-stars celestial king among the people he had eliminated. Despite eliminating quite a number of people, Duanling Tian had only accumulated a little more than 30 points. The points were too little for his name to appear on the scoreboard. At this moment, Duanling Tian wondered out loud as he surveyed the land below while he flew in the air. I wonder how big is the upper realm. Meanwhile, Huaner held Duanling Tian's arm as she followed him. Both of them looked like a match made in heaven. At this moment, a sinister laughter rang in the air. What a perfect couple! It did not take long before Duanling Tian and Huana saw a ghost-like figure in the distance drawing closer and closer to them. In just a brief moment, a figure shrouded in a long black robe appeared, blocking Duanling Tian and Huaner's path. The figure belonged to a skinny old man. He was so skinny that his face looked sunken, and he looked just like a bag of bones. He's a 10-directions celestial king. Duanling Tian had already determined the old man's cultivation base when the old man was flying toward them. He could sense the old man's cultivation base through the old man's celestial origin energy. Although Duanling Tian was just a 3-talents celestial king now, it was not difficult for him to discern the aura of a 10-directions celestial king since he became familiar with the aura when his strength was raised by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon previously. The old man clicked his tongue as he looked at Huaner before he said, "You're not even 100 years old. Girl, you're really beautiful. If I were several tens of thousands of years younger, I might even be interested in you." After that, he shifted his eyes to Duanling Tian and asked, "Boy, will both of you crush your identity jade tokens and leave, or do you want me to do it for you? Let me warn you, if I, old man Xianxia, make a move, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to spare your lives." "Thank you for your reminder, senior." Duanling Tian was not surprised that the old man had lived for tens of thousands of years. After all, if there were no accidents, celestials could live as long as the heavens and earth. There were many celestials who had lived for a long time like the old man. For example, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion who was more than 30,000 years old. After he thanked the old man, he said, "Senior, if you want to eliminate us, you'll have to show us your strength." "What? Do you doubt my strength?" The old man was taken aback upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. Then a frown appeared on his face as he said, "That's not right. Have you not heard of my name, Xianxia?" With this, Duanling Tian finally recalled he had seen the old man's name when he looked at the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the Identity Jade token. He looked at his Identity Jade token again for confirmation. His eyes lit up when he saw Xianxia was ranked 69th with 186 points. Duanling Tian's gaze changed as he looked at Xianxia again. His gaze was similar to how a predator looked at its prey. As it turns out, Senior is ranked 69th. Now that you know, aren't you going to crush your Identity Jade token? Xianxia waved his hand impatiently. I've killed too many people in the past. Nowadays, when I see young people like you, I feel like I'm seeing my own kin. If it's not necessary, I really don't wish to kill you. Duanling Tian could not help but smile when he heard Xiao's words. He found Xiao rather interesting. After a beat, he said with a smile, "Senior, let's duel. You want to have a duel with me even though you know I'm Xiao?" Xiao raised an eyebrow. His expression grew slightly solemn at this moment. Those whom he encountered in the upper realm who insisted on fighting him after discovering his identity were either foolish or truly powerful. He had lived for tens of thousands of years and had been in the upper realm for a long time. His instincts told him the purple-clad young man was not foolish. Hence, the purple-clad young man had to be powerful. Nevertheless, he did not think the purple-clad young man could defeat him. Xianxia had become a 10-directions celestial king 10,000 years ago. Ever since then, he never had another breakthrough. Over the past 10,000 years, he had spent almost all his time in the upper realm when it was open. For this reason, he was familiar with everyone in the upper realm who was capable of defeating him, and Duanling Tian was not one of them. Duanling Tian's smile remained on his face as he said, "Please enlighten me, Senior." "All right, if you insist on fighting, I'll play along." As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, a scorching energy surged out of his body. Based on this, it was apparent he had comprehended the law of fire. Swoosh! As flames burst forth, a broad saber appeared in Heisha's hand. At the same time, a piercing energy swept out toward Duanling Tian. This old man Heisha is much more powerful than the Wind Thunder Dao Sect's Jun Wangchun. Although they had not exchanged blows yet, Duanling Tian could tell the old man was much more powerful than Jun Wangchun based on the old man's aura. The only question he had was if Heisha had comprehended any of the profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage. Whoosh! Duanling Tian teleported away from his spot and reappeared above the old man in just a blink of an eye. The law of space's teleportation profundity? Heisha looked up, clearly surprised. However, it was apparent that he was not panicked by this discovery. Although there were not many people who comprehended the law of space, it was not rare to encounter those who comprehended the law of space. Heisha looked at Duanling Tian again, and saw that Duanling Tian did not have any weapon in his hand. He said, "Lad, bring your weapon out." It was clear he did not think Duanling Tian was his opponent at all and reminded Duanling Tian so he would not win with an unfair advantage. "It's fine, senior. I'll bring my celestial weapon out when I think it's necessary to do so." Duanling Tian's impression of the old man grew more and more favorable. After all, not many people would remind their opponents to bring out their weapons to even out the ground as much as possible. "Lad, don't you think you're underestimating me a little too much? Let me teach you a lesson today." The flames burned bright as Heisha charged forward with his saber in hand, looking like a ball of fire. Faced with a fierce opponent, Duanling Tian promptly mobilized his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity. With that, his aura grew profound. Heisha, who was charging toward Duanling Tian like a ball of flames, abruptly came to a halt when he sensed that Duanling Tian was merely a 3-talent celestial king through Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy. After a brief moment, he moved closer to Duanling Tian and stared at Duanling Tian with a deep frown on his face. "Lad, you're just a 3-talent celestial king? What gave you the courage to enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Do you have a death wish?" When he spoke, his tone was that of an elder scolding a child. In Heisha's opinion, a 3-talent celestial king had no business entering the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. 3-talent celestial kings were like bonus points for the others in the upper realm. Moreover, 3-talent celestial kings would probably get themselves killed in the upper realm. "Senior, did you stop because of my cultivation base?" Duanling Tian was puzzled by Heisha's sudden inaction. He was rather speechless. Did he meet a Mr. Nice Guy in the upper realm? Although Heisha did not look like a righteous man, he had been treating Duanling Tian like a caring elder. Duanling Tian was suddenly at a loss over what to do. Should he attack or not? "Lad, I'll give you one more chance. Leave the upper realm now. Otherwise, you might really die if I attack," Heishan said solemnly in a slightly threatening tone. "Senior, all the 7-star celestial kings, 8 trigrams celestial kings, and 9 palaces celestial kings I encountered previously said the same thing. Do you know what happened to them?" Duanling Tian said with a sigh. "What? You managed to eliminate them?" Heisha asked skeptically. It was apparent he thought Duanling Tian was merely boasting. "That's right." Duanling Tian nodded. "It's better not to boast lest you shoot yourself in the foot. How can a mere 3-talents celestial king eliminate 9 palaces celestial kings?" Heisha laughed. "If you don't believe me, I'll just prove it to you. You've been fair and didn't take advantage of me, so I'll treat you similarly. I hope you'll take me seriously once you see my strength." Duanling Tian attacked as soon as he finished speaking. He did not wait for Heisha's reply. Restraining profundity. Distortion profundity. With just a thought, Duanling Tian restrained Heisha. The air around Heisha began to distort and ripple immediately. The raging energy pressed down on him. Duanling Tian teleported and reappeared several dozen meters away before he cast the law of space's territory profundity around Heisha. In the past, Duanling Tian's space territory only had a 10-meter radius. However, after comprehending the territory profundity to the initial stage, his territory had a 100-meter radius. The initial stage of the territory profundity? Heisha's expression turned solemn immediately. It did not take long before a frown appeared on his face. He could feel the raging energy pressing down on him, increasing in strength. With the addition of the territory profundity, he even began to feel threatened. Did he comprehend the law of space's distortion profundity to the initial stage as well? Xianxia thought to himself. He brandished his saber, trying to break free of the restraint. At the same time, the flames around his body skyrocketed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. With this, Xianxia no longer underestimated Duanling Tian. He used all his might to break free. After all, although his opponent was merely a 3-talent celestial king, his opponent had already comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. That alone made his opponent as formidable as an ordinary 10 directions celestial king. Moreover, who knew if his opponent had more tricks up his sleeve? He decided it was best to break free first. Otherwise, he would be giving the upper hand to his opponent. Even if he was stronger, he stood a chance of losing if he did not free himself of the restraint. Flaming saber rays shot around the space territory in an attempt to destroy the restraint. Although half of the flaming saber rays' energies were depleted from this move alone, Xianxia was confident he would be able to free himself. Unless his opponent had comprehended the restraining profundity to the initial stage as well. However, he did not think it was possible. After a while, when Xianxia discovered he could not free himself with his flaming saber rays, his expression changed drastically. For his opponent to be able to withstand his flaming saber rays, it was clear to him that the purple-clad young man in front of him had comprehended the restraining profundity to the initial stage as well, despite how impossible it seemed. Xianxia was thoroughly shocked when he discovered a 3-talent celestial king managed to comprehend the territory profundity, the distortion profundity, and the restraining profundity to the initial stage. When he looked at Duanling Tian again, it seemed as though he was looking at a monster. "Senior, are we going to continue?" Duanling Tian asked as he casually waved his hand. 3 spatial tiers appeared immediately. Then, a gray sword ray appeared from each of the spatial tiers. They surrounded Xianxia in a triangular formation, trapping him. The initial stage of the cross-dimensional / profundity? Upon seeing this, Xianxia began to curse. "Why am I so unlucky? Why did I meet a little monster like you?" The law of space had 9 profundities in total. Apart from the space elemental profundity, the other 8 profundities could be comprehended to higher stages. Xianxia knew that the 10-direction celestial king who consistently ranked first on the scoreboard in the upper realm, a peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, was rumored to have comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind to the initial stage. However, the purple-clad young man before him, a 3-talent celestial king, had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Moreover, the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws, was one of the hardest laws to comprehend. This feat was unheard of in the southern heaven territory. After taking a deep breath, Xianxia finally reined in his energy and put his royal-grade celestial saber away. He had decided to give up fighting because he knew he was no match for Duanling Tian. He knew even if Duanling Tian did not use any celestial weapon, Duanling Tian would still be able to easily defeat him despite being a 3-talent celestial king. Then, Xianxia looked at Duanling Tian, who had also stopped his attacks, and asked with a wry smile on his face, "Lad, what's your name? It's my first time meeting a monster like you. Even reincarnated celestial emperors aren't as heaven-defying as you are. I really wonder how you achieved such a feat. Are you from one of the forces in the 7 Upper Province or the Spirit Overarching Province?" "Senior, I'm Duanling Tian," Duanling Tian replied with a smile. Duanling Tian? Why does this name sound familiar? Xianxia racked his brains for a moment before his realization dawned on him. That's right. 30 years ago, I remember there was a prodigy from the profound nether mansion who was invincible in the middle realm. That prodigy's name was Duanling Tian as well. Nevertheless, Xianxia did not think the purple-clad young man in front of him and the prodigy from the profound nether mansion were the same person. After all, there was too wide of a gap between their strength. It was impossible for one to improve so tremendously in only 30 years. However, it did not take long before Xianxia recalled another piece of information. He muttered to himself, "Wait, I remember the prodigy from the profound nether mansion comprehended the law of space as well. Don't tell me. As outrageous as it might seem, Heisha could not help but ask with a gulp, Lad, are you Duanling Tian? The prodigy from the profound nether mansion who became famous in the southern heaven territory after entering the middle realm 30 years ago? Duanling Tian replied with a faint smile on his face. That's right, senior. He had heard the old man muttering to himself earlier, so he had expected this question. Really? Heisha's eyes widened. When he regained his senses, he shook his head and said, Each generation ushers in new geniuses. The new generation will definitely replace the old. Your generation will rule the southern heaven territory in the future. Heisha looked at Duanling Tian again and said, Lad, I hope you'll make it into the top 10. I'll be following your progress from outside. As soon as he finished speaking, he brought his identity jade token out and crushed it. With that, all of Heisha's points were transferred to Duanling Tian. This Heisha is quite interesting, Duanling Tian murmured to himself as he watched Heisha leave. After Duanling Tian teleported next to Huaner's side, he brought his identity jade token out to check his points. He discovered he now had 223 points and was ranked higher than Heisha did before Heisha was eliminated. He was now ranked 65th on the scoreboard of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As for Huaner with 60 points, she dropped 1 place to the 93rd place on the scoreboard. Huaner, you should take the points of the next person we encounter to lessen the gap between our points. Duanling Tian said as Huaner held his hands. Huaner nodded. All right. Huaner will listen to Brother Ling Tian. Meanwhile, those in the upper realm who kept track of the changes on the scoreboard through their identity jade tokens discovered a slight change in the ranking. Who's Duanling Tian? How did he replace Heisha and rank 65th on the scoreboard? Those who kept an eye on the scoreboard of the upper realm in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were shocked to discover the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar name. This person made it into the top 70 as soon as he appeared on the scoreboard. Moreover, based on the points he accumulated, it seemed like he only had roughly 30 points before he obtained 223 points after eliminating Heisha. Heisha was ranked 69th on the scoreboard, but this person ranks 65th after eliminating Heisha. It's unexpected for Heisha to be eliminated. This person can't be a nobody, but I've never heard of him before today. Duanling Tian? This name sounds familiar. Did you say Duanling Tian? I remember there was a famous prodigy from the profound nether mansion who was invincible in the middle realm 30 years ago. Do you think they're the same person? Impossible. The gap between their strength is too wide. Do you think a 10 Directions Celestial Duke is capable of defeating someone like Heisha when only 30 years have passed? What a joke. Heisha's a veteran in the upper realm. Although he hasn't comprehended any profundity from the law of fire to the initial stage, he has comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of fire to the rudimentary stage. Coupled with his royal grade celestial weapon, he should be able to defeat ordinary 10 Directions Celestial Kings as long as they haven't comprehended any profundity to the initial stage. There was a huge commotion in all of the safe zones in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm due to the new name that suddenly rose to 65th place on the scoreboard. Naturally, there were other members from the profound nether mansion who had entered the upper realm as well. They were shocked when they saw Duanling Tian's name on the upper realm scoreboard. Nevertheless, they did not think the newcomer on the scoreboard was the same person as the Duanling Tian from their mansion. It did not matter if Duanling Tian was powerful enough to become the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion or how talented he was. They did not think it was possible for a 10 Directions Celestial Duke to improve so much after only 30 years. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunting, a 10 Directions Celestial King from the Phantom Fox clan, was making his way toward Duanling Tian and Huan. Duanling Tian is ranked 65th on the scoreboard? Zhang Yunting discovered Duanling Tian's rank when he checked the scoreboard through his identity jade token out of curiosity. After a while, he muttered to himself, I didn't expect that woman whom we suspect to be the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox to possess such strength. She's actually capable of eliminating Heisha. Based on Zhang Yunting's words, it was obvious he did not think Duanling Tian eliminated Heishan. He assumed Huaner had eliminated Heisha and conceded the points to Duanling Tian. He had arrived at this conclusion because he had met Duanling Tian in the profound Nether Mansion 30 years ago when Duanling Tian had just become a one basic celestial king. It would be considered an amazing feat if Duanling Tian could become a two-form celestial king within 30 years. Even then, it was impossible for Duanling Tian to be able to eliminate Heisha with that sort of strength. Moreover, a few thousand years ago, before he comprehended any of his profundities to the initial stage, he only managed to fight to a draw with Heisha. Zhang Yunting's expression gradually grew more and more solemn as he thought to himself, "That girl killed Jun Wangchan, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, without the need to use a celestial weapon. She's even capable of eliminating Heisha. I'm afraid I might not be able to defeat her." When Zhang Yunting considered Huana's strength, he had taken Huana's royal-grade celestial weapon into account. He thought it was impossible for her not to possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. With Duanling Tian's status in the profound Nether Mansion, it was not difficult for Duanling Tian to obtain a royal-grade celestial weapon for Huaner. In any case, I still have to probe her strength and test her abilities even if I'm not a match for her. Worst comes to worst, I'll just crush my identity jade token to escape at the critical moment. Zhang Yunting felt more at ease after thinking about this and sighed in relief. In the past, if someone had told him a 6-combo celestial king was capable of defeating him, he would never have believed it. However, at this moment he had no choice but to believe it. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian and Huaner, who were unaware that a member of the Phantom Fox clan was swiftly closing in on them, traveled in a straight line. Since he was not familiar with the upper realm yet, he thought it was better to stick to one direction. After Duanling Tian's battle with Heisha, he allowed Huaner to fight all the opponents they encountered. With this, she became more and more famous as she slowly and steadily rose on the scoreboard. While Duanling Tian waited for Huaner to rejoin him after she eliminated yet another opponent, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. It seemed like he had noticed something. Similarly, Huaner turned around and looked in the distance as though she had sensed something as well. Soon enough, a gray-clad old man appeared before the duo. He looked at Duanling Tian and said with a faint smile on his face, "Imperial Tutor Duan, we meet again." Before Duanling Tian could reply, the gray-clad old man continued to say with a smile, "Imperial Tutor Duan, it's been 30 years since we last met. Do you remember me? You're the man who accompanied branch leader Zhang from the Phantom Fox clan during his visit to the profound Nether Mansion 30 years ago." Duanling Tian remembered the person in front of him was one of the two old men who stood behind Zhang Dongnan 30 years ago. He did not expect to meet this person in the upper realm at all. Since the branch leader was around previously, it wasn't appropriate for me to speak. Let me introduce myself to you today, Imperial Tutor Duan. I'm Zhang Yunting, an elder of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory, the gray-clad old man said. Zhang Yunting. Duanling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly when he heard Zhang Yunting's name. Since he had just looked at the scoreboard 15 minutes ago, he easily recalled that Zhang Yunting was ranked 52nd in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Soon enough, Duanling Tian's expression turned solemn, and killing intent began to stir in his heart when he saw Zhang Yunting appraising Huaner. Although Zhang Yunting was not capable of determining if Huaner was truly a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, he was still highly suspicious like the two men who tailed Huaner in the past. Fortunately, Huaner had become a celestial king. Due to her cultivation base, even if Zhang Yunting was suspicious, it was impossible for him to find out if she was a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. After all, they were all celestial kings. Despite the difference in their strength, they could not see through her identity. Zhang Yunting's expression did not betray his thoughts. He asked amiably, "Girl, you must be the one who killed Jun Wangchen, the core disciple from the Wind Thunder Dao sect, and eliminated Heisha, right?" However, Huana did not pay any attention to Zhang Yunting. Duanling Tian had told her through voice transmission that the old man was a member of the Phantom Fox clan and a threat to her. Zhang Yunting did not seem bothered that Huana had ignored him. He continued to say, "I'm currently ranked 52nd on the scoreboard, why don't we battle? If you defeat me and obtain my points, you'll be able to enter the top 50. Since Zhang Yunting could not confirm if Huana was the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, he hoped that he would be able to force Huana into revealing her true form when they battled. Even if she did not revert to her true form, there was a chance she would accidentally let her true energy leak during a battle. If that happened, he would be able to confirm once and for all if she was the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox and accomplished his mission. It would be worth it even if he was eliminated and sent out of the upper realm. If I can confirm her identity, the branch leader will be able to confidently inform the clan leader of this matter and request for reinforcement to capture her from the profound nether mansion, Zhang Yunting thought to himself. He could not help but feel excited when he thought about the rewards their branch would receive. Although he knew the lion's share of the reward would go to the branch leader, he was still satisfied with getting the scraps. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian said through voice transmission, Huaner, since he challenged you, you should accept it. However, remember not to use any techniques that will betray your identity as a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Apart from techniques exclusive to a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, don't use any techniques from the Phantom Fox clan as well. Just use the law of space to deal with him. If that's not enough, use your celestial weapon. Duanling Tian was unsure of the extent of Zhang Yunting's strength. However, based on Zhang Yunting's current rank, it was clear that Zhang Yunting was much stronger than He Sha. It was likely that Zhang Yunting had comprehended some profundities to the initial stage. Duanling Tian continued to remind Huaner. Even if you notice he's weaker than you, don't rush to show your strength. It's best if you give him the illusion that both of your strengths are equal for a period of time. Although Huaner did not know the reason behind Duanling Tian's instructions, she, naturally, did not hesitate to obey him. She knew he must have a good reason for telling her to do these things. Swoosh! 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 As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Huaner's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of her body as she stepped forward. In just a blink of an eye, she appeared about 100 meters away from Zhang Yunting. She looked at him frostily and said, "Since you challenged me, prepare to leave your points behind." Zhang Yunting's reply was simple. "If you want my points, you'll have to defeat me." Zhang Yunting made a move as soon as he finished speaking. Flames surged out from his body, not unlike He Sha whom Duanling Tian previously fought. Clearly, both of them comprehended the law of fire. The difference was Zhang Yunting was stronger than He Sha. After a dozen breaths had passed, "He has comprehended the burning profundity to the initial stage?" It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to see that Zhang Yunting had comprehended the law of fire's burning profundity to the initial stage. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunting grew stronger and stronger as time passed. It seemed like he had unleashed almost all of his strength. After a dozen breaths, Zhang Yunting discovered the white-clad woman seemed to have no intention of using a celestial weapon even though he had been fighting with all his might. Moreover, she did not use any technique that would betray her identity as a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox or techniques from the Phantom Fox clan at all. Zhang Yunting narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself, "I have no choice but to use the Phantom Fox clan's techniques now. If she's the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, my illusory technique won't work on her. With this, I'll be able to determine if she's the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Once I obtain the answer, I'll leave the upper realm immediately and report to the branch leader." In just a moment, the silhouette of a gigantic white fox appeared behind Zhang Yunting. The silhouette of his true form appeared as he prepared to cast the Phantom Fox clan's illusory technique. All of a sudden, a frosty voice rang in the air. "It seems like you've forgotten about me." Zhang Yunting's expression changed drastically. He knew the voice belonged to Duanling Tian, but he did not know when Duanling Tian had appeared behind him. Just as he was about to turn to face Duanling Tian, he discovered 3 spatial tiers around him. He watched as 3 gray sword rays shrouded by golden flames shot out of the spatial tiers toward him. At the same time, after Duanling Tian cast the cross-dimensional profundity, he quickly cast the distortion profundity as well. The combination of the 2 profundities from the law of space was so powerful that it easily breached the defensive barrier that Zhang Yunting had hastily erected. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Zhang Yunting discovered the white-clad woman taking out a pair of rings before she stacked one on top of the other and threw them out at him. Chills ran up Zhang Yunting's spine when he sensed the formidable aura from the pair of rings. "No! Faced with attacks from both sides, Zhang Yunting did not even have time to crush his identity jade token or use a celestial talisman to escape. Just like that, he was killed by Duan Ling Tian's cross-dimensional / profundity and Huaner's Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring. The Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring was the combination of two royal-grade celestial weapons, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring. Their combined power was almost comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Swoosh! As soon as Zhang Yunting died, Duan Ling Tian quickly teleported away, so that Zhang Yunting's points would go to Huaner. It was just as Zhang Yunting had said. After Huaner obtained his points, she was ranked 47th on the scoreboard with almost 500 points. That Zhang Yunting really accumulated quite many points, Duan Ling Tian said with a sigh as he checked the scoreboard through his identity jade token. Since the changes in the rankings were immediate, those who kept a close watch on the scoreboard immediately discovered Huaner had eliminated Zhang Yunting and had entered the top 50. Heavens! That woman eliminated Zhang Yunting. Not only did she eliminate Jun Wangchan, the core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, but she also eliminated Jun Wangchan? How's she so strong? Rumor has it that she's not even 100 years old? Jun Wangchan isn't a match for Zhang Yunting at all. I didn't expect her to be capable of eliminating Zhang Yunting as well. Many people in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were shocked when they found out Huana had eliminated Zhang Yunting. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunting's son hurriedly brought his spatial ring out when he learned that his father had been eliminated by Huaner. His eyes widened in disbelief when he saw his father's soul pearl, which was kept in his spatial ring, had shattered. "Father!" he cried out in despair when he discovered his father had been killed by Huaner. Soon enough, Zhang Dongnan, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory, received news of Zhang Yunting's death as well. A mere 6 combos Celestial King killed Elder Yunting? It seems like that woman hid her strength when she eliminated Jun Wangchun. Zhang Dongnan's expression was unsightly. Zhang Yunting, his right-hand man, had been killed by the woman whom they suspected was the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Elder Yunting and Elder Zhenhai are the strongest members from the Phantom Fox clan in the Upper Realm. Since she's capable of killing Elder Yunting, I'm afraid Elder Zhenhai isn't a match for her as well. Zhang Dongnan's frown deepened as he continued muttering to himself. This matter was trickier than he had expected. I'll report this matter to the main clan and request them to send their powerful 10 Directions Celestial Kings to deal with this matter. The 10 Directions Celestial Kings in the main clan are much stronger than the 10 Directions Celestial Kings in the Southern Heaven Territory. Even the pride of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect isn't a match for the 10 Directions Celestial Kings from the main clan. After Zhang Dongnan made up his mind, he rose to his feet and brought out a celestial talisman that shone with golden light. He hurriedly sent a message using the celestial talisman. The celestial talisman Zhang Dongnan used was not an ordinary celestial talisman. Its range was not limited to the Southern Heaven Territory. It was capable of traveling through the Riot Star Sea between Devata realms and their territories. The 7 Upper Province, as its name suggested, consisted of 7 territories. It held power over ordinary territories like the Southern Heaven Territory. Ordinary territories were governed by titled celestial lords, but the 7 territories in the 7 Upper Province were governed by titled celestial emperors. These titled celestial emperors were widely renowned in the spirit overarching heaven. There were many ordinary territories like the Southern Heaven Territory in the spirit overarching heaven, but there were only 7 territories similar to the 7 Upper Province. The Phantom Fox clan was one of the largest and most powerful forces in the Heaven Territory, which was part of the 7 Upper Province. Although there were no titled celestial emperors in the clan had many ordinary celestial emperors. They controlled many king-grade celestial crystal veins as well. The clan's status in the Heaven Territory was comparable to the status of the 10 major clans and top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven Territory. In the Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Provinces Heaven Territory. At this moment, a high-ranking official from the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan finally received Zhang Dongnan's message. He furrowed his brows as he muttered to himself, "The Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox might be in the Southern Heaven Territory? What's Zhang Dongnan doing? What's the point of informing me about this matter if he's not certain? After listening to the remaining half of the message, he muttered to himself in shock. One of the elders in our branch clan was killed in the upper realm even though he was a 10-direction celestial king who had comprehended 9 profundities from the law of fire. Moreover, he had also comprehended the burning profundity to the initial stage. How could a woman who's only a 6 combos celestial king kill a 10 directions celestial king? Moreover, she's not even 100 years old. No wonder Zhang Dongnan suspects she's the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. After that, the high-ranking official hurried out to look for the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan to inform him of this matter. After listening to Zhang Dongnan's message, the Grand Elder felt it was only natural for Zhang Dongnan to be suspicious. Even the previous 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox wasn't as monstrous as her. In just 30 years, she became a 6 combos celestial king from a 10 directions celestial duke. Moreover, she even comprehended such an extraordinary law. After a brief pause, the Grand Elder continued to say, "That woman is, indeed, very suspicious. I'll send Zhang Jinyi to the upper realm to test that woman. Once we confirm she's the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, I'll send a titled celestial lord to bring her back." The high-ranking official was rather shocked that the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan decided to send Zhang Jinyi to the Southern Heaven Territory. Zhang Jinyi was one of the 3 strongest 10 directions celestial kings in the Zhang clan. He had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of metal to the initial stage. Apart from that, he was also a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox's Zhang clan. Therefore, his illusory techniques were far superior compared to those in the branch clans. His innate talents and special techniques were exclusive only to pure-blood Phantoms Foxes. A person like him was undoubtedly invincible among those below the Celestial Lord stage in the Southern Heaven Territory. The Grand Elder wants me to go to the Southern Heaven Territory to test the woman who's suspected to be the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? Zhang Jinyi was a tall and aloof man dressed in green robes. He furrowed his brows slightly when he received the order from the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan. He did not waste time and made his way to the transporting formation in the Phantom Fox clan since he could not cross the Riot Star Sea. Moreover, he would arrive in the Southern Heaven Territory in no time at all if he used a transporting formation. After he stepped into the transporting formation, his eyes flashed with killing intent as he muttered under his breath, "I hope that woman is the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Otherwise, I won't let her go for wasting my time." In the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory, branch leader Zhang Dongnan of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory welcomes the main clan's envoy. Zhang Dongnan and the elders from the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory respectfully greeted Zhang Jinyi, the envoy from the Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province. Although Zhang Jinyi was only a 10-direction celestial king, as a direct descendant of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan, his bloodline was purer than Zhang Dongnan and the others from the branch clans. Therefore, Zhang Jinyi was rather haughty and only responded airily to Zhang Dongnan even though Zhang Dongnan was a celestial lord. "Please follow me, Lord Envoy." Zhang Dongnan personally led Zhang Jinyi to the main hall. Among the elders, only Zhang Zhenhai followed Zhang Jinyi and Zhang Dongnan into the main hall. As the trio walked away, one of the elders said, clearly dissatisfied, "That young man is the envoy from the main clan? He's just a mere 10 directions celestial king. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of the branch leader?" Due to a life-saving grace, this elder was more loyal to Zhang Dongnan compared to the main clan. He was naturally displeased that a junior from the main clan disrespected Zhang Dongnan even though Zhang Dongnan did not seem to take offense. Another elder shushed the displeased elder. He looked at the trio furtively before he said, "Lower your voice. He's the envoy from the main clan. Even the branch leader won't be able to do anything if he kills you. I wonder if he's capable of dealing with that woman who's suspected to be the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Since the main clan sent him here, he has to be quite capable. It'd be a joke if he can't deal with that woman. At that time, I wonder how the main clan would react." "That's unlikely to happen." The group of elders from the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory was still discussing among themselves when Zhang Jinyi and the others arrived in the main hall. Lord Envoy, how should I address you? Zhang Dongnan asked Zhang Jinyi with a smile. You're not worthy of knowing my name, Zhang Jinyi replied nonchalantly as he puffed his chest out and held his head high. Zhang Dongnan froze upon hearing Zhang Jinyi's words. On the contrary, Zhang Zhenhai said indignantly, How dare you act so impudently to the branch leader? Impudent. Zhang Jinyi glanced at Zhang Zhenhai as his eyes flashed with a cold light. How dare a lowly member of a branch clan like you raise your voice at a direct descendant from the main clan? A direct descendant from the main clan? Zhang Dongnan's eyes widened. He knew the main clan would send a powerful 10 Directions Celestial King, but he did not expect the main clan to send a direct descendant. A cold scoff rang in the air at this moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongnan's expression changed drastically. He hastily raised his hand to stop Zhang Jinyi from attacking Zhang Zhenhai. Lord Envoy, please have mercy. Zhang Dongnan quickly cupped his fists together and bowed at Zhang Jinyi. His back was completely drenched in cold sweat at this moment. A direct descendant from the main clan? Zhang Zhenhai's expression changed drastically as well at this revelation. Naturally, he knew direct descendants from the main clan represented the prestige and purest bloodline of the Phantom Foxes. They were second only to the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. You're trying to stop me? Do you know the consequences of your action? Zhang Jinyi asked as he stared at Zhang Dongnan coldly. Lord Envoy, Elder Zhenhai raised me since I was a child. I can't possibly watch him die without doing anything, Zhang Dongnan said in a placating tone. Please have mercy. All right, I'll give him a chance. Since he's also a 10 Directions Celestial King, I'll spare him if he can withstand my attack for 2 breaths. Zhang Jinyi's eyes gleamed coldly and a sneer appeared on his face when he discovered Zhang Zhenhai was also a 10 Directions Celestial King. 2 breaths. Zhang Dongnan was taken aback. He did not expect Zhang Jinyi to be so unyielding and arrogant. Even the pride of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, who was widely regarded as invincible among his peers, would not dare to confidently declare he could kill Zhang Zhenhai in 5 breaths. Perhaps he's just trying to look for a way to dismiss this matter while retaining his pride. Zhang Dongnan thought to himself. Even if Zhang Jinyi was stronger than the pride of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, he did not think it was possible for Zhang Jinyi to kill Zhang Zhenhai in 2 breaths. 2 breaths. Zhang Zhenhai smiled. Similar to Zhang Dongnan, he assumed Zhang Jinyi was only doing this as a formality and had already decided to spare him. Lord Envoy, please. Zhang Zhenhai gestured to Zhang Jinyi before he led Zhang Jinyi outside the main hall. Then, Zhang Dongnan and the 2 opponents rose into the sky. Upon seeing this, the members of the Phantom Fox clan's branch were confused. A group of elders gathered and watched the scene in the sky. Isn't that the branch leader? Elder Zhenhai is there as well. Is the envoy from the main clan going to fight with Elder Zhenhai? Maybe they're testing their strength? Meanwhile, Zhang Jinyi looked at Zhang Zhenhai with eyes gleaming with disdain as he said indifferently, I'll give you 15 minutes to prepare and I'll give you a reminder before I attack. Like I said earlier, if you manage to withstand my attack for 2 breaths, I'll spare you. Otherwise, you can only die. The atmosphere grew heavy as soon as Zhang Jinyi finished speaking. The members of the Phantom Fox clan's branch were shocked upon hearing these words. What's going on? It seems like he wants to kill Elder Zhenhai? He thinks he can kill Elder Zhenhai in 2 breaths? Isn't he a 10 Directions Celestial King? Even the pride of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect wouldn't dare to make such a statement, right? That's right. I remember Elder Zhenhai fought that person from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect previously. Elder Zhenhai managed to last for 6 breaths before he lost. Maybe he's not the envoy from the main clan? A group of members who had heard the commotion began to gather as well. What's going on? What's happening? All of the onlookers were confused. Why did it seem like the envoy from the main clan wanted to kill Zhang Zhenhai? However, after listening to Zhang Dongnan's words, they realized that Zhang Zhenhai had offended Zhang Jinyi, who was a direct descendant of the main clan. 2 breaths? It seems like the envoy has no intention of killing Elder Zhenhai. He's just saying that so he can retreat from this situation gracefully. That's right. It's impossible for him to kill Elder Zhenhai in 2 breaths. It's impossible unless he's a celestial lord. Similar to Zhang Dongnan and Zhang Zhenhai, most of the onlookers were of the opinion that it was impossible for Zhang Jinyi to kill Zhang Zhenhai within 2 breaths. After 15 minutes, Zhang Jinyi indicated he was about to attack. Zhang Zhenhai did not even have a chance to move before he discovered Zhang Jinyi had appeared behind him. His expression darkened, and in that split second, he exploded into a mist of blood. As the blood mist dissipated in the air, Zhang Jinyi said airily, "It seems like I overestimated you. You can't even withstand my attack for less than half a breath." The entire place was as silent as a graveyard at this moment. Zhang Dongnan stood frozen in place, speechless. When he regained his senses, he shuddered. This is the strength of a direct descendant from the main clan? Due to him being a celestial lord, he was able to see Zhang Jinyi using the technique that was exclusive to descendants of the phantom foxes with the purest bloodline. Zhang Dongnan continued, thinking to himself, "In my opinion, even that person from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths against him, although he was devastated by Zhang Zhenhai's death and wanted to avenge him. He knew he did not have the capability to do so unless he had a death wish." When the onlookers regained their senses, they realized they had been too naive. At this moment, they looked at Zhang Jinyi as though he was a terrifying monster. Meanwhile, Zhang Dongnan finally broke the suffocating silence. "Lord Envoy, with your strength, you must be invincible among your peers in the main clan, right?" Upon hearing Zhang Dongnan's question, Zhang Jinyi cocked an eyebrow. Then, he said with a contemptuous smile on his face, "Invincible among my peers in the main clan? How naive. Let alone the main clan. I'm only the 3rd strongest among my peers in the Zhang clan." Silence descended again. Zhang Dongnan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. A powerful 10 Directions celestial king like Zhang Jinyi was not the strongest among his peers in the main clan. Moreover, Zhang Jinyi was only the 3rd strongest among his peers in the Zhang clan. This was the first time he felt like his knowledge was too shallow. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well. 5 months later, in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there was a huge commotion in the safe zones. Heavens! Yenru YV, the true disciple from the Tao Scholar Profound sect, eliminated Tang Pingshan from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. From the moment Tang Pingshan first ranked at the top of the upper realm scoreboard, he had never been eliminated, right? Tang Pingshan, the peerless genius and the pride of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, who has comprehended 3 profundities from the Law of Thunder to the initial stage, is eliminated? How did someone like him get eliminated? I wonder if the Tao Scholar Profound sect's Yenru YV improved tremendously recently, or if he had hidden his true strength all along. How did he manage to defeat Tang Pingshan? For years, Tang Pingshan, a true disciple of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, was the pride of his sect. He was known for being the strongest in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, someone like that was eliminated by the Tao Scholar Profound sect's Yenru YV? Yenru YV was not unknown. He was rather famous as well. He had consistently ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm, after all. Apart from that, he was very young as well. His age was half of Tang Pingshan's age, and yet he managed to defeat Tang Pingshan. It did not take long before news of Yenru YV defeating Tang Pingshan spread like a wildfire in the entire Southern Heaven territory. Meanwhile, in another part of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a handsome young man dressed in a white robe was hovering in the air with a fan in his hand. He had an elegant and noble bearing. At this moment, the handsome young man was listening to a message. "Congratulations! You've finally realized your wish of defeating Tang Pingshan. I, Chun-Li, am truly blessed to have a friend like you." The handsome young man smiled after he listened to the message. Then he replied, "Chun-Li, how did the investigation go? Is the Duanling Tian who's ranked 13th on the upper realms scoreboard the same person as the imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion who's also the Bloodskull Gang's target 30 years ago?" The handsome young man was none other than Yenru YV, who had just defeated Tang Pingshan, the true disciple from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. He was also childhood friends with Chun-Li, the son of the vice leader of the Bloodskull Gang. The duo's friendship was rather strong, and Yenru YV considered Chun-Li his only friend. Yes, according to the descriptions by He Sha, the sectless cultivator whom Duanling Tian eliminated, The Duanling Tian in the upper realm is the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. It's truly unexpected that he became a 3-talent celestial king in such a short time and is even capable of defeating Heisha. According to Heisha, although Duanling Tian's only a 3-talent celestial king, Duanling Tian has comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Chun-Li replied, "What about that woman named Huaner who's always by his side?" In my opinion, he only managed to make it into the top 20 because of that woman. Otherwise, it's not possible for a 3-talent celestial king to have such an amazing performance in the upper realm, Yen Ruwaivi said. That woman is a mystery. She only appeared 30 years ago in the profound nether mansion. It has been said that she had accompanied Duanling Tian as well when they were in the borderland. Both of them had a close relationship. Even back then, she's said to be stronger than Duanling Tian, Chun-Li said. In any case, both of them are monstrously talented. I would have questioned the ability of the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence network if I didn't hear this from you, Yenru YV said with a sigh. He had thought his innate talent was rather high, but in comparison to Duanling Tian and Huaner, his innate talent was nothing. After all, Duanling Tian became a 3-talent celestial king and comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage within 30 years. Most shockingly, he was not even 200 years old. Meanwhile, Huaner became a 6-combo celestial king, and had also comprehended profundities from the law of stage to the initial stage before the age of 100. Although Duanling Tian is no longer a target of the Blood Skull Gang, I hope you can kill him on my behalf if you run into him in the upper realm. As long as he's alive, he'll always be a thorn at my side, Chun-Li said. Don't worry. He'll die if he meets me, Yenru YV said confidently. Finally, Chun-Li changed the subject and asked, I heard there's an unknown person who suddenly appeared in the upper realm and made it into the top 10? Is it true? Yes. That person's name is Zhang Jin-Yi. I don't know where he came from. He killed everyone he eliminated, so nothing much is known about him. Not only is he mysterious, but he's incredibly powerful as well. He even killed Tuaku, the true disciple from the Bodhi Zen sect, Yenru YV replied as fear flashed in his eyes. Upon hearing these words, Chun-Li inhaled sharply. The Bodhi Zen sect's Tuaku? He was known to have the strongest defenses among his peers in the Southern Heaven territory, right? I heard he had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of earth to the initial stage as well. It said that even Tang Pingshan wouldn't be able to kill Tuaku if Tuaku wanted to escape. Who's this Zhang Jin-Yi? And where did he come from? He knew a little about Tuaku through Yenru YV. Although I'm confident I'm strong enough to kill Tuaku, there's nothing I can do to stop him if he tries to escape, Yen RVU said. Chun-Li inhaled sharply. Then, he asked incredulously, Are you saying that Zhang Jin-Yi might be stronger than you? It's possible. However, it's also possible that Tuaku underestimated Zhang Jin-Yi and was reckless, resulting in his death. If that's the case, Zhang Jin-Yi might not be stronger than I am, Yenru YV speculated. Nevertheless, since he's capable of making it into the top 10, he's definitely not to be underestimated. In the Imperial Tutor Pavilion of the profound Nether Mansion. Why didn't both of you continue to stay in the upper realm and try to enter the top 10 since both of you are ranked 13th and 15th respectively? There's still a month left to go, so your chances are high, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion asked. He was confused when he saw Duanling Tian and Huaner returning from the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Something's amiss. Duanling Tian shook his head. His expression was grim. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression turned solemn. What's wrong? For months ago, a person named Zhang Jin-Yi suddenly appeared in the upper realm. No one has heard of him before this. It's as though he just appeared out of thin air, Duanling Tian said in a low voice. Today, he rose to 4th place on the scoreboard. Tuaku, who was known to have the strongest defenses among his peers in the Southern Heaven territory, has been killed by him. Although there's a chance Tuaku died due to his carelessness, the chances are slim. Apart from that, before killing Tuaku, Zhang Jin-Yi was already ranked 9th. Duanling Tian said as his expression grew darker and darker. What makes you feel uneasy then? The old man asked. I suspect he's from the Phantom Fox clan, Duanling Tian replied. The Phantom Fox clan? The old man furrowed his brows and shook his head. That's unlikely. If the Phantom Fox clan has someone like him, we would have heard about him. When you say the Phantom Fox clan, you're referring to their branch in the Southern Heaven territory, right? However, what if Zhang Jinyi is from the main clan? Duanling Tian speculated out loud. With transporting formations, it would only take a few days for someone to travel from the Phantom Fox's main clan to the Southern Heaven territory. The Phantom Fox's main clan? You're saying he's from the 7 upper provinces' Heaven territory. The old man's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. I'm not sure, but it's possible. Moreover, his surname is Zhang. Duanling Tian had left the upper realm early because he suspected Zhang Jinyi, who accumulated points and rose in ranks much faster compared to him, was from the Phantom Fox clan in the 7 upper province. For this reason, Duanling Tian and Huaner did not plan to enter the top 10 even if they were capable of doing so. Since those who ranked in the top 10 and those who ranked after that would be led to different secret realms, it meant that Duanling Tian and Huaner would not risk running into Zhang Jinyi. Moreover, based on Zhang Jinyi's performance in the upper realm, it was highly likely that even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for Zhang Jinyi. It's good to be cautious. Boy, not only is your innate talent and comprehension skills high, but you're smart as well, the old man said after listening to Duanling Tian's words. It was obvious he agreed with Duanling Tian's decision. In the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory, Duanling Tian and that woman have returned to the safe zone and left the upper realm? Zhang Dongnan frowned when he heard this message. After Zhang Yunting died, his son had been lurking around the safe zone that Duanling Tian and Huaner first appeared in. When he saw the duo leaving the upper realm, he quickly sent a message to notify Zhang Dongnan. That Zhang Jinyi refused to listen to me. I told him to use a fake name when he entered the upper realm. It's likely that Duanling Tian grew suspicious because of his name. Zhang Dongnan's expression was unsightly as he sent a message to Zhang Jinyi to inform him that his identity might have been exposed. Zhang Jinyi only entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, so that he could meet Duanling Tian and Huaner to find out if Huaner was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Before he entered the upper realm, Zhang Dongnan had suggested that he used a pseudonym on his identity jade token. He obviously did not heed Zhang Dongnan's advice. After he received Zhang Dongnan's message, he decided to leave the upper realm as well. When Zhang Dongnan arrived in the estate of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory, he said to Zhang Dongnan in a low voice, "Since they left the upper realm, let's just head to the Profound Nether Mansion to test that woman. Can a mere grade 6 force like the Profound Nether Mansion stop me?" Zhang Dongnan felt that Zhang Jinyi's words made sense. The Profound Nether Mansion would not dare to offend Zhang Jinyi due to his identity. Soon enough, the duo left for the Profound Nether Mansion. In the Profound Nether Mansion's estate, when the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion learned of Zhang Jinyi's identity, he gave his full cooperation and even led the duo from the Phantom Fox clan to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Naturally, at this moment, apart from the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion who was fishing, no one else was in the pavilion. "Senior, where are Duanling Tian and the woman?" Zhang Dongnan asked respectfully. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was comparable to some of the leaders of the 10 major clans and top 5 sects, so he did not dare to act impudently. The old man glanced at Zhang Dongnan before he replied, "They left 10 years ago." "They left?" Zhang Dongnan was dumbfounded. He had assumed the old man had received news about Zhang Jinyi and urged Duanling Tian and Huaner to leave the upper realm to avoid the Phantom Fox clan. He did not expect that Duanling Tian and Huaner had already left the Profound Nether Mansion. For this reason, he sent a message to Zhang Yunting's son to check if Duanling Tian and Huaner returned to the upper realm again. After a while, Zhang Yunting's son replied and confirmed Duanling Tian and Huaner did not return to the upper realm and that the duo's rankings on the scoreboard remained the same. With this, Zhang Dongnan ruled out the possibility that Duanling Tian and Huaner had entered the upper realm through another safe zone after crushing their identity jade tokens outside. The upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was different from the Middle Realm because those who crushed their accumulative points jade in the Middle Realm would not be able to enter again until the scoreboard was refreshed. However, Those who crushed their identity jade tokens could still enter the upper realm again and continue to collect points as long as they obtained a new identity jade token. Zhang Dongnan's expression darkened as soon as he listened to the message from Zhang Yun Ting's son. Since he had ruled out the possibility of Duanling Tian and Huaner entering the upper realm again through a different safe zone, it was likely that Duanling Tian and Huaner had left the profound Nether Mansion's estate or were hiding in the old man's little world. If this was the case, there was nothing they could do at all. In the end, Zhang Dongnan could only smile wryly and say, "Lord Envoy, it seems like they really left the profound Nether Mansion." Zhang Jinyi looked at the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion coldly and said, "Inform me immediately if you have news about that woman. Otherwise, if I find out you're hiding information from me, I definitely won't let you go." After he finished speaking, he threw a soul pearl to the mansion master. The old man's gaze turned cold as he put his fishing rod down and said, "I'd love to see how a mere 10 directions celestial king like you intends to deal with me. I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation base to that of a 10 directions celestial king." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he made a move. He kept his words and suppressed his cultivation base to Zhang Jinyi's level. However, the law he comprehended was superior to Zhang Jinyi. Although Zhang Jinyi used techniques that were exclusive to direct descendants of the Phantom Fox clan, he found he could not gain the advantage over the old man. Shocked by this discovery, he said, "Old man, your strength is not bad. With your strength, you're comparable to the leaders of Grade 5 forces. Why are you hiding and fishing in a Grade 6 force?" The old man asked in return, "You're not from the Southern Heaven Territory, right? It's impossible for the Southern Heaven Territory to have a 10 directions celestial king like you." "Of course. I'm from the Heaven Territory in the 7 Upper Province," Zhang Jinyi said with a hint of pride. "Listen to me. Inform me immediately if you have news of that woman. Even if I'm not capable of annihilating the profound Nether Mansion alone, any one of my uncles is more than capable of destroying the profound Nether Mansion." Zhang Jinyi said threateningly before he left, "Remember my name, Zhang Jinyi. I'm a direct descendant of the Heaven Territory's Phantom Fox clan. Even the weakest among my uncles is a titled Celestial Lord." Zhang Dongnan followed closely behind as Zhang Jinyi walked away. After the duo from the Phantom Fox clan left, the old man said with a sigh, "I didn't expect the Phantom Fox's main clan to have such a talented 10 directions celestial king. Even if those 2 young fellows join forces now, they still won't be a match for him." He was clearly shocked by Zhang Jinyi's strength. The mansion master asked curiously, "Grandmaster, where are they now?" "They're hiding in my little world." As soon as the old man finished speaking, 2 figures suddenly appeared. They were none other than Duanling Tian and Huaner. As long as they hid in the old man's little world, no one, apart from those with cultivation bases higher than the old man, would be able to detect their presence. The old man asked Duanling Tian and Huaner, "Did you see what happened earlier?" Duanling Tian nodded with a grave expression on his face. "I didn't expect the 10 directions celestial king from the Heaven Territory's Phantom Fox clan to possess such strength. Even Tang Pingshan, the pride of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect and the former undefeated champion in the upper realm, would not survive more than 10 moves from him." When the old man suppressed his cultivation base to fight Zhang Jinyi, Duanling Tian could tell the 2 opponents were evenly matched. Although the old man had cast all the profundities he had comprehended, it did not give the old man advantage over Zhang Jinyi. After a moment, Duanling Tian looked at Huaner and said, "His final 2 techniques are remarkable. They should be the Phantom Fox clan's techniques. Did you manage to see them?" Huaner nodded. "Brother Ling Tian, that person also used an extraordinary illusory technique in the beginning. It has to be a unique technique that only direct descendants from the main clan can master. In regards to the 2 techniques you mentioned, they're useless against me. After all, 1,000 Phantom's Ice Foxes are supreme in the Phantom Fox clan." Duanling Tian and the others were shocked by Huano's words. Duanling Tian said, "Now I know why they want to get rid of you. Once you grow into your full potential, they won't be able to stop you at all if you want to contend for power in the clan. Both of you should be able to defeat him once you grow stronger in the future." In fact, you don't even have to wait until you're 10 directions celestial kings," the old man said. Duanling Tian smiled wryly and said, "Regardless, the important thing is even without his 2 special techniques, we're not his match right now." Even if Zhang Jinyi did not have his 2 special techniques, he had comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of metal and had even comprehended 4 of them to the initial stage. Therefore, Duanling Tian and Huaner were no match for him now even if they joined forces. Perhaps Duanling Tian might stand a slight chance if he used his divine artifact as well, but it would mean nothing if Zhang Jinyi possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Currently, Duanling Tian's divine artifact was only slightly more powerful than emperor-grade celestial weapons. Even if Zhang Jinyi did not possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon, Duanling Tian and Huaner could barely restrain him with their current strength even if they used his divine artifact. For all these reasons, Duanling Tian knew it was not wise to go against Zhang Jinyi for now. The best course of action was to avoid him. "That's true." The old man nodded as he looked at Duanling Tian with a complex gaze. "Boy, you were right when you said they would come to the mansion to look for you and Huaner after both of you left the upper realm." After leaving the upper realm, Duanling Tian had guessed that Zhang Jinyi and Zhang Dongnan would come to the profound nether mansion to look for Huaner. "If I were him, I would have done the same," Duanling Tian said with a shrug. "Not everyone is as astute or meticulous as you. My confidence in you has grown even more. Perhaps you'll really succeed in helping us avenge the former imperial tutor." The old man sighed. "How little confidence did you have in me previously?" Duanling Tian asked teasingly. Duanling Tian and Huana waited another month after Zhang Jinyi and Zhang Dongnan left before they entered the upper realm again. It was also the day the ranking was refreshed. "Since we ranked between 11th and 30th place, we'll enter the Grade 2 secret realm," Duanling Tian said. The Grade 1 secret realm was only accessible to those who ranked in the top 10. Those who ranked from 11th to 30th place, like Duanling Tian and Huaner, would only be able to enter the Grade 2 secret realm. Those who ranked from 31th to 100th place could only enter the Grade 3 secret realm. The treasures in all 3 secret realms were almost the same. The only differences between the realms were the difficulties of the tests to obtain the treasures. Naturally, the tests in the Grade 1 secret realm were easy. The tests in the Grade 2 secret realm were at the intermediate level, while the tests in the Grade 3 secret realm were the most difficult.